Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 101. 3 more days have passed. The rumors in Chang'an City have gradually subsided. In Honglu Temple, Su Oryang and the others can't sit still. No matter how they asked, or even dissipated all their finances, they didn't get a trace of the information they wanted. They even suddenly felt that in Honglu Temple, everyone saw their expressions all changed. Not as respectful as before, a touch of coldness. Just when they were panicking, they were summoned by the emperor. I saw Su Oryang's favorite belt on the old eunuch-headed belt, and his face changed. But, at a glance, the people who came to court eunuch can basically see their things. Now, they are not calm. Fortunately, someone quietly told him that the person in charge was the close-fitting court eunuch of Emperor Great Tang, and suddenly, Su Oryang hurriedly gave a big gift. Tibet emissary Su Oryang, I have seen little Gizzy eunuch. Little Gizzy looked at Su Oryang without a smile and smiled. Master emissary is polite, and the miscellaneous family is just here to send a message. Speaking of which, little Guy's voice became cold and said, Today His Imperial Majesty, for this the dragon's body is not in peace, so the special old slaves come and summon some of them to enter the palace. Enter the palace? That said, is this done? Su Oryang, hearing this, I am happy. Every time he stays for an hour, he does not know how many people died in Tibet. Now that he can be summoned by the Emperor His Majesty, does that mean that this has been done? Enjoy. Su Oryang hurriedly gave a big gift. Many thanks His Majesty care. Many thanks eunuch. While speaking, Su Oryang searched his stomach again, took out an ingot of gold, and handed it to little Gizzy with both hands. These days, many thanks eunuch before and after taking care of it. This is a refreshing idea. I hope eunuch's men will buy a drink. If I return to Tibet, I will definitely give it a gift. Little Gizzy glanced at the gold ingot and smiled playfully. Then many thanks Lord Emissary. Xiao Rongtsai, accept it. Thank you Lord Emissary for your reward. Hearing this, behind little Gizzy, a young court eunuch, who was about 15 years old, happily took the gold ingot from Su Oryang. Although Su Oryang is a little angry, he still deserves a smile. This old bastard is too little money. But, you asso all labor management stuff. Are you still assuming that I am a fool? However, he dare not say these words. I had to lower my head dully, and follow little Gizzy behind him to the Imperial Palace. And now, Palace of Absolute Beguiling. It can be said that Great Tang can speak well, and they are all here. Even the person in Imperial Court who is best at negotiating, sits proudly in the hall at this time with a look of justice. Wai Zheng sees everyone like this. Hold a fist. Masters, this matter, you will all understand that it is related to the reputation of my Great Tang and the value of this blueprint, so I hope that, sirs, pay attention to your words. Lord Wei, in this matter, since you and Lord Zhangsun have told me to wait, you can rest assured. This negotiation, I think I am not too confused. That's right. This damn Tibet, when you come to beg, you have to look like you are begging. What about spreading rumors in Chang'an City? It's really impossible. Impossible. In my opinion, this time the 50 million tals of gold is still less. If the old man makes a price, it will definitely be 10 times the price. Let him be directly terrified. I want to see how he counteroffers. Some generals even slapped the table angrily and shouted, this is still an egg. Just hit him directly. Wouldn't it be better to kill him while he is sick? If he hits the table, all his, isn't it our pleasure? Wai Zheng and the grandson and the others looked at each other. A smile flashed in his eyes. The effect is achieved. Now, it's up to him how Tibet responds. For this matter to be perfect, only the eldest grandson, Wai Zheng, Fang Xuanling Du Yui, and Cheng Yojin know the next plan. Now, these few people did not say a word, but looked at the angry crowd with a smile. Du Yui added fuel and jealousy, and sighed with pity. You don't know about this. His Imperial Majesty almost fainted with anger at the time. You said this. Can you count it? Can't count it. Everyone is in the same hatred. Some people even started to roll up their sleeves at this time, trying to make a big deal. Wai Zheng coughed and scolded, everyone. You are all the pillars of my great Tang. This is for negotiation, not for angling. When you wait for this appearance, don't you want to let Tibet the barbarians come to see me waiting for a joke? Show me the state of the ritual state. Let them see our majesty. Hearing this, everyone here just sorted out his clothes. Zenjun sits in danger. However, everyone's chests are still violently ups and downs. Just now, there was a little court eunuch singing and shouting outside the palace of absolute beguiling. Tibet emissary here. Hearing this, a flash of anger flashed in everyone's eyes. Then, without even looking at the door, Zheng Junwei sat in their respective tables. Even military generals such as Cheng Yojin, at this time, looked at the front as if overlooking the battlefield. Just now, Su Oryang and the others step into the palace of absolute beguiling. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 102. Step into the palace of absolute beguiling. Su Oryang and the others clearly felt a different atmosphere filling the air. Wei Zheng and Zhang San Wuji got up habitually to welcome people, but the hands that had just held their fists were frozen in the air, and if they were in their throats, they were forcibly stuck in their throats. I saw, this time, Tibet's emissary was even more shabby than when I saw it on the imperial court before. The gold and silver used for embellishment were gone. Is this going to be poor? Wei Zheng's face couldn't help but flashes of resentment. Tibet emissary Su Oryang, I have seen all the adults. Su Oryang respectfully saluted. As soon as he entered the door, he knew that today, it must be a difficult day, but didn't expect the look on them. On the contrary, made Wei Zheng praised as the most difficult one in Great Tang. All messed up. This is a good sign. Wei Zheng coughed. Today, His Majesty was exhausted physically and mentally due to many things and recent rumors in Chainan City. Originally, His Majesty wanted to come in person, but because of physical illness, so this time hosted by the old man. Su Oryang hearing this, I apologize in a hurry. Your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang, for the sake of the people of the world, is really a model of our generation. Here, on behalf of Tibet's brother, I wish your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang, good health. While speaking, Su Oryang and the others bow down. Then, his voice changed, and he said bitterly, in this morning, I suddenly heard about the drought in Tibet. As a result, tens of thousands of people were taken away by hunger. A few days ago, your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang, also because of his benevolence, gave me Tibet the method of treatment. I don't know Lord why. He put the word given very hard. This makes all ministers slightly frowned, although it is a word difference. The taste of this has really changed. Excuse me, Lord Emissary. When did His Majesty say, give it? I waited for the day to be above the Great Hall. Don't you think I waited dim-sighted from old age is not enough? Or do you think that my great Tang from His Majesty to numerous officials are all confused? All ministers are dissatisfied. Originally, everyone was good at this, and at this time, the people from Tibet deliberately came to kill His Majesty. Is this okay? If this is the case, wouldn't it be the world? Everyone would dare to be so disrespectful to Great Tang. Even Zhang San Wuji put away his smiling face, and said in a condensed voice, Your Excellency Emissary, we are all aware of this matter. Don't turn around. Last time we talked about the 50 milliontals of gold. This is the kindness of His Majesty. If it is someone else, it would be 50 million, even if it is absolutely two. I, Great Tang, would disdain it. Su Oryang hearing this, his face changed slightly. But, still looking the same, he said with a sigh, Lord Zhangsan, please calm down. I know, because of regional customs, you think I am arrogant, but it is not without it. I am waiting for Great Tang. The respect of the people can reflect the sun and the moon. But you also know the predicament of my Tibet now. This 50 million is really not available. If it was before, don't say 50 million, even it is 10 times the price of this, and I have given it to Tibet. In recent years, my Tibet border has not been flat, and I have been fighting with countries such as India for years. In addition, this year's drought is serious, so the money is really not that much. Zhang San Wuji smiled. Each minding their own business took a sip of wine, grabbed Wei Zheng, who was about to talk next to him, and said, I know the difficulties of Tibet, but you also know the difficulties of my great Tang. My great Tang has been fighting year after year. It's not easy for the people to recuperate. At this time, there is disaster on Longyu Road. You have seen it on Longyu Road. All of our food is used in it. Above the disaster relief, Suoriang and the others' brows suddenly fiercely jumped. What is this old bastard doing? Why do you take Longyu Road to talk about things at this time? Does he want? Yes, I think Lord Suoriang also understands what I mean. At this time, Zhang Sun Wuji stood up with a sullen face. Originally, His Majesty wanted food, because everyone knew that my great Tang was short of food. At this time, food is the only way to overcome the drought. But, His Majesty is kind. It is hard to see that the brother of the friendly country is suffering, so in the opposition of the entire court, civil and military, His Majesty decided that he must ask for money, not food. Hi! It's so tall. All the numerous great Tang officials present couldn't help but their thumbs in the embroidered gowns were all erected. Looking at Zhang Sun Wuji, whose face was full of tears, everyone was sincerely admired. This is worship service. At this time, in Tibet's emissary, everyone's brows were rather twisted. This fuck. How to do it? Do not wait for them to speak. Actually, all the ministers in the Palace of Absolute Beguiling have all learned a lot, and they all sobbed. Didn't expect. His Majesty's kindness was actually promoted by some people in Chainan City, saying that His Majesty did not help Tibet. Is it special? Some people say that Tibet's brother has already assembled hundreds of thousands of people, ready to attack Chainan at any time. Tell me, what is the intention of this person who spread the rumors? Master Suoriang, you say, is this true or not? You people from Tibet are now in a frenzy, and we are actively thinking of ways. Someone wants to take the opportunity to provoke the relationship between the two parties. If this is the time, His Majesty has listened to the slander and became angry. Order millions of Tang army to enter Tibet. Have you thought about the consequences? This Suoriang was shocked. I was trembling all over. In an instant, he only felt the sky and the earth spin. Fuck. Is it okay not to bring such a cheating? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 103. But now the problem is it really good to have a rhythm like this? Unfortunately, Tibet emissary's face changed. Where is Suoriang Pestle? Neither sitting nor standing, in a low, muffled voice said, Masters, these are all rumors. Although I don't know who's walking such a rumor, but this matter really has nothing to do with Tibet. Think about it, Tibet is now in a hot water. How can we do such a thing? Our two countries have always been the best. Good neighbor, how dare we make small moves under the eyelids of the tiger in Great Tang? This is a misinformation. It is a rumor. Please, adults, please give me Tibet a fair. Those who seriously hurt our relationship must be severely punished. Suoriang understands. This time things messed up. So wrong this guy. If he didn't listen to persuasion and insisted on going out for a walk with rumors, then it's all right. Get caught. But now he only asks Great Tang not to be so cruel. Less. Zhang Sun Wuji sighed. Oh, brother, I just know that these all are rumors. So I didn't take this matter seriously, and you should not have any concerns about this matter. Wei Zheng also got up to make a round. Lord Zhangsun, this time we are here to agree on the price. Anything, when the matter is over, when His Majesty has a banquet, it will not be too late. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Zhang Sun Wuji patted his head pretendingly, and then shrugged embarrassedly. Then, since Lord Suoriang said it, this is a bit too much money. Then, let's not mention the money. Now, I also know that it is very uncomfortable. But the same is true for me, Great Tang. Since there are difficulties, we will not mention the money. Money hurts feelings. I don't think so. How about we trade food for it? Fuck! Exclamation mark. Food? Exclamation mark. Fuck. Do you want a nod? If I can have food, I will come to Great Tang for help. Question mark. Tibet envoy exploded. Sulrong immediately stood up with Shwa, and muttered, "You are profiting from somebody's misfortune. Tibet wants food and food, why should we come and ask for it? You keep on saying that you want to help me, Tibet. What is this doing now? I think if Great Tang is not sincere, I will go straight back, and I will tell the people of the world what kind of virtues Great Tang is." Sulrong, shut up. Suoriang's face changed suddenly. But this is also a way of doing, that's all. These words are exactly what he wants to say. However, at this time he found something wrong. While Sulrong was talking, he actually saw a hint of a scheming feeling in the faces of these Great Tang officials. "No, this is a pit, my lords." Sulrong is straight-tempered, so you all bear with me. But although his words are rough, the reasoning is still the same. I hope that all the adults can understand my Tibet's difficulties. If it can stop my Tibet's drought, my king said, next year, Tibet's export trade grain will be the lowest price to Great Tang. What? You dare to threaten me to wait? You are believing or not? The old man keeps you from getting out of this Chainan city? Impossible. Really impossible. Is this asking for help? This is simply the logic of robbers. If you want me to say, this thing shouldn't be given, give it to them. It's better to burn it. Thanks to His Majesty's hard work, it is for such a group of thankless wretch. All ministers hearing this exploded in an instant. At this time, everyone ignored the Great Tang etiquette mentioned before, and everyone was arguing with Tibet's emissary like that curse. And Suoriang, Zhang Sunwuji, Wai Zheng Fang Xiu Anling, Du Yui, but half squinted, seemed to be waiting for something. And Cheng Yojin is more direct. As soon as he picked up the bench, he was about to kill Sulrong. Just now, Wai Zheng only faintly yelled, "Enough! Where is it? When is this a vegetable market, or what?" Old Black, pay attention to your actions. Then Wai Zheng got up and looked at Suoriang, lightly saying, "What do you think about this? You have seen the current situation. You don't want to give money, so you don't want to give food. Originally, His Majesty's it means donating to you, but now it seems that if you donate, it won't work. Even if I wait for approval, all the people of Great Tang will not agree. So, you still take one. Let's find a way. We are all very busy." Wai Zheng decided directly, because he has the result he wants. Moreover, this matter should not be delayed too long. At this time, Suoriang is also embarrassed. Want to slap yourself twice. Now he finally understands why at first, Great Tang people are so indignant. It turns out that Your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang, intends to give this thing for free. Damn Sulrong. If it weren't for you, I'm Tibet. Suoriang's eyes are black, and his heart is sweet. Almost a mouthful of old blood spurted out. He finally understood why at first felt wrong. This horse is to dig a hole for Tibet. Money, food. Now I have to choose one of the two. This matter, if you let the Tibetan king know, you will have to peel off your skin if you don't die. Suoriang's head exploded when he thought of this. After a while, I mumbled, if this is the case, then you set a price. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 104. After 3 hours of negotiations, in the end, Tibet became soft. Finally signed the price of 45 million tals of gold, with a blueprint, dingy out of Chainan City. I even had no intention of waiting for the highest standard dinner set by Li Shimin. They still want to eat there? They wanted to keep the price to the lowest level so they could go back and make a profit. But now, trying to gain an advantage only to end up worse off. On the contrary, it takes a lot of setbacks and only talks about 500,000. Is Tibet short of this 500,000? No shortage. Who cares about this 500,000? Suoriang once agreed on that day and immediately passed the book to the Tibetan king, guaranteeing that they can get the blueprint as easy as blowing off dust. But now, Suoriang can't wait to kill Sulrong, an idiot now. But, all this is too late. 5 days later, cars with invisible heads and tails appeared in Chainan City in an endless stream. Although these cars seem to be no different from ordinary carriages, these carriages all use 3 horses to pull the carriage together. Even on the road where these carriages walked, One after another deep trajectory appeared. All the people are puzzled. However, there are many well-informed people who know that this must pretend to be Tibet's money to buy sacred relic for drought relief. Carriage by car, from Minged Gate, via Million Bird Street, to the Million Bird Gate, to the Imperial Palace. On this road, such a carriage basically has no tail in sight. I can only see Cheng Yojin and the others, a red light across the whole face. When I see people, I point to the carriage under the gate tower and say, "Have you seen?" On that day, if it weren't for old Cheng's axe fuzzy them, how can they send the gold obediently? Wai Zheng and the others who listened straight to the table poked their lips. At this time, in the Imperial Study Room, Wai Zheng and the others brought the paperwork signed by Tibet emissary, both hands, before Li Shimin's eyes. His Imperial Majesty. This is from Tibet emissary. The Tibetan king wrote a letter with His Majesty, and this is Tibet emissary's document, and 35 million tals of gold. Not a penny. Bad. Oh, come up. Li Shimin looked at the fold in Wai Zheng's hand, waved and unfolded the fold. I watched it in detail, and I didn't even take a look at the gold thing. After a while, Li Shimin's eyes are hot. Okay, very good. Ministers did a beautiful job this time. As long as the heroes who participated on the day of the mission, each of the heroes who participated in the mission was rewarded 1,000 tals. Now I have money. Li Shimin didn't look angry. He waved his hand and directly rewarded 1,000 tals. This gold is a trivial matter, and the key lies in what Tibet king promised. In the letter, Tibet Wang first thanked Li Shimin, and then promised that as long as this year's grain harvest is up, he will definitely sell it to Great Tang immediately and at a low price. But this is what Li Shimin is after? No. He looked at Zhang Feng's plan, and it really succeeded. As long as this thing really arrives with Tibet, then the plan really begins. Minister Y, our spy, is there any news? Li Shimin pondered for a while and asked. Yes. While speaking, Wai Zheng took out a small thumb-thick bamboo tube from the embroidered robe and handed it to Li Shimin. This is what happened in Tibet after Tibet emissary returned this time. Tibet king actually went to the border to meet the people of the emissary group in order to stabilize the hearts of the people. Come back. Hearing this, Li Shimin slowly opened the secret report. After seeing what happened in Tibet on which day, Li Shimin's heart became more and more shocked. Zhang Feng is really like a god. This matter, do you think what Zhang Feng brother said will come true? Li Shimin asked solemnly. Wai Zheng and the others also put away the smile on their faces, not daring to overstep the slightest. His Imperial Majesty, now it seems that everything is exactly similar to what Zhang Feng said. But it depends on whether anyone in Tibet can make this thing. If he can really tinker with this thing, if it comes out, then... No, Zhang Sanwuji interrupted Wai Zheng. I know about this. Before I personally supervised the craftsmen in Chainan City to make this thing. Although the outside is simple, the key point is the seal and the wooden gears inside. Linked things. Although I don't know what the gears are. Do you know how many gears are there? How many? Wai Zheng is I don't know about it. At this time, I couldn't help but wonder. Even Li Shimin came and rose. Zhang Sanwuji stretched out a slap and said, 55. Copper, iron, and wooden gears, and other things, 55 in total. If you are not familiar with it, people, with this manufacturing method, you simply can't link these gears. Even if the link is connected, you can't shake the handle, pump water, and you can't get water out of it. Here, Li Shimin and the others are finally at ease. This matter may seem trivial, but it is enough to see Zhang Feng's resourcefulness. If it weren't for Zhang Feng, how could Li Shimin get this 45 million tals of gold today? Moreover, he didn't even dare to think about the next pit. Smacking lips, Li Shimin muttered, Zhang Feng, really is my god of wealth of Great Tang. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 105. At the dinner, Li Shimin specially prepared insect pupa. After Zhang Feng's improvement, this dish is still the signature cuisine of the Imperial Palace to entertain guests. Even the locust insect eggs around Chainan City seem to have been plowed over. The output gradually declined, and some merchants also found business opportunities, bought them from Long Yu Road, and sold them to Chainan. Even so, it still can't satisfy the entire Chainan city people. So this thing, from a penny to a catty before, soaring to the usual money now, it is difficult to buy a catty. Now, when everyone sees so many and so many tricks, where are the ministers waiting? Just get started and grab it. And Li Shimin was also quite generous and took out 2 jars of wine that Jiang Feng gave him. Everyone, these 2 jars of wine, I really reluctant to drink. But, to celebrate today, I would like to share with you. Although the 2 jars of wine are not big. After breaking through the sky, everyone can only drink 2 bowls per person. But seeing Li Shimin's mysterious and solemn face and the pain in that face, everyone understands it. Thing is definitely a good thing. Everyone got up and shouted, "Thanks His Majesty." Li Shimin waved his hand. There was a eunuch bang, and the seal was unplugged. In an instant, a strong aroma of wine made everyone's the gluttons are all hooked up. First, insect egg. Now it's this class of wine again. Although I haven't tasted it yet, the rich and fragrant aroma of wine has already made everyone's eyes straight. Even if there is a drop of eunuch accidentally spilled, only blood will be distressed. Wai Zheng and the others, although there is this kind of wine at home, but it is one less time to drink. What is it now? Now it is the wine of godsend. No, wait any time, we have to find the Jiang Feng brother alone, at worst, by some. Anyway, His Imperial Majesty now rewards 1,000 tals of gold. Why don't you buy wine? I just drank the wine and the wine is gone. But Li Shimin is a rare generosity today. He moved 30 altars of tribute wine directly from the wine cellar to entertain everyone. The banquet ended soon. Wai Zheng and the others were stopped by Li Shimin. You have all seen this. Without Jiang Feng, I am still worried about the drought in Longyu and the surrounding situation. But now, I am still worried about the drought in Longyu and the surrounding pattern. With Jiang Feng, it seems that all things have become simple things that can't be simpler in his eyes. In the chat and laugh, the layout of Great Tang has been vividly and thoroughly analyzed. Today's banquet, I am ashamed. It is obviously a small official, but I don't know what reason I called him here to drink with me. Say here. Li Shimin's voice was choked. Tell me, how should I thank him? Everyone was shocked. Does His Imperial Majesty want a showdown? His Imperial Majesty. Wai Zheng was excited on neck kneels. This matter, we have to take a long-term view. It is not the time yet. At least we have to wait until this matter is perfectly resolved, and when Turkic, Tuhan and other countries are controlled, it is not too late to say this matter. Ah, yes, His Imperial Majesty. Things are not yet known, and if you think about it, in the event of a showdown now, let's not say whether the Jiang Feng brother will be able to promise his at this time. Imperial Majesty. Besides, if this is the case, will Jiang Feng talk to you like this? Everyone is anxious. One after another persuaded Li Shimin. This is true. If His Imperial Majesty has a showdown at this time, what will they do? They are still trying to win Jiang Feng. Li Shimin was also said to be dumbfounded. Then you mean ... it's not the time yet? It's not the time. It's really not the time. Everyone waved their hands in a hurry. Li Shimin was also silent. He also knows everything about it, a little vacillating. But now that these people say that, he is really somewhat guilty. The point is that Wai Zheng is blushing with a thick neck now. No way. This matter, we have to explore Jiang Feng's tone. If he wants to, then what am I afraid of? But if it really doesn't work, send Crown Prince and the others over and learn some ways to govern the country from Jiang Feng. Isn't it all right? Think of this. Li Shimin looked at the sky, and then said, Wai Zheng, follow me to the little tavern tomorrow, and give half of the income this time to the little shopkeeper. Slow. His Imperial Majesty can't make it. Wai Zheng was surprised. Quickly said, in this half, there is also as much as 20 million tals of gold. This amount, His Majesty should know that he is enough to cause a war between the two countries. And with Jiang Feng's character, you just have to take it. Come out. He promised to figure it out. Even His Imperial Majesty. Did you really figure it out, His Imperial Majesty? Li Shimin is embarrassed. Then, you said, what should I do with this money? Everyone was silent. At this time, Do you, said leisurely, His Imperial Majesty, have you ever thought that if you give it to a percentage reward? Zhang Feng is an old official. I haven't seen him, but I can feel his talent. I will definitely go to the Imperial Court in the future. Then His Imperial Majesty, why not wait until Zhang Feng comes to the Imperial Court in the future? Reward him. When the time comes, numerous officials will be convinced. You don't have to be embarrassed when the time comes. What do you think? Well, some Li Shimin hesitated. Then, let's talk about it tomorrow. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 106. Several days in a row, Zhang Feng is tinkering with his bacon. Although this thing seems to be easy to handle, it is early summer. If it doesn't work well, it will stinks. Therefore, these days, he keeps changing the water to remove all the moisture in the meat. He blanched him with salt, and then spent some money to tinker with some red sandalwood trees and cypress branches from the woodcutter. Smoked carefully. Although the bacon seems simple, it is not right at this time, and these days of doing nothing make Zhang Feng miss his hometown especially, so he is thinking about it. On the one hand, it is to satisfy one's own appetite. Smoked life is free, and there is some money. Although they are common tickets for merchants and officials, Zhang Feng still exchanged these things into gold bars early and put them in a secret place. Although the ticket number is good, it is not guaranteed that Qi Ming will drop the price on this thing. It is better to replace it with gold bars. Looking at the bunches of bacon, Zhang Feng's thoughts began to bloom again. When the time comes, system, I might give you something. This at first will give us a little tavern. What if we will all be working in this little tavern in the future? Then we have to plan for the future. Like lamb skewers, they are all secret weapons. Now they are only eaten by old Li and the others. And the wine, when the time comes, is the capital of Great Tang. Thinking about it, in Zhang Feng's mind, he couldn't help thinking about whether there were any ladies in Cheng'an City during this period. Make one's mark. In this era when only the right one's right is considered, when the time comes, all this is dependent on. After all, people want to marry a wife, don't they? And who doesn't want wives and concubines? Ahem. Just as Zhang Feng was lying on the counter, giggling, and even drooling, a cougher pulled him back from the beautiful fantasy. Yo, old Li, old Y, I haven't seen you for a while. Come on, sit down. Come on, people are Li Shimin and Y Zheng in disguise. Shopkeepers. You are rich. Li Shimin could not hide his excitement, took Zhang Feng's hand, took out a piece of official uniform from his arms. A note from Haoran said 45 million gold. Look at the numbers on the bill. Ren is Zhang Feng's mind for a long time, but at this time he is still confused. 45 million gold? If it weren't for the official opening bill, he couldn't believe it. Really so valuable? Originally, he wanted to come. This blueprint, even if His Majesty sells it himself, it is impossible to sell for so much money, right? No, more than that. If His Majesty sells it, it won't be so small. Unfortunately, Zhang Feng scratched the back of his head and asked, who did you sell this thing to? Sold it to the government. Li Shimin is the man who made up the lie. You don't know? At that time, Lord Zhangsun from Ministry of Appointments came to me in person. Do you know what this means? It means we are developed. Old brother, I sent it. This time, I have a relationship with Lord Zhangsun. Do you know? Who does that mean? That is His Holiness today. Li Shimin's saliva splash across, pretending to be excited, he said. At that time, Lord Zhangsun arrived at my house. You know, that guy, that is really a glorious lintel. And Lord Zhangsun said, if there are any good things in the future, he will not forget about us. No. After I hosted Lord Zhangsun last night, this morning, I opened the ancestral hall immediately to worship the ancestors, and then I came to you in a hurry. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. This is the first time I have seen old Li talk so much. Unfortunately, Zhang Feng smashed his mouth and patted Li Shimin on the shoulder. Old Li, you got my true biography. Or, I don't want this money today. Tomorrow, you wear it neatly, come and visit a teacher. Apprentice a teacher. Li Shimin and Wei Zheng are confused. Is this an apprenticeship? Wei Zheng even exploded directly. The Emperor of Dignified Great Tang, you actually let him worship you as a teacher? What kind of system is it? Exclamation mark. What kind of trick is this? No way. Wei Zheng interrupted Zhang Feng immediately. But at this time, he also woke up. He hurriedly changed his words. Zhang Feng brother, look at how old we are. Or else, how about letting old Li and my ineffective son worship you as a teacher? If old Li worships you as a teacher, wouldn't it make people in the business world laugh? Also right. Zhang Feng scratched the back of his head, laughed. I didn't take it seriously. This is just a joke. Don't take it seriously, but, my ability, you guys have learned about it. I'm afraid, I won't see it for a long time. Why? What are you talking about? Are you still good than me, old Li? Li Shimin's chest slapped. Zhang Feng is just addicted to the mouth. If he really let old Li worship him as a teacher, he would really have a headache. This Price is not a serious person. Inquiring about the imperial court all day long, he didn't dare to teach. Maybe he was going to lose his head. Unfortunately, Zhang Feng looked at the ticket in his hand and said with emotion, it is enough to have a confidant in life. But old Li, do you think we are handsome? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 107. Although Li Shimin and Wei Zheng do not understand the explanation of the word shui, but now looking at what Zhang Feng looks like, I instantly understand. Wei Zheng clasped his fists. Zhang Feng brother, about 20 years old, he gave birth to Persia when he was standing, but he was a little thin, but I don't know the younger brother Zhang. Why is this? Go. Old Y still has the foresight. Wait, I will give you something good today. While speaking, Zhang Feng hurriedly entered the back kitchen. Li Shimin and Wei Zheng of Non are dumbfounded. What does this youngster think? Looking at that humble look, could it be he wants to be a wife? Li Shimin and Wei Zheng said in unison exclaimed, This matter, although it is very simple, at this time, if you can give him a relationship, then you can tie him. When the time comes, if his princess marries him, then everything is easy. Let's work together. When Li Shimin was thinking about it, Zhang Feng hurried out with the fragrant boiled bacon, and the alluring fragrance in the air made the two of them look towards Zhang Feng instantly. Huh? Zhang Feng brother, this time, what's delicious? Li Shimin got up, looked at the tray and asked, Hey, isn't it boring? I made some bacon by myself. This is the taste in my memory. Come, have a taste. While speaking, Zhang Feng put a large plate of neat and tidy pork belly on the table, then turned around and went to the counter to get a jar of wine. The meat is just boiled in water, crystal clear and near transparent, just like a Han-white jade, mixed with traces of bright red meat, which makes Li Shimin two people's appetite is greatly increased. Just looking at the meat, Li Shimin was a little confused. Beside the meat bowl, there is actually a white dish, powder-like thing, and a few bottles and jars of seasoning. Zhang Feng sits down, stirs the seasonings in another bowl, and then sprinkles some of this white powder. Li Shimin was curious, picked up a little white powder with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. In an instant, his eyes became round. This is salt. This is ... How can there be such a fine salt? Brother Zhang Feng, tell me, is this salt? Zhang Feng is a little confused. Yeah? What's wrong with old Li? Isn't it just a little salt? Are you as for? No. Li Shimin's face suddenly became serious. With shaking hands, he picked up the bowl of salt and looked carefully at it. After Wei Zheng tried it, he was shocked and hard to attach. This salt, we all know, this thing can only be used by wealthy people. This thing is bitter and has a peculiar smell, but even if it is always worth a catty of money, and ordinary people can only use it. If you can buy a little vinegar cloth and use it, where did you come from? And why is this salt so pure, without a hint of sourness? Li Shimin was really shocked. The last time he left, he knew Zhang Feng was going to make salt, but he didn't take seriously. All the salt in Great Tang is controlled by the government. Ordinary people can only buy some. During the refining process, The cloth strips of table salt, commonly known as vinegar cloth, are used to obtain salt. But why is this salt different from all kinds of salt? Even the blue salt for their mouthwash and teeth is pure. How did he do it? This is very simple. As for you, people who know this world are short of salt, and that salt is really unpalatable. Batch. So every time he bought salt, he would refine it himself. They were so shocked that they never saw Old Li at that time. Is this thing really so expensive? Involved. Jiang Feng slapped his head. Old Li, your chance to make a fortune is here again. But this time it depends on whether you have the courage. Please speak. Li Shimin knew that the business Jiang Feng was talking about this time must be this table salt. He couldn't help but disregarded his identity. He grabbed Jiang Feng's hand and asked humbly. This salt is the most troublesome thing for him, so he was so concerned last time, but he didn't take seriously. But after having tasted it personally now, he suddenly asked, what we ate before was all this salt? Yes. Otherwise, you think this Viking things be so delicious? Then, the lamb kebab was also this last time? Yes. Didn't you see it that day? Still have to ask. Li Shimin slapped his face, forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart. Can he not get excited? This thing is in short supply. The military reported earlier that many people were swollen due to lack of salt, and some even had no strength to wear armor. It's all because of salt mining, and there are a lot of toxins in the treatment and training, and he can't guarantee that every soldier can eat this thing. So seeing the soldiers in the army like this, he can only do it in a hurry. But it's different now. He has Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng brother, can you tell me, how did you practice this salt? Hey, Old Li, you finally understand the value of this salt, is it? Okay. Seeing you are so impatient, then I can say it. Li Shimin sits in danger. Jiang Feng brother, you said, as long as you can get this thing and what you want, I can satisfy you with Old Li. Jiang Feng hearing this, slapped Li Shimin on the shoulder. I'm waiting for Old Li, you said. I ask you, do you know which girl in Chainan City is the most handsome? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 108 ? I've been waiting to listen. Didn't I listen to this? Li Shimin almost couldn't catch it all at once. I said ... You want a wife? You want a wife? Does this have to do with this matter? Hi. Yes, Jiang Feng said with his fingers. I'll tell you. This person, if he doesn't think about it, he will be boring to live. And you know, I am a person. It's a little more leisurely. You said that you don't come once for several days or even half a month. There must be no one to be my company. This product is so lonely. Li Shimin slightly nodded, then took a closer look at Jiang Feng. As Jiang Feng saw this, he couldn't help but put on his most satisfactory look. Oh, Old Li, how? Did you say something? Yes. Li Shimin nodded. My heart is also somewhat settled. I do have a candidate for anything. This woman's character, talent, piano, chess, calligraphy, etc. are all proficient, and it is still a first-class noble family. Are you interested? Who? I remember, Chainan City doesn't seem to be like this yet, and even if there is, then everyone will be married or they will be married, or they are all a little bit big. Are you frame me? Jiang Feng looked at Li Shimin suspiciously. Even at this time, Wei Zheng looked at Li Shimin somewhat unexpectedly. Does His Imperial Majesty want to? But at this moment, Li Shimin whispered, it's Princess Pu. Jiang Feng hearing this, he sprayed Li Shimin's face with a sip of wine. Thank you. Let's forget about this. Let's talk about it later. Fuck. Princess. Do petty people like us live a long life? Princess dare to make an idea? It's strange that His Holiness can't copy all your whole family now. The more Jiang Feng thought about it, the more he felt unreliable, so he didn't mention it at all. Said, forget it, let's talk about business. Just your elm head, I can't think of it, and wait for that day. Let's find it by ourselves. You have been eating this salt during this time. But do you think there is anything wrong with him? See Jiang Feng talking about business, Li Shimin and Wei Zheng hurriedly shook the head. This thing. Besides you, I can guarantee that there is no other person in the world who can make salt. And this is a control product. Even if it is affordable, most people will not bear it. Zhang Feng clicked nodded. Didn't you have a relationship with Zhang Sangwuji? Then you can grasp this opportunity. You said it. Li Shimin and Wei Zheng looked at each other, arched their hands, and said, this thing is simple and easy to say, so you eat first, Dang. Go and come. While speaking, Zhang Feng went into the back kitchen, and after a while, took it out a small oil lamp, and a strange bracket. A small pot with a palm on the bracket now contains some water. Beside these things, there is a yellow crystal. This thing, they know, is the table salt they normally eat. I saw Zhang Feng put the oil lamp under the small pot, boiled the water, and then smashed the table salt with the back of the kitchen knife. He picked up a walnut-sized table salt and threw it into the pot. As the water boiled, Zhang Feng slowly stirred it in the pot with his chopsticks. With the agitation, Zhang Feng took out a piece of white silk gauze from the counter, covered it on a bowl, and poured the dissolved acid water into the bowl. The yellow impurities remained on the gauze. Then, in Li Shimin and Wei Zheng's suspicious eyes, Zhang Feng once again took an oil lamp. 2 oil lamps were placed under the bowl. While stirring with chopsticks, the water boiled. After a while, I saw that light yellow water was poured into a small pot wrapped in white silk cloth by Zhang Feng again. This time, the water has turned light blue without any impurities! At this time, the fire is even greater. The speed of Zhang Feng's hand stirring the chopsticks is also fast. After a quarter of an hour, I saw that the water had thickened. Zhang Feng also took out one of the oil lamps. Only one was left, and it was slowly roasting. Come on, wait a while, it's time to witness the miracle. Let's drink. Don't stand stupidly. Zhang Feng got up, staring suspiciously holding the small pot. Li Shimin and Wei Zheng, with amazed faces, patted them on the shoulders. Eat meat. Eating meat, this is a good thing. Li Shimin and Wei Zheng looked at each other, then raised the wine bowl in amazement, and drank it stand up. Not even the taste of the meat can be tasted. Wait for a while again. I saw that the pot was already white and white. At this time, Zhang Feng clapped his hands before slowly getting up. Things are ready. This is table salt. Zhang Feng cushioned the small pot with gauze, buckled him upside down on the table, and then gently tapped it with a kitchen knife. Click the white crystal, and then it becomes an exactly similar powder in a bowl. Salt. So simple. Would you like to taste it? Zhang Feng stepped aside and let Li Shimin and Wei Zheng, like a rare treasure, squat down at the table, cautiously staring at things on the table. Then picked up a piece, not afraid of salty, and threw it into his mouth. He chewed slowly. At this moment, all doubts turned into shock. Li Shimin was stunned, shaking hands holding up the salt on the table. The voice was a little choked. Zhang Feng brother, this ... is the salt you refined? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 109. Salt. This is about the fate of everyone. What has always been something Wei Zheng has been worried about, but in the hands of Zhang Feng, has it become so simple? At the beginning, he witnessed the army of Prince of Qin with his own eyes. During the expedition, if there was such a thing, why would it be difficult for people and horses to be in danger several times? Salt. Nothing will make people deprived of their body. If they are not consumed for a long time, their body will swell. How can such a Tang army protect the frontier? But now, he and the dignified emperor, in this little tavern, were this way out by Zhang Feng. Is this still the thing that makes the world a treasure? Wei Zheng's eyes are moist. The same is true for Li Shimin. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, Brother Zhang Feng, this thing is different from that official salt. Why is your salt even better than the official salt? Need to be fine. In the past 6 months, Zhang Feng also once sighed that this thing that would be so bad in later generations that many ordinary people can't afford it. Let's put it this way. This salt, as you all know, is poisonous, but it is indispensable for humans. However, if you take it for a long time, it will cause irreversible damage to your body. Also, Do you think how are the dishes cooked? The dishes are good. Is this the reason for the salt? Li Shimin asked hurriedly. The principle of a good cook with a handful of salt. Jiang Feng was dismissive before, but when he crossed to Great Tang, he couldn't help but wait for the person who said this to stand up. The plaque is confessed, and every day it is incense. The food of this era, no matter good or bad, is basically stewed in one pot, just like a big stew. No matter what the seasoning, no matter what the delicacy of the sea, as long as the salt is thrown in, it is definitely minutes it became salty, bitter, and astringent. That's it, they are regarded as treasures. Even ordinary people can only afford a little cloth for refining salt. In this era, the stuff called vinegar cloth is turned into water and then used. The sourness is an eighth bigger than the taste of Kishan vinegar of later generations. As a result, Jiang Feng couldn't help feeling that the vinegar came from this way. How do you think the salt in the previous dishes taste? Then you need to say. Li Shimin smacked his lips, full of emotion on his face. Since I ate your dishes, no matter how many delicacies I cook at home, I feel like chewing wax. Is it all about the salt? Oh, or else, you are ruining things? Jiang Feng couldn't help but grieve. So good things, you throw them into the pot and simmer them. I don't understand. Your Emperor His Majesty, is this also what he eats? This something. While speaking, Jiang Feng picked up a black one on the table, with an earthy yellow salt bump and said, this thing is bitter, astringent, and there is a strong sour taste. Long-term use can cause diarrhea and bloating. Do you have any experience like this? The two, hearing this, hurriedly nodded. But this thing, old Li, since he is on the line with Lord Zhangsun, then your chance to make a fortune is here. After talking for a long time, Jiang Feng also struggled to speak. Under the watchful eyes of Li Shimin and Wei Zheng, elated got 2 packets of fine salt, which were treasured, and carried it into his arms. In the end, Jiang Feng also brought out the final topic. I know that the current salt is controlled by the government. Even if you waited until you learned it, you didn't get the steward allowed. Your mining and refining salt without permission are all decapitating crimes. But, if you are dedicated to the eldest grandson, Li Shimin has a headache. What are you talking about? I really do. Killing? Such a good thing. I wish you could get more. But he also knew that Jiang Feng must have something to say, so he had to listen obediently. Jiang Feng continued, you have seen the method of this thing. You should have learned it too. Li Shimin and Wei Zheng's heads are like rattles. Jiang Feng said mysteriously at this time, things are passed on to you, you should also express up this. Well, I am in a hurry to go out this time, so I don't have much money with me. Apart from the ticket to you, I brought only a few ingots of gold. Come on. See Li Shimin hesitate. Jiang Feng is so angry. I have to make it clear first. This is my unspread secret. You also know the key points, but it is different now. Now that you are on the thigh of Zhang Sunwuji, now, I will tell you, and give you some advice, for free. You are dizzy for a while, don't say if you didn't make money, you lost your life. If you lose your life, you will have to drag me into the water. Jiang Feng is a bit speechless. I can't wait to smoke myself or big mouth. Why do I take out the salt? But in the future we will be the capital of Great Tang. However, it is too late to regret now. Pretending to be forced by lightning, he has to admit it. In this way, you dedicate this thing to Zhang Sunwuji. I believe that he is a second man and will definitely give it to His Majesty. When the time comes, your career will be opened up. But I advise you both, just you two big mouths, don't be an official. Got a position in the salt production supervision department. Just this, I promise you will make a lot of money in the future. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 110. This isn't it just salt making? Why is it like you said? Li Shimin understand pretending to be confused. Jiang Feng can't wait to bite him. He pointed out again, you know what a fart. Do you know that the current salt is also used by the rich merchant and the people of the government, which is the ordinary people? Can you afford it? But if you sell this thing to the people, what will happen? Although Jiang Feng knows that this matter is still impossible, at least, but this way of making money, it must be popularized. However, ordinary people couldn't afford to buy table salt in the past. What's more, now this fine salt, I observed, your salt can only be refined at most for almost a catty. About half a catty, the cost of this. Jiang Feng was cried stupidly by Li Shimin. Old Li, I ask you, is salt very scarce? No. Wai Zheng answered, no matter, it is the saline soil in Longyiu Road is still in the south, and there are so many things for this thing. However, this thing is poisonous, and few people are willing to mine it. That's it. Jiang Feng shrugged. If I tell you that I have a way to solve the problem of salt mining, what will happen? Exclamation mark. Will you still pick salt? Exclamation mark. Li Shimin and Wai Zheng jumped up excitedly. In unison, Jiang Feng shuddered, and all the salt in the plate in his hand was sprinkled on that plate of bacon. Are you two making a fuss about nothing? I have worked so hard, so I am not planning for you. Jiang Feng gave a blank glance, knocked on the table and said, in fact, this thing is very easy to mine. You only need to mine the time. Everyone only needs to take 2 hours and take turns to mine, using a special mask, that is, armor. That's fine. Then Jiang Feng said dryly about the salt picking thing, and once again eloquently talked about it, until the end. Li Shimin slapped his thigh and said, I see. What do you mean? Leave it to us. Ouch. Old Li is good. Now your mind is finally back. Li Shimin knew Jiang Feng was hurting him, but he didn't care. Why are that many people worried about Longyiu Road? On the one hand, he is really an important military site, and more importantly, his salt mines have at least mastered most of the western regions. This is why Great Tang stationed Cheng Yojin's troops in Longyiu. On the one hand, it is to guard against others, but more to collect salt. Every year Great Tang will take out 1,000 of silver to mine salt mines and the cost of refining salt, but few people dare to mine this thing, and Great Tang finally had to use this sinful official, or slave, and those in prison to dig. However, the effect is minimal. Now, Jiang Feng actually said, give this to him? What does this mean? Li Shimin was dumbfounded. Jiang Feng brother, the mining rights of this salt mine are concentrated in the hands of His Majesty, and His Majesty is personally in charge. Do you know this too? You said, let Dang. Old brother is dull and can't understand what you mean. Jiang Feng knew that Li Shimin didn't understand. Said again, in fact, to put it plainly, it is the contracting system. Isn't Great Tang now being abolished? And all industries basically use the slave system. However, even so, the benefits are still low. Do you know why this is? Why? Efficiency. Anything, it's all relative. Even if it is a slave, they know that if they do it today, they have to do it tomorrow. So why do they work so hard? This is the case for everything. They can't see hope, that is to say, hope. There is no hope. You only know that you can eat and wait to die. How can you maximize efficiency? No hope. Efficiency. For this new term, Li Shimin and Wai Zheng have long been familiar with it. But after Jiang Feng said so, Li Shimin and the two asked faintly, you mean, use salt-making technology in exchange for salt mining authority? But efficiency is a word. Is it like a general dispatching troops, always thinking about the old and young wives and children at home, like this? Although I understand undecidedly, it's not bad to understand. Jiang Feng did not expect the two great Tang merchants to understand what everyone in the future will know, then nodded and said, yes. It's similar to this. Since I'm all here, I happen to have a bold plan. I just don't know, do you dare to do it? Jiang Feng regrets a little bit, but he has to spend countless times to perfect this outfit. However, Jiang Feng does not regret it either. Who told him to be free now? Moreover, he must be in order to plan for the future. From the time that Li Shimin just took out more than 4,000 tals of gold tickets, he had a plan. Involuntarily, he whispered, I have nothing to do. I promise to make you at least 100 generations later. You can lose money. Even surpassing 5 surnames 7 clans is nothing difficult. But, it depends on you. Do you have the guts to do it? Do you guys know why I want to raise efficiency? Li Shimin was already shocked, And now hearing this, he had to shook his head. Jiang Feng said word by word, I want to open a cooperative. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 111 Cooperative, what is it? Li Shimin was completely confused. If you don't know, let's go inside. Even Wei Zheng, who has always been known for being wise, has a stunned expression at this time. Stubbornly asked, what is a cooperative? Jiang Feng simply let go. Anyway, here are Old Li and Old Wei, and today the words are all here. If it is not clear, these two goods will definitely not leave. Do you remember the locust thing? Remember. How dare you forget this matter? Li Shimin and Wei Zheng once again spoke in unison. Okay. If you haven't forgotten this, it's fine. This matter, you have to start with the army of chickens and ducks. I once said that the army of chickens and ducks is one way to solve the locust plague. But there is another way. That is cicada pupae. Eating cicada pupae. You have also seen that the insect eggs around Chainan were all eaten. Are you dead? Li Shimin blushed. He didn't expect this matter, and he didn't know which big mouth was talking about it. Now that he wants to eat it, he has to pay a high price to buy it from Long Yu Road. When I think of this, Li Shimin is gnashing teeth fiercely. I know about it, and I don't know it was the damn bastard who stabbed this thing out. Don't get excited. Sit down. Jiang Feng is a bit speechless. Just you big mouths, if you can keep others from knowing, that's a weird thing. Look now. What is the price of the locust insect egg that was originally worthless? 10 penny is more than a catty, and it is still valuable. No market. What does this mean? Do you know? Li Shimin also wanted to know, and said directly, Jiang Feng brother. You say our brother. If you have something to say, you can just say it, otherwise we will feel it's always up and down. It's uncomfortable. Okay. Jiang Feng patted Li Shimin on the shoulder and signaled him to don't be impatient. This matter must start with the locusts. This matter is not over yet, you know. But what do you think of this business? Hearing this, Li Shimin pondered it carefully, and really thought about it. What you are saying is that the people of Chainan are all enthusiastically going to dig locust insect eggs outside Chainan City. Yes. This is the hope. What is this thing? In your eyes, this is food. But in their eyes, this thing is fate. 10 cents per catty. They can get 8 cents, but this thing is natural in the soil. It's a long, no-cost business. And this 8 cents is enough for a day's ration to find the Chang family. Even the old and the weak, women and children can do things. Do you think such a come? What has changed in Chainan? Change? Li Shimin and Wei Zheng are confused. During this period, I was very busy with the affairs of Long Yu and Tibet. Where are you in the mood to learn about Chainan's recent situation? Jiang Feng is a bit speechless. You are still doing business at a loss. Why didn't you lose all the loincloth? Does the market not look at it? You didn't find out. Now Chang'an City, everyone has more smiles on their faces. Didn't you notice that in the current Chainan City, everyone's purchasing power has gone up a lot? When you say that, I really found it. I was wondering before, but now I finally understand that all of this stems from the insect egg. Wei Zheng, the high official of the secretary, where is it not clear? But he is just wondering why Chainan City has recently generated so many taxes. It turns out that it came from here. Old Wei is still attentive. Old Li, it's okay. Learn more from Old Wei. Don't worry about eating carrots, and ask the Imperial Court major event. Li Shimin rolled his eyes. While Wei Zheng was used, he hurriedly asked again, then dared to ask Jiang Feng brother, what is the cooperative you mentioned? Jiang Feng almost a stagger. Cooperatives are nothing. Let's put it this way. Are we making a fortune now because of the water wheel? Yes. Wei Zheng and Li Shimin nodded. More than just making a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And there is still no capital trading. At this time, Li Shimin was still thinking about whether to repair the Imperial Palace. Jiang Feng now speaks out. Is it to pay attention to that money? Sure enough, Li Shimin didn't expect it, but Jiang Feng laughed. My 45 million tals. Surely you all have so many. Then take them out now. Let's make a big one. Lend them all. If you can't solve them, give them away? Send it out. Li Shimin puzzled Jiang Feng's head. After confirming that he was not sick, Jiang Feng continued, send or not give away. Let's say so. Add up our money and open a money house. Bank. Understand? Money house. They know this. That Jiang Feng wanted to. Jiang Feng knew they wanted to be crooked. Mysterious said with a smile. We give all the money to the people and let them have money. I went to buy some food, and then from rich merchant and national duke, anyway. The landlord's house, they contracted their fields. Li Shimin in Weizheng is even more confused. The thing that birds do not shit, what else can they do besides planting crops? Can't help but stare at innocent eyes, and ask, well, what then? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 112. Li Shimin is speechless. This is what credit union he is talking about. What's the use of sending money out? Isn't this still a sloppy? With this kind of leisure, it is better to just send the money out and spread it out, and you can also be happy. Also, the land has become other people's. You rent it? How to do? Can you still make the land grow flowers? Involved. The two originally extremely high quality two couldn't help but glance at each other. It's over. Jiang Feng is crazy. Li Shimin couldn't help but feel frustrated. If there is more care and companionship in normally, how could Jiang Feng be like this? He is so lonely. That's why hysteria. Jiang Feng brother, it's elder brother, I'm not good. I haven't been with you for a long time, so that you are like this now. Tomorrow. I promise that I will find the great Tang highest doctor to treat you tomorrow, and you will have a good rest today. Don't do stupid things. Jiang Feng was stunned. The rise of Zheng said, what happened to these two goods? Sick? In an instant, Jiang Feng exploded. Your uncle, you are sick, and your whole family is sick. I said old Li, you curse me like that? You don't understand what I said. Let me say that. You have not forgotten what I said before, right? Most of the salt mines are now excavated by slaves or prisoners. They have no hope, but if we contract it out, and then we will pay someone to dig and provide protective measures, then you think, will anyone not come? No. Why? Because they have hope. You pay to support them now that they have the money for themselves. They can also use the money to repair their houses, supplement their households, and provide them with jobs. They only need to pay a penny every day in interest. Do you think they will not be able to do things like this? Come here. Are they fools? Let's start with the Locust Plague. Look at, insect pupa. How much money did you make? What did you pay? No, right? But, what's the situation now? The entire Great Tang knows that the insect egg can nourish the kidney and prolong life. For this, an ordinary thing that can only be eaten by chickens and ducks is better than pork is expensive. Why is this? Isn't it because of hope? People who eat, want to live long, want to be strong, and ordinary people want to make money to support their family. This is a cycle. Do you know how to do business? Not only agriculture, you can also set up Merchants Way and invest in the Longyu Road commercial system that is about to be overwhelmed by the drought. In this way, they will not be laboring for you, and you don't have to put your fart. The rich man who can hold the silver. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes and said the matter eloquently. Li Shimin and the two who listened directly were stunned. Although this is the simplest thing in Jiang Feng's view, in the eyes of Li Shimin and Weizheng, this is not the case. This horse riding is unprecedented. If this is really done, then for the current economy, Great Tang as a whole will have an unprecedented impact. It's the shock of economic recovery. It's like an insect egg. This is a good example. Not only did the disaster caused by the drought in Longyu become worse, but it also turned this thing into a treasure, so that the people of Longyu have not won the disaster and are panicked. Instead, everyone it was very moisturizing. What is this? Jiang Feng did it all. If Jiang Feng knows now that if he really throws out 40 million gold in his hand, what will happen to Great Tang? Isn't this exactly what Great Tang needs now? Now, after experiencing the changes of Xuanwu Gate, Li Shimin has successfully ascended the throne of God. But he has also been infamy. Now there are still people who call him unfair, and he is still on the throne by killing his father and brother. Although no one dares to speak in front of him now, he knows that many people are there. Talk about him behind his back. Although he doesn't care, although he really doesn't care about all of this, but who knows that every time at midnight, he would be tortured by guilt and wish one were dead. He also wants to be a good emperor and he wants to be admired by the people. Plus, what was the humiliating River Treaty signed with Turkey this year? Isn't it just to give Great Tang a chance to breathe? But it is precisely because of this that the small official of the imperial court winks and scolds him every day. But starting from solving the drought on the Long-Yu Road and Tibet, the imperial court, his prestige has obviously increased by a point. But this is not enough. Li Shimin knows he lacks an opportunity, a true solution to Great Tang's current predicament once and for all. This is why Li Shimin surrenders himself every day and comes to Jiang Feng. He just wants to get a real way of governing the country from Jiang Feng, and it is best to get rid of the current economic downturn in Great Tang once and for all. Now, in this cooperative, he sees hope. So, Li Shimin got up. There was a burst of domineering aura that made Wei Zheng almost suffocated. He stared at Jiang Feng and asked one word at a time. Jiang Feng, what you said may be implemented as a whole. Great Tang. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 113. Li Shimin's sudden domineering air frightened Jiang Feng shivering, and Wei Zheng also panicked. He knows what Li Shimin is thinking, but now, there is a domineering spirit leaking here, it shouldn't be. Hurry up and said, Old Li. I know you are excited and can revitalize family property, but this is not an urgent matter. We have to take a long-term view. And this matter is not clear in one sentence or two. If you really want to develop a so-called cooperative, you must first understand, what are the advantages and disadvantages of this thing, right? While speaking, seeing Li Shimin's expression relaxed, Wei Zheng only slightly sighed in relief. Jiang Feng brother, don't you know? Old Li had something to do with him in the early years, although his industry is very big now, but his uncles and elders hate him. They all say he is this patriarch's position is a bit unfair, so he will be so excited when he hears you say this. He wants to prove himself too much. Li Shimin recovered a little bit after Wei Zheng's buffering, and then clasped his fists apologetically. Brother Jiang Feng, I was a little excited about what happened just now, but this matter is still I hope you can keep it secret for 1 or 2, because I don't want to. Come on, you. Jiang Feng smiled contemptuously, said jokingly. Just keep your shit stuff secret, okay? No one likes doing nothing to inquire about other people's affairs. You think everyone is like you? Just think about Imperial when you have nothing to do. What about Palace? I suddenly discovered a secret. Jiang Feng looked up and down Li Shimin and said. Hearing this, Li Shimin was surprised. A glance with Wei Zheng. Does he know? What did you notice from the breath just now? I could not help Li Shimin's mind gradually becoming alive. If you find it, discover it. If that's the case, it's better to meet frankly. Although he is now honest, maybe he will lose his friend Jiang Feng, and he doesn't want to, but now, Li Shimin has no choice. And he also knows what it means. All right. I have a showdown. Li Shimin paused. But at this time, Jiang Feng interrupted him, pointed to Li Shimin's head, and said, Old Li, there is a problem with your brain. Question mark. Li Shimin was dumbfounded. But Wei Zheng smiled at Pukai, hurriedly covered his mouth and turned around. Jiang Feng continued. Not only is there a problem with your brain, old Sun and old Chen around you, including old Y, have problems with your brain. Hearing this, Wei Zheng grinned and said that your whole family has a problem with the brain, but it was stopped by Li Shimin's eyes. Jiang Feng got up, looked at the greased paper on the door and said, Actually, old Li, I envy you. Really? At least, you still have brother, but your experience reminds me of a person. Your experience is very similar to his experience, but it is a heaven and an underground. Who? Li Shimin hearing this, asked intently. His Holiness today. Boom. Hearing this, Li Shimin was shocked, and Wei Zheng was also shocked. Zhang Feng continued, actually, you all know everything about His Holiness today. I didn't want to talk about it, but for your sake, I'll just talk about it. Come on. In fact, what everyone understands about His Holiness is not what everyone knows. Today, when His Holiness was once the Prince of Qin, the one who had promised, the throne will be given to him in the future. However, which one of them missed the appointment? He saw that the power of Prince of Qin was getting stronger, and then he started to panic. He set up another crown prince, although Zhang Feng used that one, and him. But Li Shimin knows that he is talking about Li Yuan and Li Jiangxing. It's nothing. Prince of Qin was still fighting for the people of Great Tang at the beginning. But the crown prince didn't think so. He thought Prince of Qin was going to take his place. I want Prince of Qin because of sleep and food. He did it and weakened the Prince of Qin, but the Prince of Qin still looked at the father and son brother and didn't say anything. However, his concession made everyone think that Prince of Qin was weak. So many people in the imperial court joined the Crown Prince faction camp. This is the key to the burst of Prince of Qin. The change of Xuanwu Gate. Prince of Qin was only 800 generals, and wanted to ask his father why. However, he was regarded as a betrayal by the Crown Prince, because the change of Xuanwu Gate broke out. When Prince of Qin was desperate, he killed the brother and forced his father to abdicate. Everyone says killing brothers, but who understands his difficulties? He just wants to live. I just want a sentence of justice, but the world only remembers his fault, but no one knows that he only sleeps for 2 hours a day. For what reason? The change of Xuanwu Gate at the time after that, although everyone did not say anything, they were dissatisfied in their hearts. Thanks to the help of Fang Duo and the others, he did not become a lonely man. And the experience of His Holiness today, how similar is it to your old Li? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 114. Li Shimin choked. Since I cried Prince of Qin, I cried in front of outsiders for the first time. Whenever the knight is dead, it is better than he wakes up crying in the arms of Empress Zhangsun at midnight. Why? Because of his pressure. But no one understands him. But now, this moment, Li Shimin's eyes changed when he saw Zhang Feng. He suddenly wanted to stay with Zhang Feng like this. It is hard to find a confidant. How can it be hard to find a confidant of the emperor? That's simply, okay. People from all over the world contact him, but they want to get benefits. There is nothing else. Although Wei Zheng, Cheng Sun, Fang Xuanling, Du Yui Cheng Yojin and the others can all be regarded as friends. They are just friends. They don't understand Li Shimin's heart. Zhang Feng doesn't see anyone cry most. Now see Li Shimin cry. The head exploded. I'm old Li. You are in your 30s. How come you are so good at it? Although I don't know your patriarch, I don't ask how you came from, but your character is in my eyes. If you have a character problem, you think you're as smart as Zhang Feng and will be your friend? Look at the current His Holiness, how much people are burdened. Even if you are going south from Turkic, you should know about signing the Wye River Treaty, right? That's the curse of thousands of people. But did he retreat? No. Why did he do this? Old Wye, get up and tell old Li. Wei Zheng hearing this, mixed feelings. This matter. Everyone knows that His Majesty today is for Great Tang's tens of thousands of people to have a stable living environment. After all, the people of Great Tang have been overwhelmed by the perennial battle. If this covenant is not signed at this time, then Great Tang is likely to be destroyed in an instant. Li Shimin's choking sound slowly subsided. Zhang Feng pointed to Wei Zheng and said, Look at how steady old Wei is. Look at you again. You are such a big person. Are you still crying? Are you embarrassing? Actually, at the beginning, Great Tang's economy and armaments. As businessman, you should be very clear that Great Tang can't stand another fight. State treasury is empty, sergeants are scarce, and supplies are scarce. And at this time, Turkic is here. Profiting from somebody's misfortune is here. If you are today His Holiness, you will. How do? The last few words, Zhang Feng is almost raw out. Old Li is his rare friend. Moreover, It's his god of wealth, and there are still many things for him to do for himself in the future. He doesn't want to see a little thing, and it crushes old Lee. Moreover, compared with Lee Shimin, where does this all go? Old Lee, I don't know what you have experienced, but think about it. His Imperial Majesty can bear the accusations of the world. How about you? You can't stand it with such a small setback. I know that you are eager to revitalize family property and want to prove your own strength, but this requires a process. This cooperative, although it seems simple, but if one of the links is wrong, then the money is basically a waste of money. This is the same as solving the problem of Tibet before the root. If you are so anxious to do it, then I can only sneak out Chainan now, and then return to Mount Utai to continue cultivating. Why? Lee Shimin asked suspiciously. At this time, his mood has recovered. Actually, he has recovered a long time ago. It's just that after hearing about Xuanwu Gate, he wants to hear Jiang Feng's opinion. All have just the scene. When Jiang Feng saw Lee Shimin stopped crying, he hurriedly changed the subject. At this time, seeing Jiang Feng wanting to leave the city overnight, Lee Shimin hurriedly asked, "Why are you in a hurry to leave the city?" Jiang Feng gave him a blank glance. "It's not because of you." Such an unscrupulous thing. If you dare to tell anyone, I can guarantee that Jinwu guards will kill you tonight. His Holiness, don't talk about lunatics. As for Lee Shimin whispered, and Jiang Feng quit. His Holiness is definitely okay. But have you thought about how unimaginable this thing is? Who dared to do such a thing before? Who did it? No one. Lee Shimin also said the truth. That's it. Jiang Feng said, you know, this thing, no one knew before. Now if you tell His Imperial Majesty, the first thing that His Imperial Majesty thinks of is that you old Lee confuses the crowd. The big blade slashed you first. Tell me, are you reviving family property or courting death? Lee Shimin thought about it, too. If other people dare to talk to him like this, with his temper, he would really cut it. I couldn't help but mixed feelings in Lee Shimin's heart. From the first time I saw Jiang Feng, he had secretly sent someone to check Jiang Feng's details. However, there is no clue after checking. At the beginning of Great Tang, many people are displaced, and Chainan City is even more so. It can be said that at least half of the people in Chainan City are newly booked accounts. So, Jiang Feng's identity has become more mysterious again. If he hadn't had a strong Guanzhong accent, Lee Shimin would definitely think he really fell from the sky. Thinking of this, Lee Shimin looked at Jiang Feng carefully and said, a lot of times, I'm thinking about where you are and where you are from. Can you tell me now, where did you learn this ability? Jiang Feng suddenly became interested, staring at Lee Shimin, and asked, do you really want to know? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 115. I used to be on Mount Utai. Stop. Lee Shimin silently interrupted Jiang Feng. The face is as black as the bottom of the pot. He thought Jiang Feng would tell him his life experience this time, but no. It's still the same rhetoric. Jiang Feng didn't want to. But if I tell you the truth, you will believe it. If you can believe it, that's a ghost. What did he say? Oh, just say I came here after thousands of years. That special Jiang Feng is not that stupid yet. If you say that, without others, old Lee would be the first to think he is a lunatic. If others know about him, Jiang Feng can guarantee that he will have to lie in Lee Shimin's private house within a day. In the Tibetan Museum, it was sliced for research. This is not impossible. What is Lee Shimin's most taboo? What he most taboo is the strange power and chaos. If he knows that this ability is brought from later generations, what would he say? Said that Tang dynasty disappeared 300 years later. After him, Lisa became the emperor and married his concubine. Then his concubine, Li's ice wife, became the first female emperor in China's history. Who believes? No one will believe it. On the contrary, he will be regarded as a monster, and he still cannot escape the fate of being sliced and studied. So, for the sake of life, before the system is activated, you can live safely. Jiang Feng decided that no matter who the fuck asks, he is the little Taoist priest on Mount Utai. Don't believe me? Then go find it. Anyway, This world doesn't have a trace of his record, and it's useless to find it. See, Jiang Feng is not willing to say. Li Shimin did not insist, and asked solemnly again, I don't know where you are from and what your purpose is. But you have to remember one thing. This is Great Tang, and it's a Tang, that's enough. I don't know where you come from or where you are going in the future, but at this moment, we are still friends. Jiang Feng was silent. Finally, he nodded. Yes, we are friends. Jiang Feng doesn't know what to do suddenly in the future, and he doesn't know what to do in the future. But now, Old Li is his friend, and it was his friend who came to accompany him for a long time when he was lonely. Regardless of whether I am going to enter the official career or what I want to do, Old Li, you are my friend. It seems that the air is a little dignified, and Jiang Feng takes it up, a bowl of wine, a gulp. His tears were rolling. It is fake that he is not lonely. Being a stranger in a foreign land, I have never felt like this before, but since the journey, his homesickness has become more and more intense. The reason why he made good wine and food for later generations is not for Old Li and the others, but for him to remember the past. He was afraid. He is afraid that after a sleep, all the memories of modern people will disappear without a trace. Even he was afraid that everything in the past would turn into a dream, assimilated by this era. So he is very lonely. I don't want to have any intersection with this world. He was afraid of losing himself, but in the end, when there was nothing left, he forgot about the past, and forgot everything that was in the modern era. He is lonely. When he was the loneliest and least dependent, Old Li walked into his world. At first, when he saw Old Li, he felt that Old Li was a person with a story. Otherwise, how could he be so confused and helpless? For half a year, he can be said to be a lonely person licking each other's wounds with Old Li. Li Shimin patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder. I also saw a trace of loneliness in his eyes. He understands this feeling. Wai Zheng is silent. He is a smart man. That's why he chose to shut up. After a while, Jiang Feng shook his head. Stop talking about this. Let's talk about the immediate things first. There are too many things. Let's start with the most straightforward place to explain. Jiang Feng, while speaking, took out the ticket that Old Li had just handed him out of his arms, and said, this thing only exists in the government, and rich merchant only has it in large transactions, but if it is our credit union, the gold, silver, and what happens if we collect all the money, and then we change to such a bill? Wai Zheng slightly frowned. You want to? Yes. Examiner Jiang Feng. I know what you mean. I didn't mean to change anything. Just like this bill. They only exist in places designated by the government to use, redeem, and in some rich merchant industries. There will be circulation. But have you ever thought about it? If we change our industry and all the trading currencies to this way, what will happen? Wai Zheng is amazed. Li Shimin was also shocked. Looking at Jiang Feng quietly, Jiang Feng changed his decadence, faintly smiled, said, this kind of transaction only exists in your industry. Whether it is medicine ingredient trading, or cloth, fur, etc. industries, you can give this thing, and after they get it, they will get you in other industries to exchange or buy this. It's a whole set of business processes without capital. And what we are going to do, it is to link our technology with Zhangsun Wuji and start with the manufacture of this table salt. What do you think? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 116. Quiet. Silence. Death. Silence. Li Shimin thinks he is an expert in rigorous schemes and deep foresight, but he didn't know that from the very beginning Jiang Feng dug a big hole for him. Ghost. Genius. Can this express his comment on Jiang Feng at this time? No, because, if Jiang Feng's philosophy is really a businessman, or the imperial court matters have been resolved, then he will definitely implement it immediately. But, he is now, although he is interested. He also knows that although Jiang Feng didn't say anything, his heart is like Mengjing. During this time, because of the outbreak of drought, Chainan City flooded with people who immediately fled. They are just for a bite, but what can he do? In addition to helping the victims, he also had to deal with the entire court civil servants. With regards to natural disasters and punishments, and at the same time face the poor state treasury. Li Shimin suddenly felt so tired. I am really tired. Li Shimin looked at Jiang Feng with complicated eyes for a long time. Jiang Feng, brother, I know your thoughts. You want to use this way to completely activate the people's enthusiasm and hope for life. Your method is very good. But you have considered, however, what happens if you screw it up. This is not just a matter that merchants can participate in. Li Shimin's eyes flickered. Do you know, if this incident happens, how many people will be blocked from making money? Fortune. Jiang Feng laughed. Old Li, I know what you are worrying about, but, have you ever thought about it? If this thing succeeds, what will benefit me, and why do you and me? I'm just a guide. I know what are you facing ahead. You have to face family opposition, uncles, and the others' exploits and runs. But Jiang Feng stared at Li Shimin with scorching eyes and said, if you are learning to learn today's His Holiness, you will discover how insignificant you are to do this. Salt is your guide light, I think. If His Majesty is really not the kind of first emperor I said throughout all ages, or if he really doesn't have the courage, then you just assume that I didn't say this today. Courage. You gave me a thunderbolt. Li Shimin gave a wry smile. I know, but you know that, although this matter will give the imperial court minister a taste of the sweetness, how many people will run on the cooperative you mentioned? If it provokes wrath of His Holiness, then, we all have to die. Wrath of His Holiness. Jiang Feng sighed slightly. This is Great Tang, feudal Great Tang. I remember, I once heard a sentence when traveling the world, water can carry a boat and it can overturn it. If you really want to make a fortune, and you want to be worldly wise and play safe, I hope you can give this sentence to Lord Zhangsun. Lord Zhangsun will definitely present it to His Majesty. When the time comes, His Majesty will have his own decision. Water can carry the boat, can overturn the boat. Li Shimin is a little confused. Seeing that the atmosphere was depressed, Wei Zheng didn't want Jiang Feng to fabricate it for her, but it was actually true. His Imperial Majesty's current predicament and stalemate, faintly smiled and said, we're not discussing how to make a fortune. Dao. Why do you talk more and more depressing? Jiang Feng, brother. Old Li cares about his family too much. If he makes a mistake, the whole family will be destroyed, and I know, you want to help old Li. But this thing has to be done slowly. Also, Jiang Feng, hearing this, slap your head, just depressed, no longer exists, and laughed at he again and picked up the wine bowl. I was too anxious just now. There is no old Li. We are the real brother, so I am a little anxious. Come, let's have a drink. Then I will talk about this. You can listen to the whole process of the matter for fun. Li Shimin's eyes flashed. The wry smile also leaked out. You just scared the old elder brother so hard. Well, this matter, it has to be slowed down, at least until we have a certain intersection in the imperial court. Then it's not too late. Anyway, others can't learn how to make a fortune like this. Yes, yes. While speaking, the three became frivolous again. However, on the faces of Wei Zheng and Li Shimin, they faintly seemed to be worried. Just now, where did we say it came from? Jiang Feng asked dazedly. I swept my eyes and saw the silver bills on the table. No. Now it's not called silver bills. This thing became popular after the Song dynasty. Now it's just a kind of circulation and government and merchants, something in between. It is also the origin of the silver bills in the Song dynasty. It can be seen how the Great Tang period of prosperity will affect future generations. He is very grateful to this world, this Great Tang, who made this thing. Although, now this silver bills is just a piece of paper, with only the official seal of the voucher and the seal of the exchange merchant, nothing else. But, for Jiang Feng, that is a rich baby. Compared with kicking and bulging in October, Jiang Feng eagerly wants to go to the world with just a few tickets. Jiang Feng picked up the ticket and smiled mysteriously. We still have to make this thing. Not only do we have to make it, we also need to find someone to promote it. And we have to make a large number of coupons so that we can the fastest and safest promotion. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 117. What weird things are all this? Once the cooperative. What coupons are there now? Do you play as a business? Lee Shyman was a little speechless. I feel a little bit that when I am with this youngster, IQ is not online anymore. Where did the previous wisdom go? Lee Shyman sorted out slowly, and interrupted the talkative Jiang Feng. You mean, this salt is just a test? If His Holiness approves or acquiesces, we can go for a small-scale implementation. If the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Agriculture, and the Ministry of Works find out that it is a crime of decapitation, you are stupid. You really can't turn around. Coming. Jiang Feng wighted Lee Shyman with a glance. Didn't I say it before? What does Zhang Sunwuji do? He is the boss of Ministry of Justice. You just need to hug. Isn't it beautiful if you hold his thigh and drag him into the water? Lee Shyman's face turned black. In front of him, slap his courtier, and it's the Ministry of Justice high official, come to do this? You waited for when the time comes to come in the imperial court. Touch the board. You are under His Holiness' eyelids like this, slap Tang. Pull his courtiers to do this business affairs, and you are Ministry of Justice high official. If His Imperial Majesty knows, would you? Aren't you afraid to hit the board? Lee Shyman stared at Jiang Feng and asked. Jiang Feng waved his hand. Based on my observation of His Majesty, do you think His Majesty is the same as you? Today His Majesty, after Xuanwu Gate and Waishui River, Imperial Court, and civil opposition, his voice is getting stronger and stronger. During this period of time, it has changed slightly. Do you think His Majesty does not want to stand up? He wants it. But, there is a glimmer of opportunity. Now Great Tang country is tentatively decided. What does Great Tang need most? What is needed most is economic recovery to make Great Tang this huge monster run. Only in this way can we ensure that Great Tang can stand up. But, now, the Locust Plague has already caused a disturbance in the Imperial Court, and I can't hide it. Although I don't know how your old Lee's subordinates stabbed the matter out, and what they said, but, I think His Majesty is doing something. Lee Shyman was surprised. Has this made him guess? Jiang Feng said again. Chainan cities hunt for chickens, ducks and pigs. Do you know? Lee Shyman and Wei Zheng quickly nodded. Wei Zheng stroked his chin. That thing, the city was full of wind and rain, and finally ended in a hurry. Who doesn't know? That's not enough! Exclamation mark. Why did His Imperial Majesty end in a hurry? It was because of the opposition. And he was also guilty. If there is no Locust Plague, wouldn't it make him completely unable to stand up? So, he is here waiting for what? Wei Zheng also felt strange. I only thought that His Holiness was a bit exaggerated before, but after learning about the situation in Longyu and the countless insect eggs in the field, Wei Zheng also had some doubts. But it was difficult to ask questions. Today's His Holiness thoughts, as a courtier, he dare not figure it out. But, at this time, Jiang Feng said again, but he didn't have any worries. He also wanted to hear what Jiang Feng knew. Lee Shyman is also interested at this time. He wants to know how much Jiang Feng has guessed. His Imperial Majesty wanted to take the opportunity to suppress the Confucian small official who opposed him most! Exclamation mark. Lee Shyman was shocked. All guessed right. How did Jiang Feng guess this? Is it still observed in the market? But is this a bit too terrifying? But these are no longer important. This person must be used by me, Lee Shyman. With him, I will definitely double the results for half the effort. Just when Lee Shyman fell into infinite emotion, Wei Zheng was also shocked. Since His Majesty came to this little tavern, which piece of information comes from here that is useless? Which thing can shock the world? Even Tibet and other countries were plot against by Jiang Feng, and he pitted 40 million tons of gold from Tibet, and this time, he accidentally discovered this kind of salt. Although in Jiang Feng's eyes, this thing is a small object and not enough to arouse his interest, but Wei Zheng knows that if it is placed in Great Tang, it will definitely cause a foul wind and bloody rain! Exclamation mark. Tibet and other countries, Why do they covet the Longyou Road? Why did Great Tang send heavy soldiers to guard Longyou Road? Is it free? That place is still rich? Neither. Except for the desert. That place is wasteland. Because there are salt mines that master the western regions and half of the Great Tang country. They want to eat salt too. So, no matter what, Longyou Road must be in the hands of Great Tang. This is tantamount to strangling the throats of the surrounding countries. But table salt came out. Why Zheng dare not think about it once the news goes out? I don't want to think about it. It must be a foul wind and bloody rain. At this time, if you replace items such as gold and silver with this piece of paper, then it does not mean that Great Tang will capture the world in a short time. People's money, only a piece of paper, can control the surrounding economy. We can't help but a layer of fine white hair and cold sweat appeared on Wei Zheng's forehead. Too poisonous. Mother. This Jiang Feng is really a fucking man. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 118. Do you mean that you want Great Tang to control all the finances of neighboring countries in the hands of the government? Wei Zheng said tremblingly. Smart. Jiang Feng, finally, after spending a lot of saliva, in this Great Tang period of prosperity, the hegemonic financial system of the United States, started by a table salt. Although it was possible to control food and other items before, it is also possible to do this, but it is not a long-term solution, and although the food is good, it is not easy to store, but gold and silver are different. Even at this time, Li Shimin, who was slow to react, was shocked to death by this plan. Too crazy, too dumb. Li Shimin is crazy, bullshitting passionately in the heart. If he thought of this earlier, how could it be so aggrieved that Great Tang has long become the overlord of the world? But it's not too late now. At this time, both Wei Zheng and Li Shimin were shocked. When I watched Jiang Feng, I was already shocked as a heavenly man. Jiang Feng brother, what do you think in your head? So vicious. No. It's the way to govern the country. How do you know it? Don't say, this is you mount. You tie sudden enlightenment. Li Shimin grabbed Jiang Feng's hand excitedly, and almost bowed. Jiang Feng looked at Li Shimin's eyes, and got goosebumps all over his body. He almost sprayed the wine he had just drunk all over his face. I say. Told Li, you understand this, but, can we not get fucked up, man? Although Li Shimin doesn't know what got up for, but, the last sentence he understands. I remember what you said. I'll go back and find you the most handsome woman in the world. Do you want a wicked woman? Or you say, which girl do you have a fancy? Old Li, I'm going to propose to you. Don't. I want to find it myself. Don't. I want to find it myself. Jiang Feng was almost about to say okay, but when I think of the taste of these two goods, yes, we have to find it ourselves. By the way, although your plan is wonderful, have you ever thought that if one link goes wrong, it will lose all the games? And among them, you didn't say that where is the location? Is this too much consideration? In the end, Wei Zheng hit the nail on the head. Jiang Feng lined Li Shimin's shoulders. Look at old Wei, you have to learn more from others. This brain is just calm. I have been wondering for a long time, you old Li loves frightened so much and flustered. How did you save family property now? This thing. Before Li Shimin's anxious eyes, Jiang Feng went directly to the topic. Salt is a guide, and you two are also guides. Guides, as long as Zhang Sun Wuji is introduced into the water, you just wait for the cash register. At this time, it is the state affairs. Yes, if you are participating, then do you think that the grandson and his imperial majesty will turn a blind eye? But what about the minister of the imperial court? Which guys are blocked from making money? Will you let you go? As soon as I said this, Li Shimin Wei Zheng couldn't help but feel a chill in his back. What they have to face is 5 surnames, 7 clans. How can this be easily solved with 2 words? Then, Brother Jiang, what's your opinion? Li Shimin held his hand dignifiedly. No more laughter before this matter. You have to start from this piece of paper. Jiang Feng picked up the ticket on the table and said, "This thing, you can get it from your grandson to get the approval. The government contracted the evidence for salt smelting. Then, this thing depends on how you manage it. I still think you have to learn from the Long Yue one. And I've said it all just now, so I won't say much now. I realize that when looking for people, you must find the kind of honest and timid dealers, as well as people who are slaves. As long as you pay to help them recover, as civilians, help them buy a family property, and then lend them the relocation allowance. Let them have the capital to settle down. At this time, your proof of giving him money becomes their contract to sell their lives. And it's a proof of their lives. Think about it. How can they make people sell their lives? How can they buy people's hearts? I don't need to teach this, right? At this time, things are just it's half done. At this time, from your monthly wages, you deduct the interest on the money lent to them, and then give grain, meat, and bills, which are bills instead of money, and let them hold this thing. Go to your shop to exchange for daily necessities, or money. The point is here. Jiang Feng coughed and leaked a mouthful of white teeth. At this time, you think, your cycle begins. The money is in your pockets, but the bills you pay can also be exchanged for money. But in the process, is it going to be promoted again? Your other industries, and there is also a reward and punishment system. Do it fast, perform well. Anyway, if you have a lot of salt, if you give them a catty or a catty, they can't deeply grateful. Don't brag about showing off. In this way, people will be more and more. Now it is an industry that everyone shuns, but it has become a sweet pastry. You think, you cannot make a lot of money. After Jiang Feng finished speaking, mysteriously Shimon and Wei Zheng, who had already been pressed the pause button, asked mysteriously. It depends on whether you are courageous enough. It depends on your courage, whether it is big enough. How about this business? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 119. Li Shimon never thought about it. A thing that has troubled everyone for hundreds of years was easily resolved by a little tavern shopkeeper on the wine table in this moment. Is he really not a god? This plan, although it seems crazy. However, if Li Shimon comes forward, then there is no trouble of a penny in all this. On the contrary, he will fill his poor state treasury with a real wealth. But there is one more problem. I could not help but Li Shimon asked, but, if this is the case, then if the spies from Tibet and other countries learn about it, what will happen? We are now selling table salts from Tibet and other countries, and it's all pretty good. The previous one, 3 tongs cost 2 catties. If it is this time, they know what will happen. Our salt is made. What should the price be? The people still can't afford it. Eat sorry? Are you kidding? Jiang Feng stared at Li Shimon. Are you stupid? I said, those who work for you can give it for free. Not only can you give salt for free, but you can give anything for free, including money. We can form a cooperative scale. In this way, how can people who take money make trouble? If they take money, they have to pay their debts. And with this money, they can get countless food and daily necessities. If this is the case, people will have hope. Of course, this loan thing is thrown to the government. You don't touch it. Why? Then, this way, how do I make money? Li Shimon was confused again. Jiang Feng said with a grin and angrily, I give you a piece of advice. Money should be made, but it must be limited to your salt mine and your business model. About borrowing money. If you touch, you are robbing the government for money. Have you ever thought about the consequences? Also, if someone borrows the money and doesn't exchange it for you, what do? Don't you have to sue the government? So, you have to remember my advice. The key to this cooperative is to stand by the side of the government. You can throw money to him and worry about it, and you can just get bored and get rich. When the time comes, even if someone thinks you are upset, then you have to see what you did. When you see if you just do your own thing, who has nothing to do with you. When the time comes, if you want you to come forward, Zhang Sun Wuji's grandson will do it for you. You only need to remember a little, money matters, throw it to the government. At worst, you can do your own work, run errands, let people know You are working for the government, so the relationship is clear. Whoever comes, you can't help it. Ghost mother. This damn thing is a natural business talent. However, with this set of things he said, at this time two shrewd people, after a little thought, they suddenly discovered that this is really a way to govern the country. This is better than taking a knife to hack people, and sending millions of troops to attack others. This is what you call a soldier without blood. I just grab your money and hold it in his hand. Do you dare to try? I will let you stop tomorrow. Wonderful. Grass. Li Shimin is going crazy. But Wei Zheng was pouring cold water at this time. You only talked about Great Tang, but you didn't say that you have to buy it if you don't pass it, and how to set the salt price. Salt price is a matter of official service. You can't control it, but I suggest that the salt price will be lowered, at least 10 cents a catty, so as to ensure that everyone in Great Tang is strong. Don't be like a damn kid. And, in case Tibet and other places want this kind of salt, dream it. The table salt that Great Tang exported before, isn't it 300 tongs and 2 catties? Then give him 100 tongs and 1 catty, and eat. It's better to poison them to death. Are they not beautiful? You ... Really, a genius. If someone is your enemy, it's really ... unbearable. Look straight. Li Shimin gave a speechless thumbs up. However, his voice changed. The salt of Longyu Road will be exhausted sooner or later. If the whole world comes to buy salt, then how can it be done? Although in time, Great Tang, is indeed take advantage of it, but this is also a kind of crisis. If we dig out the cigarettes, what can we do? Zhang Feng hearing this happy. Old Li, you still don't understand what this cooperative is about. Is his caravan from another country a fool? You can also do business. Buy table salt from another country at a low price, or it's not beautiful to trade things for things, exchange for them, and charge the difference to fill the salt mines in Longyu. You didn't expect this? You are a businessman, are you all? Forgot your own business? Do you want to piss off those foreign businessmen you have worked with? This Zhang Feng varies after Li Shimin finished speaking. He said again, not only salt, but also what I said before. You can trade other things for food from Tibet. Food is dead and will be lost. But, you guys, it can be mortgaged to farmers to stimulate them to plant and return grain in the coming year. Not only that, you can also take grain in exchange for resources from other countries. This is a non-profit business. Have you forgotten it? It's been a few months since I said everything. You forgot. Li Shimin was seriously despised again. But this time, he was convinced. There are so many things that he got this time, and he was completely confused. Hurry up and clasp his fists. Today I was disturbed. My head is a little dizzy. I have to go back to digest and digest. While speaking, Li Shimin left in a panic. However, when he walked to the door, Zhang Feng seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly asked, Hey, old Li, there are people in the clan who have competed against the previous dynasty Xiao. Just know this youngster is thinking about spring. Are you hitting me on the head? Li Shimin's legs trembled. I hurried away without looking back. Excuse me, goodbye. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 120. Turn around 2 streets. Li Shimin only remembered that he came today and wanted a few jars of wine. But, looking behind me now, I couldn't help but smile. While Wei Zheng covers his mouth and laughs from time to time, Li Shimin is speechless for a while. But it's not easy to stop. At this time, see Li Shimin looking back. Wei Zheng once again mentioned His Imperial Majesty. The old official thinks that if Princess marry him, it would be a wonderful thing. And the old official observation, Zhang Feng, the youngster, is it really moved the relationship between men and women? And the old official thought carefully. In the palace, Princess Xiangqing seemed to be 17 years old. Come on. Li Shimin coldly he glared at Wei Zheng. I am now worthy of his brother. If I marry my daughter to him, when the time comes, how do I call it? Then this, I really feel weird. If he really moved his mind, go back to me. Let Empress check it with him. Which minister's daughter from Imperial Court is well known and able to hold him down? and she looks outstanding. Let's talk about it. Jiang Feng, I picked it up very well. Li Shimin let out a meaningful sigh, then turned to the topic and said, how does Chancellor Wei feel as I saw it today? Li Shimin simply won't leave. We turned into a dead alley with Wei Zheng. At the entrance of the alley, Jinwu guards dressed in sackcloth were defending. The two of them squatted in the box and chatted about the matter. Wei Zheng pondered for a long time, and after that, he suffocated 4 words. The future can be expected. Although it was these 4 words, Li Shimin's heart was also let go. Before, no matter what he did, Wei Zheng would jump out to provoke him, but this time, it is very rare. Wei Zheng supports it for the first time. His Imperial Majesty, for the present, the old official thinks this method is feasible. Oh, Li Shimin is also shocked again. Why, His Imperial Majesty, think about it, Tibet's matter is destined to not be over yet. But there is also Tuihan on the sidelines. These 2 countries will definitely. I will provide you with countless food. Although half of this food can alleviate the problem of insufficient quantity and the victims, there are still half. What should I do? Let him grow old? Do you still remember the Locust Plague? This is a good time to collect food. Not only that, we can also take the surplus down to the grassland in exchange for cattle, sheep, horses, cattle, sheep and livestock, which can be loaned to the people for breeding, chickens, ducks and geese. We keep to deal with locusts and to lay eggs. Isn't this the best of 3 worlds? Li Shimin listened to with keen interest. Pleasure. Chancellor Wei, you have met Jiang Feng only a few times. Why do I think you have changed? The tone of this speech is exactly similar to that of the little shopkeeper Jiang Feng. Li Shimin shook the head. But, at this time, I must have a one-size-fits-all solution. Otherwise, I will feel uneasy. And you also know that once this matter is implemented, there is no possibility of backtracking. Li Shimin thinks a lot. This is not a trade that merchants only see. This is a food grab. Grab food from the mouth of 5 surnames 7 clans. If it succeeds, then Great Tang must have all the powers truly unified in his own hands. But if it fails, the previous dynasty is a good example. Li Shimin didn't want to do that. Wei Zheng is silent. His Imperial Majesty is worried. Why is he not like that? His Imperial Majesty, the old official thinks that Jiang Feng is perverse, but he is not a rule. If he really does it according to his method, it may have unexpected results. If it is possible, it is better to call Fang Xuanling, Du Yui and the eldest grandson to discuss. If possible, we will finalize the matter today. After all, the Locust Plagues are not and the others. Li Shimin hearing this, but his heart sank. This matter is really as Wei Zheng said. His plan when the time comes is very important. This Locust matter, when the time comes, will definitely be the one who won 5 surnames 7 clans in Imperial. An opportunity for court officials is also an opportunity to suppress them. But the Locust matter really brooks no delay. If there is a little hesitation, then when the Locust Plague breaks out, Great Tang will also be in crisis. Chancellor Wei, what was secretly arranged by Long Yu Dozen, can there be any news back? No. Wei Zheng shed a deep sigh. Since His Majesty issued a secret order on that day to let the old official personally supervise the chicken and duck army on Long Yu Road, the Minister and Duke of Lu used the Long Yu Road defenders to secretly spread all over Long Yu Road. Although there are many people get involved, and there are also chickens and ducks participating, the old official is still very worried that this Locust Plague seems to be able to survive this year, but next year, maybe it will not be so lucky. Oh, Li Shimin hearing this was taken aback, and asked, why do you say that? Astrology supervisor, who is monitoring this in Long Yu at that time, Cheng Chumo, the child, has been following. Although the youngster is a madam, he still has some thoughts. The people of Astrology Supervisor worry that there may be less snow this winter. When the time comes, next year, it is the time when the Locust Plague that Jiang Feng said really broke out. What? Why not tell me earlier? Li Shimin was shocked. Before, although Jiang Feng said that the Locust Plague, Li Shimin, you always think it is this year. But seeing it, June has already appeared. But the locust insect eggs in the fields are almost wiped out. Where will they be? Locust plague? But now Li Shimin finally understands. The locust plague that Jiang Feng said is next year. It's Zhengwen 3 years. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 121. The imperial palace was quietly covered by night. This Great Tang's highest institution, at this time, although shrouded in the night, it still exudes his mysterious color. A lantern shining brightly lit palace of absolute beguiling brightly lit, a team of Jinwu guards dressed in golden jiren, around the palace of absolute beguiling, terrifying with grim eyes, seems to be once discovered a mouse will be killed. In the depths of the palace of absolute beguiling, pairs of cold eyes are also in the dark, scanning all around of the palace of absolute beguiling. This is the soldier of the left 1,000 ox guards, belonging to Cheng Yojin of guards. With this layer of protection, the atmosphere in the palace of absolute beguiling is already so intense that it is about to lift the house. Cheng Yojin blushed and held the wine jar thickly, his tongue couldn't straighten out, and he was still foul-mouthed. Fucking, this Jiang Feng's temper to my old Cheng, His Majesty. You will place an imperial edict, and guarantee that within 3 months, I will honor his training. Come on, big black ox. His little chicken is yes, for you. You can't tear it down in 3 days. Wai Zheng's black face, said, I have told you all about this. The specific situation is that now, what Jiang Feng means and what I have agreed with His Majesty is that, before this Tibet emissary comes, do Yui come forward. Let's do it. At the very least, gather all the merchants in Chainan City and discuss it. Du Yui glared at Wai Zheng and muttered, Why? It's me. Isn't the eldest grandson an expert at this? Why are you stupid than old black? Zhang Sunyujis fiercely replied with a roll of eyes. Then Jiang Feng little brother has met me. If it is now Dang, then we have to finish the game. If I come forward, you have to do it well, and be prepared for him to guess our identity. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Cheng Yojin only grabs his hair anxiously. The scalp and the fleas shook Fang Xuanling's wine bowl, and Fang Xuanling frowned. But I dare not speak. The mouth of old Cheng is bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl. Make sure that his face is full of saliva. I also agree that Duke Cheng of Lei is good at a certain paragraph, but not enough. If Duke of Liang is with him, Li Shimin eyes shinned. Quick play. Without waiting for Fang Xuanling to speak, Li Shimin immediately decided. Fang Xuanling, who was choking, stared at Cheng Yojin and saw that he wanted to fight. Ministers, do you know, if this happens, what will it mean? That is the real world return. The world's money is in my control. Great in Tang territory, this feat, even Emperor Qin and ancestor of Han, has never been achieved. Li Shimin's excited lips were trembling. The rest of the people waited, and their eyes flickered. Everyone here is a feudal small official, and even a small official of Great Tang. Who doesn't want Yongcheng in the Great Tang province? Who doesn't want Great Tang to be famous in their hands? After hearing what Li Shimin and Wai Zheng said, everyone hesitated at first, but after 2 hours of business, everyone finally understood the entire process of development. And everyone was shocked by Jiang Feng. Resourceful. That is from the very beginning, all digging holes. I dug a huge hole and gave the whole world to the hole. This kind of talents are still in the young tavern now. When a shopkeeper who doesn't even have a diners. What is this? This is an insult to Great Tang. Therefore, Cheng Yojin furiously wanted to tie Jiang Feng. Now, after the matter is negotiated properly, Li Shimin hesitated for a while before asking again. Ministers, although you and I are small officials, you are the ones who have grown up waiting for the child. Everyone is hearing this, and the spirits aroused. Where is His Imperial Majesty finally sending Crown Prince to Jiang Feng? I saw Li Shimin slowly coming. Imperial Court. I always feel that the studies of King, Xia, and Kuena together with Qian Qians are a bit ruined. and the teaching level in the palace is now ... Where does His Imperial Majesty want to send them to Jiang Feng? Wai Zheng's heart is the same as Ming Jingzhe. No one is stupid. This is the second time His Imperial Majesty said it. Also speaking at this moment, if that kind of person can't think of it, then he should really roll up the blanket and roll back to his hometown to provide for the elderly. Yes, Li Shimin saw Wai Zheng and talked about it. Hesitatingly said, "I'm just worried." These child temperaments dictate that if it is accidentally and blurted out, it will not be beautiful. This is a good thing. Do it. My Chumo child is normally carefree, but if Lao Tzu personally tells him, he will definitely put the guardian of Crown Prince in a proper place. Not waiting. Get out. Get out. P. Old Black, just your little thoughts, your Chumo, just your big Chumo tongue. Don't wait for 30,000 wines, and everything is shaken out, including his grandpa. Shake it out. You return your Chumo ... His Imperial Majesty, let Chonga go. After all, Chonga is familiar with Cheng Qian and the others, so naturally he will listen to Chonga. Fuck away, old Zhang some thief. What you want to do for personal gain? Cheng Yojin blushed and roared thickly. The roaring Li Shimin kept frowning. Finally Li Shimin finally had enough, broke out, and roared, "Shut up all to me." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 122. Hearing this, everyone shrank their necks. Quieted quickly. Keep quiet out of fear. Where does Li Shimin know their careful thoughts? He hesitated, that is, here. If Cheng Qian was asked to go, then Li's old guy would bother him to death. Last time he raised a mouth slightly, but he made a lot of things. He didn't give up until he personally said that he would let it go. This time, Li Shimin was really interested, let alone Jiang Feng's unpredictable and mysterious knowledge. He is very interested in the governance of the country. If not because of his identity, he had already paid his respects. But, what happened to these idiots with such a serious matter? At this time, Wai Zheng also pointed at everyone with righteous indignation. His fingers trembling. Look at you. Are you still a courtier? Is there anyone like you? I have decided. While speaking, Wai Zheng turned around and looked at Li Shimin and then bowed down. His Imperial Majesty, although their Jiang Feng brother had never seen him last time, he gave him such a high evaluation. He is ashamed. So the old official decided, if His Imperial Majesty really wants to, if Crown Prince and the others go, the old official would like to accompany you. Shameless. It's shameless. Everyone stared at Wai Zheng with disdain. However, Wai Zheng still stands upright, looks like he is going to die generously, and looks at Li Shimin and feels toothache. His Imperial Majesty, you are the monarch of the entire country, you have concerns, but I, Wai Zheng, have no worries. As a minister, you should share the worries for His Imperial Majesty. Be brave for the old official, go home, and personally take care of the life of Crown Prince and the others, just to protect the Crown Prince's thoroughness, and at the same time to ensure that the Jiang Feng little brother is not suspicious. No 1 inch. Wai Zheng, you are not ashamed. It turns out that your pit is dug here. His Imperial Majesty, if this is the case, I will go with old Cheng too. Anyway, my old Cheng and Jiang Feng brothers am all familiar, the number is easy to handle. His Imperial Majesty is not. This matter must not be hasty. If it is known to the Imperial Court Minister, it may be another unreasonable mess. Fang Xuanling and Du Nui have never seen Jiang Feng, they just heard about it. But now they see the ugliness of these people, they are confused. I was dumbfounded. Is this still the awesome Wai Zheng? Is this Black Cheng who is fearing nothing in heaven or earth? Is this still the smiling tiger, greasy Zhang Sun Wuji? Heavens! Is this world crazy? Although I haven't seen Jiang Feng, now, these two guys insisted that they were not allowed to go. In addition to the argument between Cheng Yojin and the three, Li Shimin's complexion was violent. Fuck off, let me go. This matter will be discussed later. Li Shimin became angry. Everyone had to leave in despair. However, everyone is particularly concerned about this matter. His Imperial Majesty did not refuse, nor did he agree, which means, is there anything wrong with this? On the way out of the imperial palace, the five have their own minds. I'm all wondering how I can stuff my baby son in. This Jiang Feng is a big baby, although their son. They all know that they cannot reach the level of Jiang Feng, but if they can learn 30%, even if it is 10%, then their family will be able to shine. At least let their family prosper again for generations. This one. Fang Xuanling and Du Nui came, although they didn't communicate much, but after years of cooperation, they can understand each other's wishes from their eyes. Then, the two glanced at the front of Cheng Yojin, who was drinking and singing, swaying and riding a horse, urging the bearer to overtake Cheng Yojin, and then the two of them blocked it with a smile. Cheng Yojin, Lord Cheng, walk around. I prepared a jar of Indian wine in my house. It's still early, why don't you move? Although Cheng Yojin is carefree, he was drunk again, but his mind was the same as mirror, as flat and beautiful as a lake. Just a little bit of thinking, 1, 2, 3. Haha said with a smile. Okay. Lead the way. Fang Xuanling simply abandoned the sedan chair and funded Du Yui's sedan chair with Cheng Yojin. Although it was a bit crowded, great. But when it's time now, Fang Xuanling doesn't care anymore. Even Cheng Yojin's strong foot odor was deeply endured. Old Black, how many years have we not taken a carriage together? Du Yui touched his grey beard, although with the bumps of the sedan chair. He pulled it from time to time, tugging, but he was still hiding his nervousness, touching it habitually. I have a bad memory. Probably, it was during His Majesty or Prince of Qin, when we went to Hangou Pass together. It's too long. Meeting Cheng Yojin, I remember, the two looked at each other and said, Old Black, what do you think of discussing something with you? Cheng Yojin picked a rough one, the same eyebrows as a broom. Is it for the youngsters of your family? I see, this time 80% of the show is nothing. Cheng Yojin pretended to sigh and said, His Majesty is hesitating. I can see it in old Cheng. Can't you two be good at it? Cheng Yojin said, Fang Du, have never thought about it. But what can be done now? Now, it's a crucial moment. If there is no indication, Jiang Feng is also very capable. Isn't it cheaper than other juniors? How does this work? But at this moment, then Cheng Yojin's cheeky chuckled and said, Actually, I think His Majesty must be determined this time. But it needs an opportunity so that His Majesty can make up his mind. The two of them were taken aback, and hurriedly asked, What opportunity? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 123. At this time, it's not dawn yet. Dense fog enveloped the imperial city, and a sound of drums sounded in the morning. Wearing robes of various colors and holding white jade in hand, the small officials stepped on the drums. And after 3 levels, they slowly appeared in the Palace of Political Statement. Today, Zhang Sanwuji came earlier than before. Even when everyone entered the Palace of Political Statement, Wei Zheng was already unperturbed with closed eyes. Even the noise of the crowd, there was not a trace of objection or scolding. Something's wrong. This is very wrong. In the past, if everyone was so noisy, and Wei Zheng pointed to the nose a long time ago, how could it be so easy to talk when everyone was discussing spiritedly? Suddenly, a bright light flashed in the door behind the bigger one, and then little Gizzy shouted, His Imperial Majesty drove to. Everyone hurriedly sorted their clothes, and then knelt on the ground. Congratulations on His Holiness. As the voice fell, I saw a statement that the yellow dragon robes Li Shimin dragon walk tiger steps from an early age appeared in the eyes of everyone before he was seated. Li Shimin waved his sleeves. Exemption. The ministers got up. But at this time, everyone's brows are getting deeper and deeper. Something's wrong. Going up this morning, from Zhang Sanwuji to Wei Zheng to His Imperial Majesty, everything was revealed that something was wrong. At this time, Li Shimin could not participate in the performances. He said directly, Since the founding of the Great Tang, my Great Tang has been through the flames of war. Later, I experienced the Waishui and Geely things. I am looking for a chance for Great Tang to breathe. However, the Longyu Road recently encountered a air drought. You all know about this. Li Shimin's voice paused, but the light from the corner of his eyes was in the civilian court official. He paused for a second, seeing everyone just bowed their heads to listen. He couldn't help but say again, "But God will bless me in Great Tang." Understanding the drought in Long-eu can also help friends build supreme friendship. This is indeed the gospel of stabilizing my Great Tang, His Imperial Majesty. Time. In the civilian court official, the minister of the imperial censor stage started to play, His Imperial Majesty. This small official has the original play. Li Shimin's mouth leaked a trace of people. An incomprehensible smile said, "Tell me." This matter has to start with Tibet emissary. This small official heard that His Imperial Majesty received 45 million gold in exchange for resources. Providing Tibet to help the drought, this is really to help others. Lord Sun Zhang Sun Wuji lightly interrupted the speaker and said, "You mean, His Imperial Majesty shouldn't give Tibet things? Do you really want to see Tibet come to the ground and fail?" The words of the grandson made Sun Qian's heart trembled, but still hardened-necked and said, "Lord Zhangsun, I heard you advocated this matter. The old man just thinks this matter is too ill-considered." "May I ask Lord Zhangsun, how do you plan to consume the money?" "It is ground into powder and scattered. For the victims, I'll take Tibet to exchange for food. In His Imperial Majesty." The old official has something to play. At this time, another high official mentioned the Confucian small official of Shandong province bowed and interrupted Sun Qian, saying, "His Majesty." At this time, my cave was also hit by a drought. My aristocratic families of Shandong has been working with the whole family to help the victims. "Then, what do you mean?" Li Shimin didn't lift his eyelids, and indifferently asked. The old man with grey head and some bald heads said tremblingly, "Now, the drought in Long-eu has stopped, and the old official learned that there is surplus grain." The old official courageously Shandong province disaster victims, please provide relief. "Old bastard. There is food. But that is the armament materials of my Long-eu garrison. You dare not make any ideas about this. Are you damned? Old Cheng is not in the air." Cheng Yojin exploded. "These old things don't usually do what they can do. Now, they need to get food, but they don't have to tie their eyelids." Shandong province has a drought, but the drought, horse riding, as long as they are good at irrigating, can be suppressed. Where is it as serious as you said? If that were the case, His Imperial Majesty would have sent someone there. "Still using you to force me here?" In the following words, Cheng Yojin dare not say that this is the Imperial Court. He can only slander in the heart. Cheng Yojin's voice fell, and the military commander exploded in an instant. "Well, you old man, as far as I know, all of your Shandong province land is basically monopolized by your aristocratic families of Shandong. Now there is a little drought, so don't think of a solution. But you want to benefit immediately? Mother, do you dare to fight for the rations of hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the old army? If it were not for us to guard the country, your dam could still be so comfortable." Intrigue in the room. His mother has become Turkic's chamber pot long ago. In an instant. On the side of civilian court official, it also exploded. "Vulgar. How can I have a vulgar person like you in the Great Tang Imperial Court? His Imperial Majesty, this person should be cut." His Imperial Majesty, Yuchi old thief heart, there is something wrong, and his heart is hiding evil intentions. He is cursing His Majesty to destroy the country. His Imperial Majesty, don't kill Yuchi, you won't be able to convince the world. Enough, that's it. It's this time. Always. The silent Wei Zheng gave a cold drink. "I, Wei Zheng, would like to ask, what is this place?" "This is my Imperial Court in Great Tang, not the place where you spoiled." His Imperial Majesty, in a word I didn't say, you just want to convict and kill people like this? Are you trying to do it on your behalf? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 124. Li Shimin actually knew it from the early morning, and it was predicted. This matter did not break out before. It must be because some people are holding big moves. But he absolutely didn't expect. These aristocratic families of Shandong are out. In these years, because of some things, Li Shimin has always turned a blind eye to aristocratic families of Shandong, but now, Li Shimin waved his hand lightly. About Shandong province, I know that yesterday, the high official of the Ministry of Agriculture handed me a note saying that the drought in Shandong province was caused by improper management. The annual taxation of Shandong province is basically I don't believe it. You aristocratic families of Shandong, you can't even get this little food. If there is no death, I will not ask, but if something happens, I will definitely investigate it to the end. The first time, Li Shimin felt extremely comfortable. The suppression of the aristocratic families of Shandong, especially after the Wai River Treaty, the aristocratic families of Shandong has been jumping very well, especially before, the chickens and ducks, they are also doing things, and Li Shimin is also at this time. I want to use this to suppress aristocratic families of Shandong. However, he has always had concerns. Until yesterday, he met Zhang Feng and what Zhang Feng said, which gave Li Shimin a firm determination to rectify it. Zhang Feng is right. The imperial power of the world is in my hands. Looking at the minister who belonged to the aristocratic families of Shandong in the civilian court official below, he knelt down with a red face. Li Shimin got up, lightly saying, "The border gate is the gateway to my great Tang. If there were no soldiers to guard the country and frighten foreigners, don't you think that the people in Tibet would be like this? You wait and ask 3 questions. Now, as soon as the Long-Yu epidemic is over, you are fighting again, and even the border soldiers want to grab food." The minister of aristocratic families of Shandong hearing this, complexion greatly changed. His Imperial Majesty. The old official is wronged. The old official is for the sake of Great Tang. The drought in my cave has been spreading. Because of the Long-Yu incident, the minister waited for inconvenience and had to gritted his teeth and insisted. But now, the granary of aristocratic families of Shandong is about to bottom out, and small official has to report. There is no war now. Why not? Reducing the cost of soldiers and helping the victims is the foundation of the nation. His Imperial Majesty reached an agreement with Tibet, and signed an agreement with Turkic. The ministers felt that although the frontier was important, there was no need to feed a group. Reckless man. Let them go home to farm. Now what I need in Great Tang is peace in the world. Mother Cheng Yojin, Yachi Jing, waiting for the generals all angry. Put up your sleeves. Li Shimin also has a gloomy face. Okay, Lord Wang, I will leave this to you. Dismiss the soldiers, and leave the matter of guarding the country to you. If you can guard Great Tang for a year, I will disband. How about all the soldiers of Great Tang? The bald old official who cried the most miserable, hearing this cries, stopped abruptly. His Imperial Majesty. This matter. The old official is a person who reads, and doesn't understand the behavior of that reckless man. Old man. Li Shimin angry. My life is over. Is it a child's play? You wait for keep on saying that they are reckless, then I will send you to wait now. I want to see look, the pen in your hand, and the truth in your mouth. Can you let Turkic acknowledge allegiance? No more discussion on this matter. Little Gizzy, immediately make the intention to let you prefecture defenders, Long-Yu Road defenders, withdraw their garrison, give up border defense, let Lord Wang arrange manpower to garrison. If there is a loss, exterminate the clan. His Imperial Majesty. If it is Lord Wang, I kept the border, so what? Cheng Yojin faint smiled, looking at the ashen-faced aristocratic families of Shandong and the others, and asked. Li Shimin coldly smiled. If he keeps it, I will give him Shandong province no taxation for 10 years, and I will accept all his needs. Hearing this, look again putting little Gizzy holding the seal boom on the imperial edict. Most people in the aristocratic families of Shandong fainted completely. All the generals who were looking straight at him laughed. But they also know the truth. The defenders are still them. His Imperial Majesty just sent them to garrison. This shows a lot of problems. Do they dare to go? Definitely not dare to go. His Imperial Majesty, this is cruel to clean them up. Later, Li Shimin said, yesterday, I accidentally got away. Wai Zheng, tell me. Official obeys the royal decree. Wai Zheng accepts the decree, and then simplified the salt and the cooperative affairs that Zhang Feng said about the cooperative and described the system again. At this time, most of the people from aristocratic families of Shandong fainted again. These fat guys, if they weren't greedy for the money just now, it's theirs. Let's go straight. I lost madam, and I provoke wrath of His Holiness. This is terrible. However, at this time, the people of aristocratic families of Shandong, no matter how they ask for orders, vowed to swear that they want to take this task and atone for it. Li Shimin didn't even look at them. And what Li Shimin was worried about did not appear. The imperial court minister basically agreed with this novel, and it seems that can really stimulate the economy quickly. Li Shimin is so cool. A big hand waved, obey the decree, Zhang Sunwuji. Du Yui Fang Xuanling. This small official accepts the decree. I order you to wait and start immediately, and try your best to experiment with this in China in advance. I will see results within a month. This small official, etc. Follow the order. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 125. After dealing with political affairs, Li Shimin left alone to scare Wei Zheng, Zhang Sunwuji and the others. This time, Li Shimin's mood is particularly refreshing. Set up a banquet in royal gardens to entertain everyone. But everyone's heart is already like a mirror. This is a major event to discuss. Sure enough, after 3 rounds of drinking, Li Shimin looked at the beautiful scenery of lush and green in royal gardens and said, this matter has already been agreed. But about the silver bills mentioned by Zhang Feng little brother, there is still room for business. Do you think, this silver bills? How should I deal with it? His Imperial Majesty, the old official did not sleep all night, thought of a way. Fang Xuanling shook his beard to prevent the north wind blew onto the dish on the table and said, this small official thinks that the large bills we are using now are from the Ministry of Works and Ministry of Appointments. In the hands of merchants and a small number of people, this small official thinks, if it is slightly improved, it may have unexpected effects. Fang Xuanling, let Li Shimin eyes shined and asked, go on. His Imperial Majesty. We are currently circulating tickets. The minimum denomination is 1,000 silver starting, up to 10,000 of gold. But this is not high for ordinary persons or merchants. And the basic circulation in the market is money. If I wait to make the denomination smaller, maybe it will be fine. Wei Zheng frowned and asked, but, Lord Fang, Zhang Feng said it yesterday, the validity of current bills is very low. How to make this thing into national circulation, and even the world's currency? How to replace gold and silver is the key. This is the difficulty. Fang Xuanling sighed, but last night, I watched Zhang Feng's calligraphy and painting, and I had a sudden feeling. I drew the blueprints of a few bills. I would like to ask His Imperial Majesty to check it out. While speaking, Fang Xuanling took out a cautiously picture from his arms and painted it densely packed, as if ink splashed on it, spread it out and placed it in front of Li Shimin. The first calligraphy and painting have dragon mark on the top and bottom, and the left and right are the words on the money. On the left is Great Tang Zeng Wen Tong Bao. On the right is 1,000 tls. In the middle is a picture of 9-clawed golden dragon, and there is even a seal with red paint on the picture. If Zhang Feng is here, he will definitely jump up. Isn't it money? The following paintings are all based on this, but the numbers go from large to small, to a penny, and the blueprint has also changed from 1 foot high and half a foot wide to less than slap big. However, this has already shocked Li Shimin. Minister Fang. You are really mine. Okay, just follow this and do it. But Li Shimin put away his excitement slightly, frowned for a while, and then said, eldest grandson, you immediately take this blueprint to Zhang Feng to see what he means. If there is no problem, then starting from tomorrow, I will give you a token. Go to Chainan City immediately and start with merchants and Chainan banks. His Imperial Majesty. Wei Zheng asked, the old official thinks that we now have more than 40 million tls of gold in our hands, plus the remaining money of state treasury. If we set up a bank, Why do we need to make peace with others? Li Shimin, hearing this, fiercely patted his forehead. He forgot about it. If you borrowed the hands of others, wouldn't you give your money to others? As for this matter, it was handed over to others, and he was really worried. He was also excited for a while and forgot what Jiang Feng said. I couldn't help but slap the silver bills on the blueprint and said, I will go personally to open a government bank pawn shop. No 1 inch. Everyone is hearing this turn pale with fright. His Imperial Majesty personally. Is it still worth it? This is His Imperial Majesty. How can it be compared to those merchants? But Li Shimin doesn't care. Every day what Jiang Feng hears is the business philosophy. Although amplification is countless times, it is the way to govern the country. But from this he also sees the profiteering business of merchants, and he also wants to truly experience it. The pleasure of doing business. And the most important thing is that this matter, the pawn shop, the bank matter, he has to grasp it in his own hands to be at ease. Even Crown Prince, he is not at ease. Okay, my heart is determined. Aren't we businessmen in the eyes of Jiang Feng, brother? Then I will wait for you this time to play the real role a businessman once. Wai Zheng wanted to persuade him again. If this matter was made known to others, wouldn't he be laughed at? However, before he could say anything, Zhang Sanwuji held a glass and filled him with a glass of wine. The matter was finally decided, and everyone left in a hurry. Zhang Sanwuji's Xiaojujiu, also at this time, sprouted again. Sitting in the sedan chair, despite the shaking of the sedan chair, looking at the blueprint of the silver bills in his hand, Zhang Sanwuji's face flashed a different look. His Imperial Majesty is going to open bank in person this time. This is already clear. He wants to take Jiang Feng tightly. Now, I have to speed up. Otherwise, there will be no other way in the future. Think of this. Zhang Sanwuji, the groom outside the sedan chair, shouted, Go tell Wai Zheng and other adults, go to the house for a gathering. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 126. The pedestrians on the streets of Chainan City scorched by the sun in the afternoon are like frost hitting them. Under the crooked neck tree in front of Little Tavern's door, Jiang Feng set up a recliner, flapped the fan, squinted danglingly, and hung a thick thumb from the book beside his mouth. On the hemp rope, a handful of iron jug built by Jiang Feng with a lot of money is hanging from the hemp rope. The hip flask is not big, it's a big palm, but it's a bit long and narrow, a bit like a gourd, but only Jiang Feng knows that this thing is the appearance of a beer bottle in the memory of previous lives. On the side of the bottle, a slender and excessive spout shows his extraordinariness. Just like Jiang Feng, who is merging into Great Tang. Shake the fan twice, and you can drink a sip of wine with just one mouth. These days, it's so easy to live by. He misses old Li very much when they were there. To be honest, Jiang Feng is a person who is very afraid of loneliness, but he is very afraid of being submerged in the torrent of history, so he is unwilling and despise those Chainan people are full of fleas and smell of sweat. Whenever old Li comes, he is the happiest. Apart from this, he spends most of his time dozing under the crooked neck tree at the door, hoping that one day when a transmigrator can recognize this pot, he can hold his head and cry. However, he didn't wait for the transmigrator, but he waited for a fat face with an overly fat face. The sip that Jiang Feng had just drunk was so scared that he spouted again. Cough cough cough. Old son. You ... cough cough cough. When did you come? Huh, where is old Li? Finally, Spirit slowly recovers, but it bypasses Zhang Sanwuji and does not see old Li, which is surprising. This is the first time, except for them normally coming with old Li, this is the first time that old son actually came with old Li on his back. But it's great that old son is here. This old son is a second person, very funny and shrewd. This is the businessman. Zhang Sanwuji squinted his eyes and clasped his fists. Jiang Feng, brother, didn't disturb your dreams? Excuse me. I can have a birdie here. Walk around. Let's go in for a drink. While speaking, Jiang Feng dragged his grandson into the tavern while dragging the recliner. But Zhang Sanwuji's gaze stayed on his pot and the recliner. In fact, Zhang Sanwuji has already been here. However, Seeing such a weird shape and a chair that can sway automatically and looks extremely comfortable, he couldn't help but feel moved. He couldn't help but sit at a tea stand opposite Zhang Feng, drinking tea, watching holding his chair. At this moment, he found this bright, weird-shaped pot. Looking at Zhang Feng's comfortable appearance, he couldn't sit still. At this time, Zhang Feng didn't notice it and stuffed the pot into his arms. Tavern today. Zhang Feng's chat box opened. From the counter, I took out a high-quality sautéed beans wrapped in salted water and a plate of marinated dried tofu, and then took out 2 small wine cups and asked, "What did old Li do today?" Zhang Sun Wuji is speechless. "Why, if old Li doesn't come, I won't welcome elder brother." Zhang Feng waved his hands again and again. "Where and where? What are you talking about? This is not every time you are with old Li." "I didn't see old Li today," which is a bit surprised. "P, come on, I'll find you a drink, brother." While speaking, Zhang Feng has a full drink. I accidentally saw Zhang Sun Wuji's bulging arms, and pointed out, "You so. Did you steal your bow by?" Zhang Sun Wuji has a straight face. "What are you talking about? I came to you today, mainly for the silver bills issue, which is a bit big. Old Li and old Wygo the mansion for the grown-up is here, so I'm discussing cooperation matters. This is not, I will come here." While speaking, Zhang Sun Wuji squinted, rubbing his hands and asked, "I heard the last time are you and old Li complimenting Lord Zhang Sun?" Zhang Sun Wuji is looking forward to it. At his age, officials are not promoted. What matters most is their reputation, especially the reputation that comes from the mouth of a virtuous talent like Zhang Feng. Since Wei Zheng gained the reputation of being a great wise man last time, Zhang Sun Wuji, who is bullish and watching, wants to be slapped in the back. "No, I want to hear how Zhang Feng praised him in person." This is no secret. Zhang Feng took a sip of wine and bit the bin's capping and made a sound. "Lord Zhang Sun is a good official of the Ministry of Justice, rarely seen. Ministry of Justice is an offensive errand for him. That is, His Holiness is wise. And this Zhang Sun Wuji, to say something disrespectful, this guy was originally Qiang ethnic group, but can climb this step, half of his strategy, and the other side is his personal charm. It can be said that he is the imperial court, the most attractive second person." "Okay, well said." Zhang Sun Wuji really wants to put Zhang Feng in front of the old bastard and let them listen. This dam is a confidant. Unfortunately, Zhang Sun Wuji once again explored his style and said, "I'm here today. In addition to business affairs, I want to ask you some personal matters." "Please speak." Zhang Feng is very curious. That's it. Old Li is going to let his sons come to you to learn business knowledge. After all, you also know that we are all rough people. The wine glass in Zhang Feng's hand fell to the ground with a bang. Quickly asked, "Old Li ... he has a son ... Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 127. Zhang Feng's eyes stared out. Can't help but show gossip thoughts. "Hey old son, how many wives does old Li have? How many sons? Do they have any daughters? How old are the sons? How old is the oldest daughter? And what does it look like?" repeatedly asked Zhang Sun Wuji, dumbstruck. Does this guy know that His Imperial Majesty has a child? This question is so detailed, I want to. Is it really like Wei Zheng said, this guy is thinking about spring? Otherwise, why do you miss His Imperial Majesty's daughter so much? This thought is too bad. This thought, he really came up with something. This from the very beginning, he was so diligent. Did he rush to princess at first? Unfortunately, Zhang Sun Wuji saw that Zhang Feng's expressions all changed. Zhang Feng can't stand the look of this kind of scrutiny. Her smile, "Isn't this curious? But old Li is only in his 20s and 30s. Didn't expect that he still has a child?" Zhang Feng felt like an idiot in an instant. This is ancient times. It's paralyzed. This is the most prosperous Great Tang in the feudal era. At this time, although the law stipulates that a man can be married at the age of 18 and a woman at the age of 16, but many rich, powerful, and villagers get married at the age of 13-14. Think about it this way. How old is old Li's son? He dare not think about it. Zhang Sun Wuji was also suspicious, letting go of his vigilance. His Imperial Majesty's daughter, that is his niece. Quite his niece-in-law. How could it be so easy? However, after Jiang Feng said this sentence, Zhang Sun Wuji slowly let go of his vigilance. Said, actually, you also know that for people like us, marriage is basically the life of our parents. Where is our business? Old Li's eldest son will be there are three, basically all ranging from 10 to 12 years old. When Jiang Feng was counting Li Shimin's marriage year with his fingers, Zhang Sun Wuji said silently, say business what 1 inch. Oh, okay, you say. This matter, old Li is thinking about it and hasn't settled yet, but I think it's the most likely thing. Jiang Feng has a headache. I do lack friends, but this old Li, you can't cheat me, right? I have taught you that many heirlooms, you actually gave me your son to fool. See Jiang Feng complaining, but did not refuse. Zhang Sun Wuji eyes flashed. So you said, did you agree? I promised a ghost. Are you fooling ghosts? Jiang Feng is a bit fried up. I'm lonely. You have the ability to find me 100 nonchalant women. No matter how bad, you can bring me one of the top cards in the spring breeze. It's okay to listen to music. Isn't he fragrant? You give me a whole bunch of various dolls. You want me to be a doll head? Question mark. Although he complained, he also knew what old Li meant. In this matter, you have to wait for old Li to come, and you have to find a reason and fool it, otherwise he doesn't want a group of nasal mucus insect to follow him all day and let him wipe his butt. Think about it, Jiang Feng feels a little shuddering. When Zhang Sun Wuji saw this, he thought Jiang Feng had agreed. Unfortunately, as soon as he rolled his eyes, he suddenly choked. Jiang Feng became curious now. I said old son, did you say that you were ups and downs by old Li? Or were you beaten by a woman? If you were beaten by a woman, I can't help it, but I have a coup. I promise to kill you with one move. The woman governed by the docile post. No. Zhang Sun Wuji wiped the sweat from his forehead. Sighed with a sigh. Speaking of which, my old son is 43 this year. There are also 4 dogs in the house, but they are all non-climate guys, who are still in Chainan City. Mixing up a stubborn nickname, you say, this makes the old man feel chilly. You say, in case one day I kick my legs, this promised family property, can you rest assured to give it to him? Stubborn? Chainan City #1 obstinate Zhang Sun Chong, I don't worry about you. You are worried about a feather. Hearing this, Zhang Sun Wuji can't wait to grab Jiang Feng's collar and point to his nose and roar. I am the father of the #1 obstinate. Oh, thinking of this, Zhang Sun Wuji sighed again. It stands to reason that my boss has been 17 or 18 years old for a few years. His mother went early again. Ouch. Old son, I beg you to stop talking. Your crying makes me feel uncomfortable. Jiang Feng it's completely blown up. He hurriedly blocked old son and told him to stop talking. Don't worry about this, I have to think about it, and don't irritate me. I don't want to pass on this ability to others within 100 years. When I go to be an official on that day now, let's talk about it. The speaker wanted to be fooled, but if this was put in Zhang Sun Wuji's ears, it would be different. What does this guy say? He still has to go to officialdom. That's easy. My Ministry of Appointments. That's a good place to go. As long as you want to go, I'll sign it for you today, lest when the time comes they grab someone. Think of this. Zhang Sun Wuji immediately stopped crying, wrinkling a smile like a chrysanthemum, and looked at Jiang Feng with a smile. Jiang Feng brother, Ministry of Appointments, consider it. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 128 Ministry of Appointments. Jiang Feng looks at Zhang Sun Wuji like a monster. Zhang Sun Wuji looks straight at the bottom of her heart. Jiang Feng brother, Ministry of Appointments, that's a good place. As you said, that place is under Lord Zhang Sun's jurisdiction. Now we are cooperating with Lord Zhang Sun again. If you want go, now, he'll do it for you right away. Don't go. I didn't even think about it. Jiang Feng twitched his lips, directly shattering Zhang Sun Wuji's careful thoughts. Didn't you say that Ministry of Appointments is okay? That is the department where numerous officials move up and down. Which department is the person who looks at the Ministry of Appointments? Isn't it 3 points shorter? You don't know. The Ministry of Appointments. Normally there is tea, read a book. You can take a nap when nothing happens. It's a place where nobody cares. That's definitely a good place to go! Exclamation mark. Don't go. What you said is a place where people who eat and wait to die are willing to stay. Look. While speaking, Zhang Feng pointed to his nose and said, such a wise man, such a handsome guy, you let Tang Ministry of Appointments eat and wait to die? Are you showy? Old son, I think you are very smart in business, but the more I look at the official affairs, the more you feel that you have a problem here. While speaking, Zhang Feng pointed to the seeds of his head. Zhang Sun Wuji, hearing this, a mouthful of old blood spurted out. Fuck. Didn't you just say Ministry of Appointments? Furthermore, what happened to my Ministry of Appointments? Isn't that everyone wants to sharpen their heads and want to get in? What happened to you? It was replaced by stinky shit. My Ministry of Appointments is so unwelcome to you. Zhang Sun Wuji was injured. For the first time, I was suspicious of the Ministry of Appointments I was proud of. Come on, don't think too much about it. I will naturally go when it's time to go. Zhang Feng comforted the injured Zhang Sun Wuji. Actually, Ministry of Appointments is not as embarrassing as he said. It's just a bad old fogey. Besides, that place is an offensive place. If you demote someone, try. For a person like him who has no identity, no background, or even identity, within 3 days, there will be no bones left. But now, I haven't spoken well. Wait later. Oh, this damn broken system is all riding horses. When will you activate it? Has been said for half a year. How long has it been? Question mark. 7 months! Exclamation mark. The more I think about it, the more angry Zhang Feng becomes. I don't even think about it at all. Asked, by the way, did you say Old Li went to Zhangsun residence? Then putting it that way, is His Majesty approved? As soon as we talked about business, Zhang Sun Yuji's face immediately became solemn. This is the case. Lord Zhang Sun has agreed with His Majesty on this matter last night. Now Old Li and Old Y are discussing the detailed deployment of the matter at Lord Zhang Sun's house, the painter of the Imperial Palace. Last night, I drew a few samples of silver bills. Old Li was worried and told me to come and see you. While speaking, Zhang Sun Wuji took out a piece of drawing paper from his arms, standing carefully in front of Zhang Feng. For this, Zhang Feng is very useful. He is still wondering whether he can play with Lord Zhang Sun based on the IQ of Old Li, but now it seems that I am thinking too much. Today His Imperial Majesty is also a person short of money. If you have money, don't you make money? Is he stupid? I took the drawing paper. But at the next moment, Zhang Feng was stunned. Fuck. Him pulling a big grass. This. Who painted this horse? Zhang Feng exploded. What is the picture on this blueprint? This fuck generally looks like a product from Heaven and Earth Bank, but if you take a closer look, this fuck is not a banknote. Who drew it? Zhang Feng looked solemn. He doubts that the painter is a transmigrator. This. I heard it was painted by Fang Xuanling. Fang Xuanling? Is Fang Xuanling a transmigrator? Zhang Feng stunned up. But after thinking about it, it's not right. If he is really a transmigrator, then Great Tang's progress and the things he implements are all rotten things in modern times. If he is really a transmigrator, he would have done it for a long time. Come out. Still waiting to get him? Furthermore, if Fang Xuanling was a transmigrator, he would have come to find himself a long time ago, and he would not dig such a big hole for himself now. Think about it. Finally Zhang Feng clenched the teeth and sighed. I also rejected the guess in my heart. The wisdom of the ancients. It's really strong. Horror. Zhang Sun Wuji was also taken aback. I have never seen such a big reaction of Zhang Feng. Isn't this thing good? If this is not possible, there is no need for such a reaction. right? Could it be? This picture has a lot to do with Jiang Feng. Only in this way can Jiang Feng lose self-control. In this way, I used to see him as a serene, and he has the look of the overall situation. It is difficult to see him in such a state. But think left and right. Fang Xuanling found out this thing from his calligraphy. For a while, Zhang Sanwuji didn't know what to do. After a long time, I saw Jiang Feng staring at the blueprint in a daze. I couldn't help but cautiously asked, Jiang Feng brother, can this thing work? And, this picture, is it important to you? What? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 129. Is it related to me? Of course it is necessary. This thing is the money he has been fighting for all his life in his previous life. Can he not know him? However, after confirming that this thing was drawn by Fang Xuanling's own words and drawn by sudden enlightenment, Jiang Feng suddenly surprised Fang Xuanling as a heavenly person. If you have time, if you are an official in the court, this master should pay a visit. Jiang Feng brother? Jiang Feng brother? See Jiang Feng frightened and flustered, and laughed twice from time to time. Zhang Sanwuji has some worried. He shook his hand twice. Fine, I just think this painting is really very good. Jiang Feng put down the painting, smacked his lips, twisted a fried bean and threw it in his mouth, looked at Zhang Sanwuji curiously and said, what do you guys start doing now? This is what oldly means. After all, if you can get it out earlier, it would be early. Can you see the benefits at all? Jiang Feng rarely commented. Zhang Sanwuji couldn't help but feel a little worried. Is there any way in this? What is the Jiang Feng brother worried about? It's nothing, but I advise you, if this matter is today's His Holiness, it is also or before Zhang Sanwuji did it. You couldn't do it. Zhang Sanwuji is speechless. Can't you just say it all at once? However, Zhang Sanwuji was also in his heart, silently thinking about it. Although Jiang Feng said it was scattered and messy. However, if these dots are strung together, everything will be so sharp. For example, what he said just now seems to be nothing at first glance. But the first rank smell really makes Zhang Sanwuji startled in a cold sweat. Jiang Feng brother, what do you mean is, if Lord Zhang San or the government did not start doing it, if we do it, it would be equivalent to overtaking it. Although Zhang Sanwuji feels a little awkward, but think about it, although His Imperial Majesty has already said it, but it is just a talk. The specific matter is still undecided. If at this time, I hurriedly go to this, then Jiang Feng nodded. Old son, you are a clever man. This matter will know the truth after a little first rank, much better than old Li. I also tell you a truth. Trees that seem beautiful in a forest, are easily toppled by the wind. Now this is not the time. The prerequisite for action, there must be an opportunity. What opportunity? This, Zhang Sanwuji couldn't think of it. He hurriedly filled Jiang Feng with a bowl of wine, and looked at Jiang Feng eagerly to solve his doubts. Jiang Feng fiddled with the fried beans on the plate and said, this opportunity is the Locust Plague. What? The Locust Plague? Zhang Sanwuji is a little bit confused. Didn't the Locust Plagues have been brought under control? According to your method, basically, the insect eggs of the locusts on Longyu Road will be wiped out. Even if there are a few locusts now, there will be no climate. Wrong. Jiang Feng pointed to his head and asked, you are thinking about it. What did I say before? What I have always said is next year's Locust Plague. Zhang Sanwuji was stunned. He was puzzled. Is this really something that can be counted as next year? Where can Jiang Feng be counted as next year? He only learned in his memory that the Locust Plague on Longyu Road in Zhengwen was raging in the third year of Zhengwen, and the people of Great Tang were not living, and the surrounding countries were affected. Only from this point in the history of the Tang dynasty, and later generations, anyone who knows a little bit of Niang will know this. He is the most highly talented student in history. Why would he not know this history? Combined with the current drought situation in Longyu Road and the speed of drought prevention in neighboring countries, we can guess from this that next year's drought is estimated to be unstoppable. I will tell you carefully once 1 inch. Jiang Feng looked at Zhang Sanwuji, who was looking for talents. This year's drought has basically passed, but, look, It's June. Longyu Road includes Chang'an City. How much rain is there? No. Ow. Hiss. Zhang Sunwuji seemed to want to say something, but in the end it turned into a long suck in a cold breath. Don't tell me, this year, from March to the present, the rain in Chang'an is basically pitiful. If you don't tell me, I really forgot about it. It's not Chang'an. Basically, the rain in Great Tang this year is basically half less than last year. Even for such a long time, the rain on Longyu Road hasn't even been seen. Until Zhang Sunwuji dare not say anything. At this time, his face was already pale. Jiang Feng brother, do you mean that the drought on Longyu Road is not over yet? It will continue until this time next year. Then what if you said that if it's true, isn't everything we're doing now is a bit too awkward? God, will this locust really spread next year? We heard you talk about locust plagues before, and we always thought, this is this year. We have always been preventing and treating like this. But now, if it is true, then isn't our previous preparations wasted? Zhang Sunwuji is really anxious. If this is the case, why didn't you want food before? As for that many with Tibet, this is great. Now, with such a big basket, now, if what will happen in the future? And Jiang Feng is much calmer about this. He patted Zhang Sunwuji on the shoulder and said, old brother, calm down. I will tell you this matter. Since you have found me, then do you think I can cheat you? Then what should I do about this matter? Zhang Sunwuji spread his hands. Jiang Feng raised the wine bowl, indifferently said, this matter, don't worry for now. Let me tell you next time. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 130. Is it possible to rush this matter? It's weird if you don't rush. If this matter is made known to people, the consequences will be unimaginable. No wonder he said that His Holiness could not move before he did it. In this matter, if he is really a businessman, he really dare not act. Who would dare to do it at this time? If you do so, you will definitely be annihilated. Although Zhang Sunwuji is not a businessman, he can't stand the arrangement of entire court, civil and military. Brother, don't sell it. I know you are awesome, you can do it. But elder brother, we can't do it. Zhang Sunwuji is in a hurry on the wall, while Jiang Feng is still drinking slowly and eating fried beans. The beans kabeng keeps ringing in his mouth, and Zhang Sunwuji is also very anxious. Jiang Feng was so cruel that he was choked to death by Duzi. Brother, just tell me, do your previous arrangements have a lot to do with this locust plague? Yes. Think about it. If it's this year's, regardless of the locust plague, when the time comes, the locusts come out. I said that this thing will cause a devastating disaster. What will you do? If you die this year, it will be Taoist immortal next year. In the world, you will turn your head and run. Are you believing or not? Jiang Feng is speechless. Is this imperial capital not in a hurry? Are you a petty man in a hurry? Zhang Sunwuji seems to understand a little bit. However, I am still a little confused. As for Jiang Feng's control of the overall situation, I was even more shocked. Is this the control of the overall situation? It'll give you a stroke. Zhang Sunwuji was a little confused, breaking his fingers and said, this matter, my son, during the drought, are you always doing layout? Then, Tibet, according to your way, at this time His Imperial Majesty really only collected money, so the meaning of His Holiness today is also so. Yes. Jiang Feng gave a thumbs up. You finally got it. Who is His Holiness today? That's first emperor throughout all ages. I said before, if this is done, then Great Tang will have continuously cheap, free labor, a little bit of food storage for Great Tang. Then, what if it fails? Jiang Feng shrugged. Look, under the current circumstances, can Tibet still get a thief ship? Zhang Sunwuji amazed. Layout. Everything is a layout. From a blueprint, he fastened Tibet firmly to Great Tang's belt, then let him get his head in a little bit by himself, and then squeeze him a little bit of this year's grain dry. Now, Zhang Sunwuji finally figured out why Jiang Feng needs 1 year's food. Next year the locust plague will break out, Tibet still has food. This scheme is vicious. But why does Lao Tzu like it so much? Did you figure it out? Seeing Zhang Sunyuji's face full of enlightenment, Zhang Feng asked with a smile. Like an old god stick, the little businessman is just a little businessman. The overall view of things is still not as effective as he expected. However, Zhang Feng did not intend to let old Li. They wanted to understand. He is just too boring. By the way, it is nothing serious. As for how much benefits they can get from it and how much property they can save from it, it doesn't matter what Zhang Feng is doing. As a friend, he has said enough. Old son, you must keep this matter secret. If this matter goes out, even if Zhang Sunwuji and His Imperial Majesty don't killing you, the people, and the ministers who eat free meals at the imperial court can kill you. I know. Zhang Sunwuji brow beaded with sweat. He naturally knows the stakes of this matter. He hasn't lived enough yet. Also, this matter, there is still a year away. I guess that His Holiness today may already be preparing to lavishly collect food. You can store as much material as you have, so don't take all your belongings away from the food. And be careful to kill you. I'm also looking at your old son's temper to deal with it. Otherwise I don't bother to talk about this kind of decapitation. While speaking, Zhang Feng's finger, slowly tapping on the wine table, as if he was giving a lecture to a student. Although this is just a move, in Zhang Sunyuji's view, this stepping horse is teaching students. I just got a hand to pat him on the head. Zhang Feng brother, the old elder brother is not in retribution. But you said about the beauty, old son, I take it to my heart. But now, they are all vulgar fans, I guess brother also looks down on it, so, the old elder brother, we are all trying to find a way to search for you as far as we can. Top beauties? Question mark. What's the situation? Old son, when do I want a beautiful woman? Zhang Sunwuji showed an expression of understands clearly in the mind, and took out a lot of money from his arms. At the wine table, he clasped his fists and said, I still have an urgent matter to deal with, so this is the end of it today. Next time, for the recent puzzles, the old elder brother will definitely prepare a gift and let my dog bring it personally. Question mark. How many meanings? Hey, old son, what do these beauties mean? I didn't say to be beauties. Also, I don't accept the discipline. Don't get your son here. You have to get it. Bring your daughter, and bring me tea. Until Zhang Feng finished speaking, Zhang Sunwuji staggered and fled in a hurry. Just after Zhang Sunwuji left, Zhang Feng looked at the dangling twine on the willow tree at the door, and instantly remembered why Zhang Sunwuji was bulging in his chest. So, this grandson abducted a hip flask. This is the iron potter that he spent 3 ounces of money to find someone to pour it out. Sanguine money. However, looking at the few golden leaves in the broken silver on the table, Zhang Feng stopped his urge to chase Zhang Sunwuji. Next time, you have to hide all the good things. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 131. Report. His Imperial Majesty, Duke of Zhao, please see you. Announce. In the Imperial Study Room, Li Shimin is discussing with Wei Zheng and the others how to deal with the next thing in Tibet and the Turkic border riots. At this moment, Zhang Sunwuji hurriedly entered the Imperial Study Room. His Imperial Majesty. Old official pay respects to His Imperial Majesty, Duke of Zhao, please get up. Li Shimin personally helped Zhang Sunwuji, with a serious face, asked, how's it going? It's done. The silver bills thing, Zhang Feng thinks it's feasible. And the old official found that the moment he saw silver bills, Zhang Feng seems to fluctuate greatly. It is suspected that he knows this kind of bill. Oh, Li Shimin was shocked. He has always thought that Zhang Feng's emotions have fluctuated slightly from impossible. But, this little silver bills caused him such a big mood swing. His Imperial Majesty, this matter, we have to let it go. Oh, why? Lord Zhangsun, this is not early as it negotiated. Why do you want to release it now? If this matter is implemented earlier, it will definitely have unexpected benefits. Wei Zheng, Fang Xuanling, and Li Shimin were all surprised. Obviously, this sentence does not mean Changsun, and Zhang Feng means it. Do you still remember the Locust Plague? Jiang Feng said. Remember, the Locust Plague is not news from Longyu now. Have you almost touched it already? Li Shimin was also surprised. Why is this incident related to the Locust Plague again? No, His Imperial Majesty, please listen to the old official. Zhang Sunyuji's face solemnly interrupted everyone's discussion, and said, the Locust Plague is now over. But the Locust Plague, Jiang Feng said, is next year's Locust Plague. What? Next year? You mean, next year? Involuntarily, Li Shimin clapped his hands with his hands. That's okay. Me remember, Jiang Feng seems to have been talking about next year's Locust Plague. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Yes, Jiang Feng means that if this year's Locust Plagues are not eliminated, then next year, even if Taoist Immortal descends, it will be difficult to save. This year, only a part of it will be removed, and it will also be the old official. After listening to Jiang Feng's words, I noticed that this year, from the beginning of the year to the present, let alone Longyu Road, even the surrounding areas of Chainan City are less rainy than in previous years. Think about it. Look, this year, in Chainan City, how many times has it rained? How many times has it rained on Longyu Road? Here, Li Shimin and the others, his face was completely pale. But when I think about it, I don't understand. Finally, Zhang Sunwuji, from the very beginning Jiang Feng analyzed everything, slowly sorting out, from why money is needed instead of food, to the emergence of salt, and then to cooperatives. It all seems can produce a strong association. Stimulate the economy. To stimulate the production of the people. Could it be a Locust Plague really? Li Shimin is a little confused. His Imperial Majesty, old official, remember, Jiang Feng brother from the very beginning said that it was the Locust Plague next year. And now, the Turkic snow disaster has passed. But the frozen water has left Turkic pastures almost all barren. This is really not bad at all, what Jiang Feng said. Why? Zheng summed it up and said, such an analysis. Everyone at Li Shimin finally understands why the Turkic border is so lively at this time. So, they want big moves. In that case, whether it is table salt or the cooperative, you really have to lean back. Then, did Jiang Feng say, this what should I do? Li Shimin asked solemnly. This. Zhang Sunyuji's face turned pale. The old official hurriedly returned to inform after learning the news, and did not ask more. He just said that if Silver Bills and the cooperative want to get it, there is no opportunity. He was talking about the opportunity of the Locust Plague. Li Shimin was silent, with his hands behind his back. I wandered around in the Imperial study room for a long time. Then he said, what else did he say? No. Zhang Sunwuji thought for a while and said, he said, don't take all the belongings I used to hoard food. Food. Li Shimin's eyes lit up. Yes, everything is for food. From solving Tibet's issues, getting off the set, to waiting for Tuihan and Tibet to come again. This is all for this thing. Is Jiang Feng really a 1,000-year-old monster? Even if Li Shimin doesn't believe this. However, Jiang Feng's layout of the overall view made him a little surprised. Too terrifying. He also understands that, although there is still a year to go before the Locust Plague next year, the food supply is really as Jiang Feng said, and it should not be too public. Ministers, what do you think? If it is to collect grain, what should we do now? Everyone was silent. Fang Xuanling, who has been silent for a while, talked with Du Yui twice, and said, His Imperial Majesty, the old official thinks, you can do it according to the words of the Jiang Feng brother. We think, this way. Immediately, Fang Xuanling and Du Yui discussed their thoughts with Li Shimin for an hour, and then Li Shimin made a solemn expression. You also know the serious consequences of this incident. Starting today, all the 40 million gold will be taken out and the grain will be purchased secretly, privately by. Order the states and governments to strictly control the grain. Give me all the food, according to the purpose. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 132. Chainan City's food collection work is quietly proceeding like a raging fire. Even in the space of 3 days, the whole Chainan City, even if no one deliberately promoted the news, has spread like wildfire. The price of grain, which was originally 10 cents per catty, suddenly soared to 13 cents. This is still the price after the government's ban. If there is no government intervention, maybe, the price of this thing now, the ghost knows how much it will skyrocket. Jiang Feng has already stocked a large amount of rice noodles in the small tavern, but at this time, he sighed as he looked at the vast crowd like rice shops. This damn epidemic. Then, carrying a half-timbered rice, and facing the face, he swayed towards the little tavern. Along the way, all Jiang Feng saw were panic-faced people who went to grab the rice, and a team of people in shock who drove the affair in Chainan, wearing grotesquely shaped clothes. Seeing this, Jiang Feng's brows wrinkled tightly. In the past few days, these people seem to be a lot more. Is there a big action for His Holiness today? Couldn't it be old Li and the others? Jiang Feng is a little surprised. Looking at the team returning with a full load, and the car with the seal, and the strange glass bottles on the side of the street, Jiang Feng squatted in the western regions. A stall before. Dear great Tang guest, you are so insightful. This is a rarely seen gem in our western regions. It is extremely strong and, how much is it? Jiang Feng asked about this broad bean-sized, pink diamond. Face doesn't change. Didn't expect to see this thing in Great Tang. This thing is called a diamond. In some places, it is also called a diamond. In later generations, such a big pink diamond will have at least 6 figures. Secretly suppressed the excitement in my heart, forced to pretend to be quiet at the booth, rummaging for other glass products. In this era, this is called glazed glass. Garbage. It's all rubbish. Not even the defective products produced by a small glass factory in later generations. Dear guest, if you really want it, 100 yuan. Oh, honorable guest. You stay here. Stay here. This 100 cents. Jiang Feng turned around and left. Fuck. Although it's not expensive, we can't do that, right? Turn around and leave. But he hadn't walked 2 steps yet. A middle-aged Western regions merchant with a beard and severe body odor grabbed Jiang Feng, and mysteriously took out a black diamond from his pocket, and 3 smaller diamonds. With a painful expression on his face, he said, "My distinguished guest, I trek through the mountains and rivers, not far. 100 cents, these are all yours." See Jiang Feng's impatient to leave. The vendor stretched out his hand and stuffed the diamond into Jiang Feng's hand. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. Deal. Under the skeptical expression on the face of the Huron vendor, he dropped 100 yuan and left quickly. It's paralyzing. This thing, thanks to the people of this world, don't know its purpose. If you know it, let alone 100 cents, these diamonds, even if they are 300 tons of gold, can be priceless. Unfortunately, Jiang Feng stared at the pink diamonds and black diamonds in his hands, and he had already launched dozens of plans to make a fortune in his heart. Everyone has the love of beauty. If this thing is a little hyped, it's worth. Not only that, Jiang Feng has a lot of things and needs this thing to cut. For example, sunglasses. Just after Jiang Feng left, the foreign merchant dug out a lot of diamonds from the sole of the shoe again and put them on the shelf again. Let Jiang Feng see that he will definitely scold this unscrupulous profiteer. At this time, Jiang Feng took a few diamonds and went to the blacksmith's shop again. At the cost of 50 cents, the shopkeeper of the blacksmith's shop gave him 5. The iron kettle is polished and bright. At last, I don't worry about them anymore. Holding the pot, wrap the shells, then drag the chair, and lay again under the crooked neck tree in front of the little tavern, while listening to the loud voices of people, while drinking the potilated wine in China. This day, comfort. However, Jiang Feng started to wonder when he closed his eyes. At this time, there are more foreign merchants in Chainan City, which is not normal. Where is it abnormal? Jiang Feng carefully thought about it slowly in his mind. The 2nd year of Zhengwen, June. It seems that there is no major event in Chainan City, right? What's wrong? So many foreign businessmen, are they all for the water wheel? This is not enough, right? Tibet's matter. did not spread so quickly. Huh? No. Jiang Feng seems to have thought of something. The incitement of the puff fan in his hand stopped abruptly, and he could not help being muttered, Li Yuan's birthday, it seems. Probably ... Fuck. Who are you? Just as he was about to guess when so many people came to do what at this time, Jiang Feng suddenly felt a dark shadow, and odor of sweat, which suddenly covered him. Opening my eyes slowly, I saw a dark sound and shadow, just an inch apart from him. The man stared at his hip flask with a pair of eyes. Jiang Feng was terrified, and Jiang Feng's cry out in surprise also made the person back again and again in shock, then squatted down and sat on the ground. Regardless of it, Jiang Feng sat up, staring at the incoming person, and gloomy face asked, Who are you? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 133. I saw it only in front of Jiang Feng. A person wearing a costume similar to Great Tang, but with a lot of silver ornaments, is wrapped in a large linen cloth like a sweat scarf, and decorated with rows of pearls and the like. Thing. People, black and black. It seems that he is about 20 years old. Is a man. Behind the man, a woman with the same dark skin, with agility, pulled him up when the man fell. They both wore very expensive clothes, compared to a group of sweaty servants behind them. Originally, Jiang Feng thought that people who fell to the ground would swear or something when they got up, but no. After the man fell, he hurriedly got up, and don't look at Jiang Feng with scorching eyes, and gave him an incomprehensible gift, and said, Sawadika? What the hell? Fuck. I crossed it? Jiang Feng was confused by this sentence. Sawadika. Which is this? Don't it? Seeing Jiang Feng seems to be confused. The man wearing crocodile leather boots and black as carbon, waved his hand and shut up the angry people behind him, and then said, Dear Great Tang people, I am the Prince of Cambodia. My name is Ramashiva. This is my younger sister, Ramadara, and we are the Crown Prince of Cambodia, and Princess. The leader of Ramashiva said bad Great Tang words and explained to Zifeng. But Jiang Feng's mind is still roaring. Sawadika. This is where he has always been fascinated. Didn't expect. In Great Tang, you can still see their sound and shadow. Look at the so-called Crown Prince and Princess outfit. Although the princess face is still a bit dark, but it is very attractive. Cannot help but Jiang Feng's eyes. Interesting. Prepared guests. Hello, I am the shopkeeper of this little tavern. I don't know. What can I do for you? This. Walk around. Almost forgot. You are Crown Prince, you are Princess. Please come inside. I will serve you the most beautiful wine from Great Tang. Without waiting for Shiva to explain, Jiang Feng dragged him into the little tavern in a hurry. This treasure can't be made cheaper by outsiders. As soon as he entered tavern, Jiang Feng began to arrogate, and Shiva and the others frowned and watched the ruined little tavern. However, although tavern doesn't look good, the smell of the wine is particularly attractive. Just now, Shiva was caught by the strange smell of wine and the strange shape of the hip flask. It caught the eye. As everyone was observing tavern, bursts of attractive fragrance made everyone's eyes stare at the back kitchen blocked by the flower curtain. Too fragrant. This Great Tang deserves to be Great Tang. Is this delicious food? Can I compare it to Cambodia? After a while, 3 or 5 small dishes were put on the wine table steamingly. Jiang Feng also magnanimously opened 3 jars of ethyl alcohol liquor with a degree of at least 55 degrees. A jar was placed in front of Shiva and Dara, and then a large pot of vegetables was prepared, thrown on the other table. 2 jars of wine were thrown, and I sat next to Dara. Come on, Your Royal Highness Crown Prince. Taste my craft. I promise you a worthwhile trip. Although Shiva is 20 years old at this time, it is the first time come to Great Tang to celebrate the birthday of Li Yuan, the former emperor of Great Tang. But, at this time, while shopping, I found a strange chair, then a strange hip flask, and a strange man. In an instant, he was attracted by the comfortable posture of man drinking, but didn't expect the taste of the wine. Even if he had drunk Great Tang's fine wine, he still salivated. so the scene just happened. However, looking at the exquisite dishes on the table, he is a little afraid to slap his claws. But his guards are not so particular. A group of people, around the table, a large number of people, grabbed and gnawed. You instantly attracted the remaining 12 people with the scent, and gobbled it up. On the contrary, the wine has become a foil. Seeing that the guards were eating happily and nothing happened, Shiva couldn't help picking up a piece of twice-cooked pork and threw it into his mouth. For a moment, the mellow smell made his eyes fiercely jump. Ordinary pork, but after his hands, why is it so delicious? Too fragrant. Dara couldn't help it anymore. There was no aristocracy's anger. On the contrary, he ate well. Shopkeeper, why is your dish better than others? Why is it better than the chef at Honglu Temple and the chef at Jinxing Tai Building? Shopkeepers, what kind of dish is this? The two had a great time, and Jiang Feng smiled. Don't speak. Instead, he filled a bowl of wine for the two of them and said, this is the characteristic of a small shop, and most people can taste it. I disturbed Crown Prince today, so the small one made some rarely seen delicacies. Apologize for fine wine. Come and taste the fine wine I have treasured for 15 years. While speaking, Jiang Feng took the top of the wine bowl and drank it in front of the two of them. The strong aroma of the wine makes Shiva's mouth watering even if he doesn't drink it. However, nobody drank it, and he did not dare. Furthermore, Jiang Feng is too polite. He dare not. He has not done the most important thing. Subconsciously pressed his chest and saw Jiang Feng drank a large bowl, but nothing happened. Shiva secretly said in one's heart, take a sip. Should it be okay? Take up the courage and learn. The appearance of Jiang Feng. Under Dara's persuasion, I slowly tasted it. It's okay. I'll just have a sip. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 134. And it was a pleasure to drink here. At this time, there was also a major event in the Imperial Palace, the deepest part of the Imperial Palace. It's exceptionally quiet here. It's like being isolated. The interior and exterior of the high palace walls present two colors. This area of foreign regions is home to a large number of Jinwu guards and the residence of the little court eunuch. In the high wall, there are also a large number of Jinwu guards stationed, but these Jinwu guards are like wooden stakes, only responsible for guarding, and in the palace, the beautiful women of all colors, eunuch, wandering at will. But compared to the outside world, there is a little more freedom. This kind of freedom is limited to this area. Here is the D-box in everyone's mind. It is the previous dynasty emperor and the residence of the current retired emperor, Li Yuan. The outside of the palace of the calm sun wall is withered and mottled, and there is no money to repair the house. But inside, it is extremely extravagant. Deep, a large group of women serving in gorgeous 3 are singing and dancing by the lake, while in the middle of the lake, a hair-grey-white old man in a white robe is lying open and breasted on a flower boat. One by one, the characters play in the arms of women. Such extravagance is like never-ending. Like Li Yuan Num, even, they are a bit depressed. But, in this kind of extreme luxury, Li Yuan has forgotten his former glory. It's this time. An old man wearing a Confucian robe, holding a token, quietly passed through the side door, and entered the lake garden. Then I looked at Li Yuan's flower boat and bowed down. Old official Huang Digi, pay respects to retired emperor. A familiar but unfamiliar voice. Like Li Yuan, who was having fun on the flower boat, a flash of confusion suddenly flashed through his eyes. Wave his hand to make singer stop. At this time, although everyone was laughing, the atmosphere suddenly became cold. Li Yuan stood up leisurely, but after working hard for a long time, he still couldn't do it. He half leaned on a woman's body, squinted at the person, and asked, "Who is the newcomer now? Jinwu guards cut me off, His Majesty." The man hearing this was shocked. Called hurriedly, "His Majesty." Old official Huang Digi. "Have you forgotten?" Huang Digi. Li Yuan faintly waved. The Jinwu guards were dismissed, and the woman was asked to row the flower boat to the shore. At this time, Li Yuan finally saw the person coming. I couldn't help but be surprised. Huang Digi, lift the head for me. Huang Digi, hearing this, lifts the head with tears, looked at Li Yuan. Li Yuan was surprised. You are old. I remember, you were still full of black hair at the beginning. Grey-haired. How many days? His Majesty. 2 years ago. The old official is old. Seeing His Majesty again, the old official is dead without complaint. 1 inch. Huang Digi kowtowed on the ground in grief. At this moment, Li Yuan was carried ashore. It seems that I woke up at this time and restored the glory of that day. Although his face was pale and sullen, he still couldn't get rid of his innate majesty. Why did you come to me today? I remembered it, and in half a month, my birthday is coming. Did you find any interesting things? Come on, come up to Chen Chen. His Majesty. Old official ... have something to play. Oh? Li Yuan was a little disappointed, and said playfully, you are here to sue? Then, let's talk about it. Huang Digi, hearing this, hurriedly reported, retired Emperor, half a year ago, His Imperial Majesty and Turkic signed the White Horse Agreement, which is the Wye River Treaty, so that Great Tang suffered humiliation. Do you know this? In this matter, I know that although His Imperial Majesty did something wrong, I think he did it right. Is this what you did? The imposing manner on Li Yuan's body, a little dignified. Huang Digi trembled all over. Hurry and said, retired Emperor. Listen to me. Half a year ago, His Imperial Majesty signed this agreement. The whole person was basically abolished. A month ago, I don't know where I got away. It is said to be able to nourish the kidneys, raise the body, and make such dirty things as locust insect eggs into delicacies to make a fortune. Li Yuan interrupted his words and waved his hand. I know that I am taking it now. This thing is indeed effective. Huang Digi, if you are fine, just get out of here. Go to His Imperial Majesty if you have something to do. Wait for small things to disturb me. Li Yuan was a little angry. Retired Emperor. This is just the cause. His Imperial Majesty was assisted by God in order to deal with the drought on the Long Yu Road, a manufacture, a water wheel. Instead of having to deal with Great Tang, he sold it at a low price, which was equivalent to giving it to Tibet. Just a few days ago, His Imperial Majesty didn't know what was wrong and suddenly made a secret order. Let the state capitals and Chainan City secretly hoard food. The old official didn't know what His Imperial Majesty meant. Even when the old official asked him, His Imperial Majesty never told him. Now, Great Tang people were alarmed. Once in a day, prices have skyrocketed. People, it's already miserable. If this matter is not eradicated, Great Tang will be chaotic. The old official also has no way, so I came to report retired Emperor, and the drought in Shandong province. His Imperial Majesty, not only did not help, but also said that it was aristocratic families of Shandong's own business. His Imperial Majesty did not care. Retired Emperor. You must live for the world. Call the shots. Li Yuan slightly frowned. After thinking about it for a long time, he asked, is it serious? Huang Digi crawled in the real way. The old official is guaranteed by the head. Li Yuan, I feel more and more incomprehensible about this matter. Sleeve of a Buddha said, help me up. Ask Li Shimin to get me here. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 135. Li Shimin is also in a state of despair at this time. Everything is going on in an orderly manner, but I don't know what went wrong. I even know about choosing Chainan City. He is arranging food. In this matter, although I have greeted all major grain merchants before, the news still leaked out. In the palace, Li Shimin walked back and forth anxiously. Empress Zhangsun, looking at Li Shimin with a worried face, tried to export several times, but in the end she resisted it. I don't know how long Li Shimin has been around. He finally couldn't help asking, Guanyin, do you think that something happened? Did I do the right thing? Second brother, why did you ask? Empress Zhangsun got up, sat down with Li Shimin, and filled him with a cup of tea. Li Shimin looked at the tea, but didn't mean to drink it. He sighed, I don't dare to say now whether there will be a locust plague next year. This matter, I owe it. No. Empress Zhangsun patted the back of Li Shimin's hand. Jiang Feng said about this. Li Shimin nodded. Then, The concubine thinks this is true. 1 inch. Oh, this small official concubine has not left the palace for a step, but from the ease and strategizing of the second brother, and from what you told me, the concubines actually saw it early in the morning. Zhang Feng said, "It is indeed true, the Locust Plague next year." "Oh, you knew it early?" Li Shimin was a little surprised. "Yes, when you were happy at the beginning, I would not make you sad." The concubine thought that the second brother knew about it, but absolutely did not think about it. For the benefit of the present, the second brother has forgotten the deep meaning of his words. Li Shimin was shocked. Indeed, he has always been trapped in Zhang Feng's words, attracted by the beauty of Zhang Feng's words, instead of forgetting the long-term planning. He is dereliction of duty. But although I regret it now, things are still too late. Second brother, the current rumors, my concubine thinks it is a good thing. Why do you say that? Second brother, do you still remember the news that my big brother brought back when I went to inquire about the cooperative in person? Zhang Feng said that this matter lacked an opportunity, and what he meant was this Locust Plague. Obviously, he has already understood what he said very well. And this year's Locust Plague, the concubines thought for a while. Indeed, as he said, if he died this year, then next year would really be a big luo. Jinxian can't control it anymore. This year, so many people have benefited from locusts. In the coming year, even if it's the second brother, have you thought about that effect? What about the future? This is a long-term strategy. Empress Zhangsun said all that should be said in one breath, making Li Shimin's thinking at this time clearer. Unfortunately, Li Shimin felt a chill in his heart. Then, Guanyin, you mean, don't care about things on the market now? Empress Zhangsun shook his head. Sighed, there is half a month left, it is the birthday of Father Emperor. Let's find a way to resolve the contradiction between you and this matter. The concubine has a bold plan. What plan? Li Yuan is a thorn in Li Shimin's heart. It has always been in his heart. He is always thinking about how to resolve the contradiction between them. However, if this matter of farming the grain reaches the ears of the retired emperor, how can it be resolved? On the contrary, it will make this matter worse, right? Empress Zhangsun's eyes and lips chuckled. The second brother is really clever and confused for a while. Don't you didn't expect? Why is this happening? Li Shimin think about it carefully. But I still didn't think of a reason. I smiled speechlessly. Guanyin, don't be joking, just tell me, what are your plans? Empress Zhangsun smiled. This matter, there must be someone behind the scenes. Second brother, think about it. Who is most likely to be? You mean, Shandong province is there? Li Shimin was actually shocked. Yes, no one knows about this matter except for the second brother. Then, if it is at the birthday party, in front of the ministers, in front of the father emperor, let's talk about it, and you're catching someone who's doing things, then what do you think will be the father emperor? Even the Wire River Treaty, or the insect egg of the last locust? The retired emperor didn't say anything, although he didn't care about it. His heart was still tied to the people of Great Tang. Li Shimin frowned and thought for a while, a killing intent disappeared in his eyes. Then it turns into a touch of softness. He gently embraced Empress Zhangsun's waist, and said affectionately, I have Guanyin. It's great. His Imperial Majesty. At this time, little Guy's voice hurriedly resounded outside the door. Empress Zhangsun blushed and got out of Li Shimin's arms. Li Shimin figured it out, and the whole person's spirit was refreshed. With a wave of his hand, enter. As soon as little Gizzy entered the door, he hurriedly reporting to His Majesty, Retired Emperor please. Retired Emperor? Li Shimin frowned. However, I understood a lot in a flash. At this time, the retired emperor hurriedly searched for himself. It was definitely a major event. What major event was it that alarmed the retired emperor? The smile on Li Shimin's face just turned into coldness in an instant. A big hand waved. Swing. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 136. In the Deep Palace, Li Shimin hasn't come for a few days. Since entering Li Yuan's palace, Li Shimin's mood can't help but become depressed again. As a man who is good at manipulating people's hearts, just now little Gizzy reported that he had already thought about the entire process of development, all of which were truly transparent. Since that incident, the retired emperor has rarely thought of seeing himself. Because of his own guilt, even if he is struggling, he will try his best to please the retired emperor. After all, he is his father. At this point, Li Shimin believes that as a son of man, he has already achieved something beyond reproach. Even as long as the retired emperor wants a plaything, even if dozens of horses are killed, he will immediately ask people to find it. Originally, Li Shimin wanted to ask Jiang Feng on this birthday to resolve the contradiction between them, but didn't expect, just before the birthday, setback came out. He doesn't think that this is Li Yuan. At this time, he summoned him to discuss the birthday and birthday. This is definitely for those dishonest people in the imperial court to make a small report. In Li Shimin's eyes, there was a burst of hot rays of light. Let Empress Zhangsun sitting on the chariot together, you can't help but sweat in the palm of your hand. Second brother, the father emperor think ... I hope you can get it right. After all, he is your father emperor. If there is a slight difference, it will fall into the tongue. Li Shimin took a deep breath and swallowed the anger in his chest. I patted the back of Empress Zhangsun's hand. It's okay. I know. The Palace of Absolute Beguiling is not far away from the apse. After a while, Li Shimin's chariot stopped in the apse between the heavily guarded guard and the Ministry of Internal Affairs. After getting out of the car, the young court eunuch personally called the door. His Imperial Majesty, drive to. In the lake pavilion, Li Yuan tidied up some outfits, although he was still a little stray, but it was much better than before. At this time, Huang Digi bends and stands behind Li Yuan, but he can't stop shaking. At this time, he is most afraid of Li Shimin. He knows what will be waiting for him, but what can he do now? Just let it go. In the eyes of the imperial family, he is just a dog, just obedient or not. This is how he really feels at this time. If it were not for his own interests that were in great danger, he would not dare to stand on the opposite side of Li Shimin. At this time, looking at Li Yuan's back and Li Shimin, who came hand in hand with Empress, his palms were shaking and his calves were turning. The most terrifying thing for him is that his Imperial Majesty didn't even look at him. So he didn't even look at him. After seeing Li Yuan, he saluted Empress Zhangsun, child and subject. Meet Father Emperor. HMPH. Li Yuan just snorted. Still admiring the frolicking fish on the lake. Yellow, red, and black-white carps are jumping for joy in the lake. Are they lively? Li Shimin and Empress Zhangsun seem to have become accustomed to it a long time ago. Seeing Li Yuan ignored, each minding their own business, stood up, then looked at Yu on the lake and praised, Father Emperor, this pool Yu is more jubilant than Yu in royal gardens. Looking back, I ask the craftsman to come and ask for some advice. Ask. Do you still need to ask? Li Yuan cynically said. What are you really? Not long, but the inferiority, but more arrogant. Li Shimin bowed, feigning ignorance, asked, child and subject, I don't know why Father Emperor is unhappy. Please tell Father Emperor. I don't know. Ha ha ha. Would you not know? Ha ha ha. Dignified first emperor throughout all ages. Dignified great Tang Emperor, would you not know? Li Yuan smiled wildly. Also, the temperature in the apse suddenly dropped to freezing point. Even many court eunuch shivered all over at this time. The two are both intrigued and expert. Playing games now makes everyone even more afraid. Father Emperor, I don't know. Li Shimin's still face doesn't change. Good. You don't know. Good. Good. Then, I tell you. Can people live and work in peace? Never. But, I believe, it will not be too far. Hey. Li Yuan chuckled. Today, if I suddenly want to hear about things outside preparing for my birthday and I summon Huang Digi, I don't know until now. Although I don't know how you govern the world, I don't bother to control it. But, in a small Chainan city, the people you can get were alarmed. You are so capable. Huang Digi's cold sweat to death. He never did it in the end. Just now, Li Yuan obviously saved his life. His life is now saved for the time being, but he doesn't know what will happen if he leaves this door. Mother, your father is fighting wits and brave. It's my shit. I came to you to ventilate you. Why do you need to drag me into the water? It's all right now. Mother, get out of here. Get ready to run away. Otherwise, Li Shimin's anger. He can't resist it. Like Li Yuan and father and son again, I saw Li Yuan suddenly get up. Hair stands up in anger and wiped out the fruit on the case table. And he drank. Tell me, Chang and things. What is going on here? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 137. Father Emperor. Li Shimin was a little annoyed. Father Emperor. His Imperial Majesty has neglected sleep and forget about food due to the severe drought on Longyu Road during this period of time. In addition, Turkic and Tuitan are also a bit dishonest during this period. So, Empress Zhangsun reconciled from it. She also saw that Li Shimin was a little annoyed. However, as a daughter-in-law and empress, she had to stand up and persuade her. She knows Li Shimin's heart not. Every time Li Shimin said at midnight, he woke up for a long time about Xuanwu Gate. He will lose his disguise until midnight. At that time, he is a real self. He was afraid of the screams in his dreams. He was afraid of the howling sound. He was afraid of the tragic cry in his dream. But, all this is known only to him and Zhang Sanwagu. So Li Shimin only has neglect sleep and forget about food to work, hoping to forget the past and the grief from it. Who knows this scene? A person who is in his 30s, but still has grey hair. If it is not for the insect egg of Jiang Feng, it makes Li Shimin's old age, and Zhang Sanwagu dare not look at Li Shimin. Jiang haggard face. After all, she is a woman. Why doesn't she want her husband to let go of all the knots? His heart knot, she knows, is Li Yuan. But, at this time, it seems, with Zhang Sanwagu's persuasion, Li Yuan's chi also slowly weakened. He looked at Li Shimin faintly and said, even my daughter-in-law understands the truth. Don't you understand? I will just ask you. Now, Chang'an City's troubled people were alarmed. Why? Don't use the drought as a pretense. Do you think I'm really confused? I don't know anything about it. Huang Digi, come here, tell his Imperial Majesty. Li Yuan yelled a few times, and suddenly panted heavily. Wave his hand. Let Huang Digi say. In an instant, there was eunuch Maifai, who offered Li Yuan tea and combed his back. Huang Digi's teeth are shaking. Where can he dare to say? But, at this time, he has to say. He knelt on the ground with a thud. Huang Digi's face was as ugly as he had eaten stool, and said bitterly, reporting back to his Imperial Majesty, retired Emperor. At this time, the drought on Longyu Road has basically been controlled. But the old official has not. I don't know that Chang'an and the state capitals want to buy food. It's His Imperial Majesty's will. I don't know. Li Shimin had a joke. Looking at Huang Digi's eyes, he was extremely cold. The first time since entering here, Li Shimin glanced at Huang Digi for the first time. He was originally minister of Guangalu Temple. This time he said that he has committed a crime, but he is from the Shandong province series. He can still speak up now, and he knows that this second, Li Yuan gave him a chance to find a way to survive. If once he said that there is a slight difference, then, not only himself, even the Shandong province series, which is now dissatisfied by his Imperial Majesty, will be affected. But he had to struggle. Looking at Chang'an City and the crazy food collection activities of various states and capitals, it made his eyes hot. If you don't fight for a little benefit for the various forces in Shandong province at this time, then there will be no chance. And thinking about it, he finally decided to take the risk, bypass his Imperial Majesty, and come directly to see Li Yuan. As Li Yuan's birthday is approaching, if his Imperial Majesty is put under pressure at this time, all ethnic groups in Shandong province will salvage again. After all, the huge amount of food that is hoarded is completely crazy. The clan has already promised that if it is this accident, as long as he resigns decisively and then retreats back to Shandong province, then everything is still too late. Thinking of this, Huang Digi took a deep breath and said, His Imperial Majesty, at this time, the drought in Longyu has been resolved, and the 5 wars. I don't know that His Imperial Majesty stored so much food for Tibet. Old official, I was worried that His Imperial Majesty would send me Great Tang's precious food for Tibet, which would boost Tibet's arrogance. So Li Shimin narrowed his eyes. Looking at Huang Digi is like looking at a dead person. You mean, I'm confused. This small official don't dare. The minister will die. Huang Digi also simply opened up said. The old official is nothing more than my old folks from Shandong province fighting for a bite of food. What's wrong? If His Imperial Majesty doesn't want it, the small official will be. I've never mentioned this before. Huang Digi said what he could and could not say in one breath, and he felt at ease in an instant. Li Yuan is not happy anymore. At the beginning, didn't you know that if it were without the support of the aristocratic families of Shandong, my great Tang could have today? Can you have today's prestige? Let's talk about the Shandong province incident. As I know, you will tell me in front of me. How are you going to solve it? Li Yuan is annoying. Don't want to procrastinate anymore. At this time, he looked pale and he was already sweating on his forehead. Li Shimin bowed and saluted, not ready to tell Li Yuan. In fact, he doesn't know how to resolve the contradiction at this time. He can only draw a conclusion after meeting Jiang Feng. He really had enough of this kind of depression. Father Emperor, this matter, the birthday, you will know about it. It is temporarily inconvenient for the child and subject to tell. If you wait for the birthday, everything will as the water recedes, the rocks appear. P. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 138. After speaking, Li Shimin no longer paid attention to the angry roar of Li Yuan, glanced at Huang Digi coldly, and then strode away. Even that decision is exactly similar to Xuanwu Gate back then. Li Yuan was a little surprised. Huang Digi was even swaying in Li Shimin's eyes. Out of the apse, Li Shimin looked at the blazing sun in the sky and took a deep breath. Second brother, how do you plan to end this matter? Do you want to see Jiang Feng? Although Zhang Sunwaga has never seen Jiang Feng, but in Li Shimin's mouth, these 2 words have never been broken. Since half a year ago, Li Shimin will always show up in front of Zhang Sunwagu, and when Empress Zhang Sun knew that all of this came from that person, it was astonished. So after seeing the troubles on Li Shimin's face, he unconsciously thought of Jiang Feng. The matter between me and Father Emperor should not be delayed any longer. Birthday is an opportunity. I don't want to waste it, and the body of Father Emperor seems to be unable to withstand the toss, and I also want Father to be dark. Miss Dan Lun. Oh, Li Shimin sighed deeply. Govern the world. He can play with the world and applaud, but Jiang Feng is the only freak who is unpredictable. But he intuitively tells Li Shimin Jiang Feng is the foundation of his immortal dynasty, although he didn't want to admit it. However, the sense of straitjacket that Jiang Feng said every time made him extremely envious, and the 2 of them had simply become friends at this time. As for this matter, Li Shimin's perception told him that no one except Jiang Feng can solve it. His Imperial Majesty. See Li Shimin's eyes burning. Zhang Sunwaga hesitated to speak but stopped. Why don't you call him into the palace? Second brother, there is no shortage of nobility rank beside him, and I observed that Wei Zheng seems to even praise the youngster and concubine to see and see! Exclamation mark. Li Shimin shook his head. Why don't I want to? But, he has become friends with me, brother. If he didn't make a decision, I ordered him to enter the palace, because of the name, numerous officials are dissatisfied, and his novel remarks. Do you think entire court civil servants will tolerate him? Zhang Sunwagu was silent. Li Shimin is right. This imperial court is just a big dive at, and not everyone can participate in it. This circle, once you step into it, it will be shattered by the impact, and it is still a nobody like him without any background. Li Shimin sighed again and got into the car. The time has not arrived. On the other hand, the food supply in Cheonan City still remains undiminished, even when everyone is not aware of it. Zhang Sunwuji even directly stated that if anyone deliberately speculates on high food prices, cut it. Whoever speaks loudly and incites civil unrest, exterminate the clan. Merchants who dare to collect food privately, cut. Those who dare to use power for personal gain, cut it. 4 orders were issued, and the entire Cheonan was caught in the turmoil. And Zhang Sunwuji and the others, at this time became even busier. On the one hand, it was because of the food issue, which was carried out in secret before, but now it has become an on-the-surface issue. On the contrary, the progress of the matter has stagnated. The hair of this person who is worried about it is going to be polished. Just now, our Cheng Yojin General Army and Zhang Sunwuji's baby son are dispatched. The stubborn dispatch of the 2 Cheonan City suddenly shocked everyone in Cheonan City. What can Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sunchong do? That is a famous stubborn boy. Although Zhang Sunwuji will give you a bit of thin noodles, but these 2 goods, forming a gang, instantly reduced basically half of Cheonan City. The stubbornness is pulled out. The initiator of this incident is Wei Zheng, standing on the gate tower teeth with a smile, looking at Wei Shui who took off the Jinwu guard's armor. Just a word. My son. Now is the time to test you. The price of the king, the worries of the king. Now, you are not the son of my Wei Zheng. It's the lance in his majesty's hands. Go. Take your brother and let his majesty see what you do. This sentence instantly caused Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sunchong to blow up. With a whistle, clutching the weapon, Wei rushed into Cheonan City. Du Yui looked at Duga sadly and asked, Brother Wei, this method can really cure chaos in Cheonan City now? Everyone the same is true, afraid of what trouble their precious son will cause. However, Wei Zheng still looked unperturbed in the direction of East Market and said, this is a test. This time, if this group of youngsters can really solve it, the chaos of Cheonan allowed food to be hoarded smoothly. This is the invitation for them to worship Zhang Feng as their teacher. Everyone is not a fool. The idea of Wei Zheng's old fox was instantly cleared. Even Cheng Yojin was also at this time, a rare clear comprehension. Wei Zheng, you mean, as long as the Cheonan food chaos is resolved, my son can go to Little Tavern? What if people outside the fan are criticized for this? Wei Zheng is speechless, slightly smiled. Not only that, but it's inconvenient for us old guys to come forward. It's up to them now. After all, the future will be youngsters' world. This time, they not only have to solve this problem, but also deal with it. The children of the nobles who came to foreign domain Fan Bang, let them understand the truth. What is the truth? Everyone asked in unison. Wei Zheng has a ruthless look. Say every word. Here, it is Great Tang. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 139. It was in the Little Tavern when the troubles both inside and outside Cheonan City were difficult. But Zhang Feng's talk show just started. I saw that the escort from Cambodia. Where did you know the formidable power of Great Tang's fine wine? Each person had a jar of 55-degree white wine, and at this time, he had already poured a large piece of it. Some people hugging the legs of the table crying and yelling, some smirking, some murky heavens dark earth vomiting, and even bitter bile vomits out. Now the vomiting species will go to Zhou Ugong. But, Crown Prince, it is Crown Prince after all. Although the drinks of Crown Prince and Princess were replaced by Zhang Feng and diluted with a low degree of only more than 20 degrees, the 2 of them are still blushing at this time, and they are painted with black paint. The black face looked like a sweet potato at this time. The 2 were attracted by Zhang Feng's remarks. At this time, I don't care about my identity anymore. I stared at Zhang Feng with 2 pairs of big black eyes, and asked, Master Zhang, may I ask, how can I make Cambodia a country like Great Tang? Rich and strong? The country is rich and the people are strong? Zhang Feng gave Crown Prince a blank look, stared at the huge jadeite on Dara Princess' breast, and said, I ask you, how many people do you have in Cambodia? Shiva Crown Prince frowned and broke his hands for a long time, then said with a big tongue, 300,000 households. Less than 400,000 households. Then, just like you, Do you still want to compare with Great Tang? How many people do you know about Great Tang? Zhang Feng's while speaking, stretch out a slap. Mysterious said, there are more than 5 million households. Of course he doesn't know how many people there are in Great Tang. Besides, how many people there are, don't care about him. What a thing. Could it be true that this small country in Cambodia could not be counted? If he really did that, then in a few minutes, the butcher knife of the mighty teacher of Great Tang will take off their eating eye. However, even the numbers Zhang Feng said nonsense. They still put Cambodia prince and princess sucked in a cold breath. Hiss. 5 million? So much? Then, may I ask Master Zhang, then, how did Great Tang make the country prosperous and the people strong? As the Crown Prince of Cambodia. This time, with the help of celebrating Li Yuan's birthday, it was the first time I came to Great Tang to seek some experience. Some of the experience they needed. The senior officials stared at him and had no chance to come to Chainan to experience life. But they are different. They are juniors, and they have the approval of King of Tang. They will come to Great Tang's most prestigious Chainan city to have a long experience. After all, they are basically saline soil, food basically. The output depends on the trade with Great Tang. If you can learn a little craftsmanship, it will be great for the development of Cambodia. This time, I was able to enter the little tavern because I was attracted by the strange chair and the strange pot. What is the most prestigious thing about Great Tang? Porcelain. However, Shiva has never seen this thing. It looks like porcelain, but it is actually ironware when touched. And it's the kind of ironware that is poured into one body. If this technique is obtained by him, then Cambodia will be saved. Why didn't Zhang Feng know the purpose of this naive? This Cambodia is a typical person who has a lot of stupid money and does not slaughter him. Who to slaughter? Zhang Feng was silent for a moment on purpose. Then the mysterious ear said, I will only tell you about this matter. You must not talk to outsiders. Master Zhang, please tell me. Hearing this, Shiva was so excited that she almost hugged Zhang Feng and kissed him. However, seeing Zhang Feng hesitating, his eyes glanced at Dara from time to time, and he finally saw the jadeite with the big palm on Dara's chest. One pulled it off from Dara, and handed it to Zhang Feng with both hands and said, Master Zhang, don't be offended, I've forgotten the etiquette. Be careful, it's disrespectful. Zhang Feng laughed, rubbed jadeite in Dara's round, blushing eyes and stuffed it into his arms. Such a big jadeite, and it still has such a good head. It must be the product of Lao King. Good stuff. Elated thought for a while, raised the wine bowl, and said impassionedly, looking at seeing Shiva Crown Prince today, this Zhang, are really the blessing of 3 lifetimes. Come, together drink a bowl of wine. Zhang Feng once again stared at the pink jadeite earrings on Dara's ears, and said, do you want to be rich? Yes. Why don't Shiva? He must think about getting rich, otherwise, what would he do here? And this little tavern, although shabby, but the wine, the food here, the weird hip flask, and the lounge chairs thrown around in the corner are all full of temptation. As long as there is one thing, he gets it. It is an innumerable treasure for Cambodia. And he dare to guarantee 100% that the food and wine here, the entire Chainan, and the entire Great Tang can find a second one. Zhang Feng saw this, Mysterious shook his head and said, I don't know if your Lord Crown Prince wants to be rich or not. What I'm about to say may subvert all your previous common sense, so, please think twice before making a decision. Seeing that Zhang Feng is so mysterious and solemn, Shiva swears in a hurry to take care of other things. Master Zhang, please save my people. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 140. Shiva was not originally an impulsive person. He also knows what the price of impulse is, but now, on the one hand, it's because of ethyl alcohol's role, on the other hand, because everything about this little tavern impacts his cognition! Although he is Crown Prince. However, there are at least 30 brothers who want him to die. If he doesn't have any means, the throne still doesn't know who is in the end. So, clenched the teeth, He did it. Jiang Feng's goal has been achieved. The big flicker has been completely launched. I ask you, Cambodia, what are the specialties? Jadeite, top-grade jadeite, coral, seafood, and various fruits. Shiva reports truthfully. Jiang Feng nodded. Then, what do you do for a living and what are the main cash crops? This Jiang Feng is a little bit false. I'm afraid that what he said might be different from that of Cambodia in later generations. But, he knows, Sawadika, this place is an industry after thousands of years. When Shiva's language appeared sluggish, he knew that his opportunity had come, so that his goal would soon be achieved. Don't hide the master. The geography location of Cambodia is a bit barren, and I am ashamed of everything. The cash crops of Cambodia are basically supported by fruits and seafood. The purpose of coming to Great Tang this time, just to get some planting experience and go back. Our food is basically not enough to feed our people. Shiva said it was miserable, but Jiang Feng's in my impression, the rice that is abundant in that place, even if it is dignified Huaxia, is very expensive. Why was it so difficult to grow this thing in Cambodia at the time of Great Tang? This is not his chance. Absurd. Laughable. Jiang Feng hated it indisputably. In an instant, Shiva and Dara's eyes widened. Dara rarely asked innocently, then Master Jiang, where is the absurdity? She was a little angry. Looking at Jiang Feng's chest, Lao Go's angry mouth is pouting. That jadeite, for a woman, something that must be worn from birth, must be taken down by the future lord husband at the time of marriage, and then passed on to the next generation. But, just in this little tavern, I was treated as a gift by Brother Wang and given to this scumbag. How can she be happy? But, this person, Long, not bad. Thinking of this, Dara's face is even redder. Where did Jiang Feng see this scene? But Shiva saw it clearly, but didn't say anything, just waiting for Jiang Feng's words. Jiang Feng did not speak, but remained silent. Seeing this, Shiva subconsciously looked at the pair of earrings on Dara's ears, clenched the teeth, motioned her to retreat, and then respectfully placed it in front of Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was very angry when he saw this. What are you doing? I said, we are very close to each other, but you can't use this thing to humiliate me. However, Shiva and Dara almost believed it. But when Jiang Feng was speaking, he pressed the pair of earlobes tightly under his palms, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help being twitched. Yes, this expert, don't offend. Shiva patiently asked, please also Master Jiang, save me the people of Cambodia. If Master Jiang is willing to take action, Cambodia, we will definitely give it a gift. Oh, this is boring. Jiang Feng waved his hands again and again, but his eyes were on the two of them, looking up and down. What about this? I'll ask you one answer. There is a saying in our Great Tang, rely on mountains to eat mountains, rely on water to draft water. You don't understand? Great Tang has this sentence, Shiva said subconsciously. However, after thinking about it, I felt something was wrong, and hurriedly gave a fist. Master Jiang, please. Youngster is dull. Oh, such a simple thing. Come on, I ask you, Cambodia, is it watery? A lot. It's still salty water, and most of it is saline soil. That place is really not suitable for planting. Even fruits can't be grown. Shiva sighed. That's right. Jiang Feng patted his thigh. You are fundamentally wrong in this matter. Stupid. It's paralyzed. What a damn fool. I don't understand such a simple question. I really don't know if you are uncivilized savages. The saline soil, what can be grown? Do you think your old Yuan is? However, for the purpose, Jiang Feng patiently asked again, does your east side face the sea? Spring and blossom, Master Jiang has been there. Am I Cambodia? Shiva was shocked. In this matter, if you have not been to Cambodia, how would you know so much about a little shopkeeper from Great Tang? Although this is not a secret, Shiva feels that a small commoner, how can he have the ability to cross thousands of mountains and rivers to Cambodia? Cambodia said I haven't been there. But, this is not important. I will ask, is it not? Yes. Shiva is more certain. Jiang Feng is the kind of mysterious expert. Preservation is the kind of deist immortal in the Is legend classics. At this time, I became more respected, and I almost knelt down. Getting the answer, Zhang Feng determined the direction and said regretfully, "Don't you guys know the truth about draft by water?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 141. Zhang Feng really wants to take a look at this guy's head and see what is in this guy's head. They don't even know such a simple question. Although the founding of Cambodia is very short, after thinking carefully in his mind, Zhang Feng understands the history of Cambodia and other places. In that place now, it seems that except for Cambodia, there are basically tribes living in groups. After thinking about this, Zhang Feng sighed. This time, they gave only a free labor force. The seafood in the sea has long ago ruined him. Tell you this, the ocean is a treasure bestowed by God. Don't you have any one of you to cherish this? Yes, some of our people are. It depends on the fish in the sea to survive, but this thing can't be eaten for a long time. It will cause problems, and if it is sold, the merchants of Great Tang don't bother with our fish and shrimp. So, Shiva also has difficulties. They don't know that there are treasures in the sea. However, the merchants who suffer from Great Tang are extremely tricky people, and Great Tang already has the sea. So if this thing is exported to Great Tang, it is just a foolish dream. What do you normally capture? Tell me and listen. Zhang Feng is in awe. Shiva without omission and in detail said, just some fish, others, nothing else. By the way, there are corals, but that place is too dangerous. We don't have. Great Tang is such a powerful ship. So, Zhang Feng slapped his forehead with a distressed slap. Yes, he finally knows why Great Tang has no seafood anymore. This horse rider only knows about fishing. Your uncle. Besides fish, what else is there in the sea? Fuck. Where are those shrimps? Where is lobster? Where is tuna? Fuck. There are also sea cucumber, sea urchin, starfish, seahorse that are supplemented. These things are all rubbish by you. Waste. Don't be civilized. Zhang Feng is sorry for those good things. Oh, how can I be born in Boshan, but come home empty-handed? Zhang Feng looked up to sky and heave a deep sigh. Shiva was shocked. However, no matter how he asks, Zhang Feng cannot be awakened from his thoughts. However, he clenched the teeth, took a string of top pearls from his neck and gave it to Zhang Feng's eyes, which made Zhang Feng blind. He smiled and put away the pearl. Zhang Feng scowled and said, don't spend money. Actually, in this sea, besides fish, do you see anything else? For example, the elderly have long tentacles, swimming, and jumping things, like this. While speaking, Zhang Feng turned around and took out the pen and ink from the counter. The paper inkstone drew a shrimp and the general shape of other seafood. Both of these products were grown on the seashore. Although Zhang Feng could not tell the name, the two of them exclaimed when they painted it. Wow, I know this is a sea worm. We can't kill it all. We are about to eat up the fish eggs. This is a sea crab. It's green, it's as big as a bowl button. Too many. This soft. What is this? This seems to be Chontsai. This soft, this tentacle monster. I know. Royal Father, they call this thing an 8-legged monster. I heard that there are often fishermen who have bad hands. Zhang Feng drew one each time. Shiva and Dara can both say make one's mark. And when I heard it, these things are overflowing. Fuck. Such a good thing, you actually treat it as shit? Question mark. Fuck. Reckless waste of natural resources. Zhang Feng said resolutely, these are the real treasures of the sea. And the kind of fish you mentioned are all scum. You remember, what I drew today, you must keep it secret. This is something that even the Great Tang fishermen did not know. This is the gift of the sea. But what's the use of these? Shiva finally asked. The most important thing is, the key is that many of these things make all of them angry because it is the sea god Her Majesty. The crabs are okay. There are people who eat a little bit of this thing, but there are too many bones. As for the others, I feel oozing when I look at them. Could this thing be Cuibao? Zhang Feng once again popularized. Believe me, if you give up growing food and devote yourself to the sea, I can guarantee that, within a year, you will make a lot of money. This thing is very valuable. Shiva was shocked. Zhang Feng is solemn and nodded. Businessman, They pay attention to seizing opportunities and hype this thing. If you believe in me, within 3 months, you will guarantee that there will be caravans to buy this thing. And, the most important thing is that you have to get this stuff out by yourself. Can't help but do it. The ghost knows what you have in Cambodia. You are hiding yourself, and you want the merchants of Great Tang to pay for it? Are you stupid? Jiang Feng is speechless. In this era, although there are seafood scenes along the coast of Great Tang, there is no Sawadika so much. That place is a paradise for seafood. And at this moment, he still thought of a plan. This plan is missing Old Lee and them. If the plan can be achieved, then, this time Chainan will not only be able to harvest the food in the turmoil, but will also save Old Lee's life. I couldn't help but Jiang Feng looked out the door, muttered in his heart, Old Lee, you have a big mouth, you have to change it. If you are a brother, you can only help you. Here we are. As for Chainan's food harvesting, it depends on the mood of His Holiness. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 142. Jiang Feng saw that there was a rush for food in Chainan City, and he knew that the major event was not good. And now it is at the head of Li Yuan's birthday, and emissary from various countries have come one after another. At this time, if this happens, it will be really big. He didn't know how Li Shimin chose to hoard food at this time, and he was so fanatical, but it must be related to Old Sun. Old Sun left in a hurry that day. He knew that this guy's mouth was not tied. He would definitely tell Old Lee, but from the food supply incident, he faintly noticed that these big mouths shouldn't be. Did you say it in the old bastard's house of Zhangsan Wuji? Think of it this way. Jiang Feng was a little panicked. At this time, the food was being mobilized. Today, His Imperial Majesty either had his head kicked by a donkey or made a big move, but obviously, this big move is related to Li Yuan. However, these have nothing to do with him. He is just worried that if this matter is His Holiness fly into a rage out of humiliation, it will definitely kill people and deter the world. Who to kill then? Of course, Old Lee, a few petty merchants. When the time comes, he was afraid that he would have to belch before the system was activated. At this time, he unexpectedly met Sawadika. This completely unprepared visitor made Jiang Feng fall all applauding. Here, it's so fucking time. I thought of this. Jiang Feng was excited once again to give these two simple talks about the relevant commercial secrets of aquatic products. But in fact, where is this secret? This will be bad for later generations. Buy low and sell high as a commercial method, but Shiva, a silly prince, was honored as supreme treasure. When Jiang Feng was struggling with his tongue, the soft gold and silver on Shiva's two siblings became Jiang Feng's pocket, and Jiang Feng, who was ashamed, became a little sorry. Hey, this is what I said, you have to remember it. Shiva solemnly got up and performed aristocratic etiquette with Dara with excitement. Then he said solemnly, Master Jiang is serious. You are a friend of my Cambodia. We in Cambodia will definitely enshrine the portrait of Mr. Times. Fuck. Is this cursing me? Jiang Feng is not good at attacking. Looking at the face of gold and silver, he coughed. I don't have to offer sacrifices. Let's see it right away. I will talk about other things. Cambodia is not suitable for growing food. Don't waste food and labor as soon as possible. Come, if you transport Cambodia's seafood and precious fruits to Chainan City and dedicate them to King of Tang, you can sit back and enjoy the fruits for the rest of your life. Flying in the sky, as Jiang Feng said. And Shiva's two screams were excited. Then sir, how can our fruit be transported here after a long journey? And we have tried it before. Aquatic products and fruits are difficult to transport here. On the way, you have to go through layers of screening, even more sloppy, basically can't pass Jiangnan, everything stinks. This is a problem. But, how can this be a rare master? He waved his hand and said, what is the problem with my Tao? It is just this broken thing. I will tell you. Great Tang, supported Tibet's water wheels before, have you heard? As long as you can ask the Emperor His Majesty's favor and reward you with 100 water wheels, you will be able to deliver fruits and aquatic products to Chainan. And the aquatic products are still alive. Really? My Cambodia is at least a few 10,000 li away from Chainan. What can bring this thing? The whole world knows about the water wheel, how can they not know? But that thing is a drought-resistant thing. How can it be used here? Jiang Feng rubbed his hands happily. Immediately, Shiva will know. I hurriedly searched for intestines and scraped my belly, unfastened a jadeite belt from my waist, and handed it to Jiang Feng painfully, said with a smile, Master Jiang, this belt. Without waiting for Shiva to tell the origin of this belt, Jiang Feng cried out in surprise. Good thing. Then the belt appeared on Jiang Feng's waist. How did this thing come from? Jiang Feng is too lazy to ask and listen. Isn't this a whole piece of jadeite, then hollowed out? Although it looks good, it's called reckless waste of natural resources on you. I took the belt. At this time, Jiang Feng said seriously, things, Shiva Prince, don't take them out again. I, Jiang Feng, disdain such vulgar things. However, this jadeite, it's a good thing. I like it very much. Do not wait for Shiva to speak. Jiang Feng also knew it was time. How can this grandson look like a small warehouse? This table is full. Can this be taken out of the body? Cough cough 1 inch. Listen well. This water wheel was invented by me. What? Master Jiang is serious. Shiva exploded. This thing, he knew it was precious. And even they had never seen the real thing. But now, in Chainan city of Great Tang, a small tavern in the market, someone said he made this thing. If someone else said this, Shiva would definitely offer he, and then take a private sip. But after seeing Jiang Feng's hip flask and recliner, and then hearing Jiang Feng's mysterious business lectures, Shiva suddenly felt that he was in luck today. I saw Taoist immortal! Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 143. Jiang Feng is about to commit embarrassing cancer. I was stared at by 2 dark monkeys. His eyes gleaming, even though he had a thick skin. He couldn't stand the burning panic. Hurry up with a cough and said, this matter, you guys think carefully about the water wheel. If you want to understand, I will tell you how to ship aquatic products and fruits, and how to keep them fresh. Now, I will tell you a way to make the country safe and peaceful. Are you interested? Yes. Shiva can pinching Jiang Feng's neck. He shook out the contents of his head. Seeing that Jiang Feng finally stopped being wordy, his whole muscles were cheering. Good people. If the hunger problem can be solved and the Cambodian country will be safe, the rest will be bullshit. See Shiva. Jiang Feng only smacked his lips, and said in a dispirited voice, actually, you guys really deserve to die. I remember, there is a small island where you go south, about 10 days by boat, and there is a lot of food there. Spices, that stuff is overflowing everywhere. You only need a broken blade to get a big package. You know, how much money can you sell in Chainan? How much? The eyes of Shiva and Dara were both rounded. 100 pennies. 100 pennies. Hiss. Shiva couldn't help being sucked in a cold breath. He knows that place, but he only knows that thing. In his palace, only smoked rooms, and in summer, mosquito smoked is useful. Most of the time, people are cut it for firewood. But now, after he heard what Jiang Feng said, Shiva's face is red. It's paralyzing. That many are wasted in vain. I still need something. Don't say a package sells for 100 cents, even if a large car can sell goth for 100 cents, or in exchange for a car of food. He is already more excited to cry. After all, Cambodia, until now, most people are basically hungry and full. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but want to kill himself. Hurrying to grab Jiang Feng's hand, Shiva asked excitedly, Master Jiang, may I ask, can Chainan sell the things you mentioned? I don't want to wait for a moment. You should also be aware of the difficulties of my people now. Speaking of deep feelings, this guy actually staged a scene of sadness, snot and tears. Rub it on Jiang Feng's sleeve. Only the disgusting Jiang Feng hurriedly pushed him away. He seriously doubts whether this product has some genes. No, this Sawadika doesn't it have such a hobby. As soon as he thought of this, A thick layer of goosebumps appeared on Jiang Feng's body. Come on, don't cry, big man, cry a fart. Come on, now that I have said it, I am from Great Tang, take a bite, saliva is a nail. As long as you shut up, I will tell you now. Jiang Feng has committed embarrassing cancer. It's okay not to think about the previous life. When thinking about the previous life, Jiang Feng instantly blows his hair. He hurriedly throws away Shiva and hides on Dara's long bench, seeking comfort. The embarrassed Dara blushed like a ripe peach. I will write on paper for you, otherwise it will be your IQ. I don't want to wait for you to go out. You will forget it. Jiang Feng throws away Shiva in disgust with his hand, staring, watching him sitting far away, and then he wrote, painted, and said on the paper, spices are more popular in the aristocratic circle of Great Tang. Now the main source of spices in Great Tang is Persia, Sirt Tardush, and the Arab Empire country far away from 10,000 li, but these spices are far less pure than your Cambodian spices. But remember, there are a group of furry and indigenous monkeys living there. As for whether you can get them, it depends on your own. Also, look at the hellflower I drew. You have to stay away from this thing. If you get a black heart and get Great Tang, I can guarantee that not only will you not make money, then that will be the day when Cambodia will die! Exclamation mark. Hellflower? Question mark. Cambodia Crown Prince's head is like a chicken pecking rice. He has seen that stuff. Eating it can make people crazy and lose their minds. Basically, these things have been burned to death. But seeing Jiang Feng put forward it so heavily, Shiva was shocked in a cold sweat. Jiang Feng's calligraphy is very good, although it cannot be compared with the calligraphy everyone, but it also has a special flavor. As for whether he can understand Cambodia or not, he doesn't care about it. Written the words Jiang Feng at the end greatly. Then look at the monster and look at Shiva in general. I gave this to you because of our fate. You can do it yourself. Also, remember a little. I remember. Do you have this thing on the beach in Cambodia? Jiang Feng, while speaking, took out a fist-sized piece from the counter. It was black, and there was a little bit of brown salt mine, and asked. Cambodia Prince Shiva looked at the salt mine and asked in confusion, isn't this just poisonous salt? I have a lot of Cambodian. Is Master Jiang interested? Jiang Feng's teeth are hurting, grinning white teeth, and asked, as much as you have, I can eat as much for you. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 144. Shiva and Dara looked at each other. Look at Jiang Feng like a monster. This thing has troubled them for generations. Because of this thing, their food cannot be grown. Many things cannot be grown, and there are so many heinous things. Eating and unable to eat. Even the animals dare not come near Baron. But now, does this mysterious Master Jiang actually want? This is really very good deal. Shiva is rare and uncomfortable. Holding Jiang Feng's hand, Jiang Feng was frightened and jumped up, almost rushing into Dara's arms. Don't. Whether males or males give or accept, please respect yourself. I am a gothic and very self-disciplined person. Jiang Feng waved his hands again and again, then glanced at Dara, coughed. Zheng Junwei sat down, regained his expert style and said, I want to ask, do you have a lot of this stuff? Oh, Shiva sighed. Master Jiang, is this a test of my Cambodia's sincerity? I know Master Jiang must have been to my Cambodia, otherwise, impossible knows my Cambodia so much. Don't you know, sir, that there is at least one city in the south of Cambodia, which is all this stuff. Every year, we spend a lot of manpower and financial resources to manage this stuff, but this thing, like a rock in the ground, is so outrageous one. This is the main reason why my people can't eat it. Unexpectedly, Master Jiang also likes this thing. If that's the case, I'll be the master. So why not give it to Master Jiang? However, our country's power is limited, and this thing is very poisonous, so if you want it, you can dig it yourself! Exclamation mark. I Cambodia opened the door of feudal and gave it to you. He is not stupid either. As a prince of a country, he also saw Jiang Feng's magical ability. Later, if he didn't know Jiang Feng's idea of hitting them, then he would really be a pig! Exclamation mark. Jiang Feng's head is a bit twisted. I thought this guy was so foolish, but didn't expect that. Immediately, he was sent to the ditch. Can he go to Cambodia? Can he go? Can't go. Go. This thing is no longer a treasure. This thing is very simple to refine, as long as his people dare to go. Within half a year, this salt-making art will definitely leak. Jiang Feng's corner of the mouth twitched. I glanced at Shiva with a constant expression, and said, I have a little use for this thing, but it's not very useful. I know a businessman who is collecting this thing. If you want to sell it, my estimate is that a car of this thing can be exchanged for 10 catties of grain. Can you not change it? Jiang Feng said that his face is not flushed, and he does not breathe. After finishing speaking, Shiva was unbearable and took a sip of the wine, then prepared to put away the paper on the table and prepare to leave. But, just now, Shiva also seems to have noticed that if a promise is not good about this matter, then everything we talked about before will be for nothing. Because, up to now, Master Jiang has only told him that those things can make a fortune, but he has not informed him the ultimate goal. He also knows that this poisonous salt seems to be an additional condition. Although I don't know what Jiang Feng wants this thing for, he is not easy to ask. A car of waste can be exchanged for 10 catties of food. In other words, 100 cars can be exchanged. God, thinking of the countless poisonous salt, his eyes burned, clenched the teeth, press and hold the corner eye of the word, and say, Master Jiang, let's discuss something. This thing, you want me to send you a car? No problem. No, the reason is that food is not food. If this thing is really your business, then Xiaoqi is really serious. A truck, 10 catties of grain, I take it seriously? Jiang Feng smiled and sat down again. Taking the dusty Shiva on the shoulder, he said, that's right. This thing is actually worthless. I'm just a test for you to see if you can do business in Cambodia. Sincerity. I can guarantee that the people I know have enough strength, and I can accept everything I said before. But as for everything in it, you still need to discuss it yourself. I just see you have an eye for it. While speaking, Shiva removed Shiva's hand, and he rubbed the paper into a ball in the beating eyes of Shiva and Dara fiercely. Dara can't take care of anything, although his face is flushed, but the beauty of the shadow hidden under the dark skin makes him look a little bit endearing. Otherwise, Jiang Feng, the grandson, would be impossible to be so unscrupulous. Master Jiang, Brother Wang and I came to Chainan to solve my Cambodia's food problem, but today I saw that many food in Chainan city, and I also heard, Your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang, is in the food collection. Therefore, we will discuss this matter seriously. We will inform the royal father of everything today. This matter must be approved by him personally. Please discuss this matter as soon as possible. After all, I have only had a two-sided relationship with the businessman. Maybe he will go to Arab Empire that day. Finally got the bait. I will become savior of Sawadika. Old Lee, I have added a little bit of bargaining chips for your life. I hope that your bad temper is not here yet, and it will kill you. Otherwise, I will really become a lonely man in this Great Tang. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 145. Sne. Palace of Absolute Beguiling. At the same time, Li Shimin sneezed loudly. Originally, he copied Jiang Feng's handwriting well. Now, the brush draws a long line on the paper. Li Shimin frowned. Muttered, who is talking about me? Second brother. How suspicious you are. Zhang Sanwaga gave Li Shimin a slight stare, saying he put on a cloak. You have been standing for 3 hours, don't get tired. Li Shimin put down the pen, patted the back of Empress Zhang San's hand, and gently embraced him from behind. Living with her, she said very tenderly, Guanyin, what do you think of Jiang Feng? Jiang Feng. Zhang Sanwaga thought for a while and glanced at it. Glancing at the paintings in the study, lightly saying, although concubine has met this person can write such shocking poems that even contemporary great Confucian and great writers cannot create. It is a divine vestige in itself. Furthermore, the drought in Longyu was easily resolved under his help, and at the slightest price, Tibet Tuhan was caught in him. Among endless tactics, this can be compared to Zhu Zhi's alive, but After all, his status is low. If the second brother insists on recruiting him into the imperial city now, Concubine feels that he is still a little ill-conceived. It's up. No, Guanyin. Li Shimin turned Zhang Sunhua's lithe and graceful body around and poured into his arms. I know that the time has not come, and he himself said that the time has not come. Therefore, I want to send Cheng Qian and King Ear to Little Tavern to learn his unique way of governing the country and merchants. What do you think of the law of Wei? No, Zhang Sunhua interrupted Li Shimin with a look of shock on his face. Although this child is indeed capable, he is a civilian after all. If His Imperial Majesty wants to send both Crown Prince and Prince to the Little Tavern, what about the imperial court? This will cause social problems. Shock. But Li Shimin has a bitter face, eager to say something. However, before the words were spoken, Empress Zhangsun's little hand touched his lips. Second brother. Concubine knows you want to let Cheng Qian and the others learn more, but have you thought about the Institute of Great Culture and the Imperial College of Supreme Learning? You want to cause entire civilian court official verbal criticism. Seeing Li Shimin's gloomy face, Zhang Sunhua said softly, Concubine knows, on the Imperial Court, you're lonely fighter, you long for someone to stand on. From your standpoint and without a trace of selfishness to help you, Concubine also knows that Jiang Feng's position in your heart unconsciously has surpassed everyone, but this matter has to take its time. At least, Jiang Feng also needs a nobility rank 1 inch. Li Shimin divine light flashed. Yes, I immediately made an order to appoint him nobility rank. In this case, entire court civil and military will not have any more complaints. His Imperial Majesty. Zhang Sunhua hurriedly blocked the excited Li Shimin. What name do you use? Now, Tibet's affairs cannot be penetrated, and the true utility of the water wheel has not been revealed yet. Even if it is a contribution system, the art of salt is effective. But this is not the time. Li Shimin's distressed fiercely squeezed the red sandalwood jade pen. Sighed. It's rare to have a close friend. But I can't do anything now. Only money, such as ado, can. Let's talk about it. But Guanyin, do you know that Jiang Feng's purpose is no longer money? If he wants to be rich and enemy country, the cooking method of locusts, and the mysterious wine and food, which can't make him earn it's full of pores. But he doesn't. Maybe because he is too lonely. At this moment, Li Shimin believed something in Jiang Feng's words. He is an old monster who has lived for 5,000 years. However, when I think of his exaggerated and indifferent way of talking, it is all about loneliness. He told me all these things because of loneliness, endless loneliness, but how could Li Shimin not know the importance of everything? If he really wants to make money, he can fully know the value of the water wheel, not only that many, but he did not count the money he gave him, so he took it into his arms. It seems to be greedy for money, but it is actually disguising loneliness. Is this the attitude of looking forward to the overall situation? When will I have this charm? Originally, earlier in the day, he was going to find Jiang Feng, but the trivial affairs of Chainan City and foreign emissary kept him busy, so he was free now. Calm down. But when he is free, he is full of Jiang Feng. At this time, Li Shimin has an urgent hope. He desperately hopes that Jiang Feng can be by his side, let him stand in the great hall of the Palace of Political Statement, and let those corrupt and useless civilian court officials take a look. I'm Great Tang. It's not just them who only know their own interests. They are not the only ones who know their own interests. And they don't have a trace to improve and innovate for Great Tang. Think of this. Looking at the fiery sunset outside the window, Li Shimin carried his hands on his back, like a lone wolf, looking up at the sky and said, Guanyin, let me go out of the palace and meet that bastard. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 146. In the end, Empress Zhangsun still did not follow Li Shimin. This time, Li Shimin didn't bring anyone. With little Gizzy and Waishui's Jinwu Guards squad, put on the magnificent costumes of merchants, and turned into the East Market from Yangtze Gate. And just now, Jiang Feng, with a dry mouth, paid the price of a pair of Libai poems, thoroughly stripped Shiva and Dara, and then a Buddha said, "It's exhausted. Please come back, both of you." The two, trembling with fear, held Jiang Feng's calligraphy, kicked up the servant entourage who was pretending to be asleep, and then bowed and exited Jiang Feng's little boy shop. Shiva also wittily closed the door for him. When hiding behind the door, Jiang Feng's mouth was grinning under the ear door, listening to the fading footsteps. Developed 1 inch. Really developed. Jadeite. They are all top-grade jadeite. My mother, these idiots. Although stupid, but the money is really a lot. Looking at the table full of jadeite, waiting for valuable items, Jiang Feng concluded that these things, if it is sold, it will definitely make him hoard an unimaginable wealth in a short period of time. But, is he greedy for money? Give a fart. He is a collector. He likes this name. He can't see the good things get dusted. Anything in the hands of others is tantamount to killing him. These things, any of them, will be passed down to later generations. They are all valuable treasures. I am thinking, if the system is activated and it can return to the modern era, do they have to bring Old Li to see the modern Chainan city? Presumably, Old Li, they will have a sudden heart attack, right? When looking at the table full of treasures, he smirked. Jiang Feng did not notice that tavern's door opened again. A voice draped in the setting sun appeared in his ears. "Shopkeeper, who did you rob? Why are there so many babies suddenly?" The person here is Li Shimin. After seeing the treasure on the table, he was greedy. "No way, poor. The great Tang place requires money, and the retired emperor will be celebrating its birthday soon. He is having a headache for money." Now, seeing this table of money, his eyes can't help but brighten. But at this moment, Jiang Feng was like a hen guarding her cubs. She threw herself on the table, and the two girls on the buttocks stuffed the table full of treasures into his clothes. Leave only pearl strings and small parts dangling outside the clothes. I only saw Li Shimin's toothache. "Yo, Old Li, I thought you were caught in heavenly prison." Jiang Feng hit her hand through the treasure like trash on the floor inside the counter. "Then clap your hands and ask Li Shimin to sit down. Take out a jug of fine wine from the counter and say, 'What's wrong with this today? You don't seem to be in a good mood.'" Ignore Jiang Feng's gag. Li Shimin looked at Jiang Feng with interest, looking up and down. "The Jiang Feng that I saw is a bit frantic. I just experienced Sawadika. There are still a lot of shadows in my heart. Didn't expect. I haven't been relieved yet, and being stared at by Old Li like this again, it's strange that I don't explode." Cough. Jiang Feng coughed. Li Shimin just looked back playfully, looking at a missing eardrop on the table, jokingly said, "So, did your youngster rob Yanlai building?" "Go away." The old Jiang Feng shamelessly put the eardrops in his pockets shamelessly, and said, "If I have the ability, I will open a little tavern. By the way, why are you here?" "What about them?" See Jiang Feng not to say. Li Shimin didn't bother to ask. "They are all busy with the food supply now. They have been very busy during this time." Jiang Feng is strange. "Then why are you so idle? Are you still here? Let's talk about it. Are you in trouble, waiting for Tang to catch them?" I didn't believe Li Shimin until I was eating. But Li Shimin didn't plan to say anything on this matter. There is indeed a setback, but fortunately, everything is carried by Lord Zhangsun. We are fine for the time being. "It's okay 1 inch. It's okay. Say your Old Li has a good fate. This meets me. Look, everything goes smoothly." Li Shimin gave Jiang Feng a white look. "Don't mess up." "Seriously, are these things from Cambodia emissary?" "Don't say no. This jadeite, but a Cambodian specialty, is precious. This earring, you know it can be. There are more than 10 of gold sold in the circle of ladies." The people who just went out, with Li Shimin's sinister vision, how can they not know who they are? But looking at the clothes, except for the clothes, all the other embellishments are gone. Even the belt of the Cambodia prince and the headwear of the Cambodia princess are gone. What does this show? This product must be a miserable one. Seeing the lies exposed, Jiang Feng didn't pretend. On the contrary, chuckled and said, "This is not about seeing so many people in Chainan City shoveling grain. I thought you had something wrong, so I was thinking about getting some money." looking for relationships, and getting you out. Didn't he expect, I'm still busy for nothing? But Jiang Feng changed the conversation and said, unfathomable, old Li, there is a big business. Dare to do it? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 147. Li Shimin's eyelids twitched, forcibly suppressed, wanting to ask Jiang Feng how to solve the difficulties of Chainan City and the contradictions of Father Emperor. He narrowed his eyes and asked, what is the mysterious transaction? Is it related to Cambodia? Oh, it's old Li. This head melon seeds are more than enough for old wise grandchildren. I guessed it from those idiots. Li Shimin twitched his lips. A fool can guess it, right? However, Jiang Feng's words are very useful. It's strange that the imperial court doesn't lack flattery people, but when I see them, Li Shimin, I get annoyed. I can't wait to kill them. But I am looking forward to Jiang Feng's praise. Moreover, it's the kind of compliment of holding a gun with a stick. This makes Li Shimin very useful. With a hand over, he personally took a jar of wine from the counter, and before Jiang Feng greeted him, he opened the mud seal and drank at the wine jar. What kind of friendship are we? Although we haven't been on the battlefield, but that can be regarded as a deadly friendship. Everything I have now is based on your guidance. So just say it. What a deal. You are waiting for old Li. Jiang Feng pulled Li Shimin to his side and hooked Li Shimin's neck, said, I'm telling you, just now, did you know why people from Cambodia are doing this? Why? By the way, I really forgot now. How are you fooling you? Can you fool them? So precious things. Fudge. Jiang Feng glanced at Li Shimin, and immediately showed disgust look in the eyes. Do you think that Jiang Feng is a fool? I rely on my true ability. Okay. However, this silly prince is a damn silly money. What a lot. You look at ... tsk. Take out the jadeite jade pendant on Dara's neck, and Li Shimin wants to grab it. This is how I gave them tips and filial piety money they gave. It is earned by true ability. Then tell me, how do you give them advice? Lost. Li Shimin became interested, but forgot many troubles. It seems that only in this little tavern can he truly show his general nature. Do you know what the specialty of Cambodia is? Jiang Feng mysteriously asked. Li Shimin is really confused. What does Cambodia produce? This. The annual tribute is basically ordinary goods. In that place, poor pants can't be worn. So what else can you get? But seeing Jiang Feng's expression at this time, Li Shimin couldn't help but get excited. Did you find any new things? Yes. I ask you, old Li, have you heard of the Baka? Do you eat mountains and water and drink water? Have you heard? And this matter, generations of Han people are teaching by word and deeds. Li Shimin is sure. Oh, Jiang Feng sighed. Do you know that idiotic Cambodia? But you don't even know this. You say you can't be angry? Born in Boshan, but hungry into a lunatic, I think. The entire world, just Cambodia is so innocent and cute. Just tell me, what did you find? Li Shimin didn't wait for Jiang Feng to finish, and hurriedly poured him a bowl of wine, asked. Don't worry. Listen to me first. It's a real thing. But it's about the long-term supply of salt and whether Great Tang can firmly control the surrounding countries. Important point. So powerful? Li Shimin was also shocked. Hurry to let go of my irritability. Listen, Jiang Feng is not in a hurry now. What do you live on along the coast? Old Li. Fish. I live on the coast of Great Tang. Fish. Life. Isn't Cambodia? Jiang Feng shook his head and asked, then, what do they catch? Fish. Just fish. Is there anything delicious in the sea? Nothing? Jiang Feng wanted to vomit blood. Oh, the sea. A coastal place. Where is that? That's treasure gathering pot. Let me tell you, fish is the least valuable in the sea. Do you think those lean fish that taste like salty salt are delicious? Li Shimin shrugged and sighed. You may not know something. This marine fish is basically an important way of extracting salt from the sea. The mainland depends on this table salt to live on. Do you think this marine fish, what does it mean? Wrong. Jiang Feng looked at Li Shimin like a fool and said, I really doubt you. Are you a businessman? Can't my head turn this turn? I tell you, The least valuable in the sea is the fish, and the things that you think are the most inaccessible are the real good things. While speaking, Zhang Feng took out a piece of paper again. I seriously drew the appearance of sea cucumber on the paper and said, "This thing is called sea cucumber ginseng. Do you always know this knows? But what's the difference with this relationship? Is this sea cucumber also tonic?" Zhang Feng exploded. "More than just tonic. This thing is a great tonic. Did you know? This food can nourish qi and blood, and also nourish the kidneys. Other benefits, let's not talk about it. Let's see, look at this." While speaking, I drew the lobster again, especially lobster, seahorse, starfish and so on. These are all supplements. After some things are matched with each other, it becomes a medicine ingredient. An extremely precious medicine ingredient. Also, this shell, this thing, is ground into powder, and then added with some medicine ingredient, plus pearls. It is the supreme treasure for women to beautify and whiten skin. The saliva splash across that Zhang Feng said. Ultimately it is a set of beauty and skincare products for later generations to tinker out. And Li Shimin is down. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 148. If it was before, Li Shimin would definitely think that Zhang Feng was talking nonsense after drinking. It is natural to treat these as jokes. But this is Zhang Feng. It was Zhang Feng who once saved him. How can he be false? But when I think about it, Li Shimin feels particularly awkward. Such a good thing. You said that in front of his eyes, he would not know how to make him feel uncomfortable. Moreover, Zhang Feng just said that Cambodia has no Boshan. But isn't it the same with Li Shimin? Unfortunately, Li Shimin's face turned green. He stared and asked, "Then, you mean, there are treasures everywhere on the beach?" "Are you questioning the current blindness of His Majesty?" "No, no, no, no. Don't dare to say that." Zhang Feng quickly plugged Li Shimin's mouth and used a fried yellow orange crab. If this is heard, those who step on horses will be digging their graves and whip their corpses. Although Zhang Feng has no relatives in this world, he is scared. In this feudal society, he dare not be a little careless. "Old Li, I said that you are the boss. If you are so silly to discuss the government, and today's His Holiness, our fate is over." "Who is that?" "That's His Holiness today. For the people, he almost got to kneel down for the people." You look for it with a lantern, double the history books, and see which emperor is better than today's His Holiness. Zhang Feng's way of hitting a stick and giving a meat made Li Shimin extremely awkward. But he also enjoyed the treatment extremely. He doesn't know if it's cheap. But at this time, it is not important anymore. He is short of money. Now as long as he hears the profitable business, he is crazy and wants to take it. Even more how Zhang Feng said so mysterious and solemn, "Is this little Cambodia so important?" You those mentioned, I believe. There are also in Great Tang's sea area. Why do you want to make Cambodia cheaper and let the people of Great Tang suffer? Before you, didn't you always say that you want to stimulate the economy and engage in cooperatives? Why is this? Say you are stupid. You are still a god, really stupid. Zhang Feng is infinitely contemptuous. Let me ask you, this ocean is so big, but how many people are in Great Tang? If it is prosperous, then Great Tang will depend on a piece of the sea for a lifetime. What about the next generation? They ate all the things in the sea. What are you eating again? Are you stupid? Rabbits don't eat grass on the edge of the nest. Why do you always want to eat all the grass on the edge of the nest? Waiting for the hunter to come up, will it become gourmet food? Li Shimin once met with a blank eye. But this time, Li Shimin was not angry, but he was extremely shocked. Zhang Feng said it directly. They have enough to eat in their entire lives, and they can't finish it. But what can they leave for future generations? Leave a mess. So how can it survive forever? This is a relic for thousands of years. I couldn't help but, Li Shimin's cold sweat without money, once again appeared from his forehead. Densely packed. Gold jade. A good word. Li Shimin gave a wry smile. I read poems and books in a presumptuous way. I have forgotten such obvious truths. While speaking, Li Shimin solemnly got up and said to Jiang Feng, Tao of Confucianism gift, and Jiang Feng also took it. Li Shimin can understand this truth, and he is also very satisfied. At the very least, if there are more such merchants, then Great Tang will no longer be only 300 years old. The inheritance that can be left is much more. This is what Jiang Feng is most satisfied with. He is not fragrant. When the time comes Lospter, he bought it from a foreign country for a few hundred yuan a catty. It was originally worthless, but he could only be slaughtered. Why? It's gone. I've been completely obsessed with being criticized in history. I want to eat it for later generations. Yes, please go abroad and spend hundreds of times the price to buy it. If Jiang Feng's plan is implemented from Old Li, Jiang Feng can foresee, in the future, the whole world has been bought by Great Tang and the people of Huaxia. I have finished buying. Sorry, you want to eat? Come on. I love to sell as much as I want, not to buy. Get out. This is pride. China lacks such pride. This kind of arrogance originally existed, but it has been obliterated in the extension of history. The appearance of Jiang Feng just didn't want China to receive any humiliation in the future, although he does not report any illusions. But the moment he crossed to Great Tang, he had such a dream. Since it's here, Great Tang is the most prosperous in history. Then, let this Chinese nation, the most flourishing period, let him transcend everything, across the ocean, and let the Great Tang banner be inserted on any inch of land in the world. Let them be free labor for Great Tang. This, only worthy of the sentence Jiang Feng said, first emperor throughout all ages. The first emperor throughout all ages that truly completes unification, not Qin Shi Huang, and the kind of half-hearted martial emperor of the Han dynasty. At this time, Li Shimin is sighing. The heart is spreading and burning. The same is true for Jiang Feng. He was also at this time, and suddenly felt that the world in the future will no longer be so small. He is no longer alone. Knight, which one is not a lonely fighter. It's just that he is let the historical trajectory, under the premise of normal operation, let him turn faster and more distant. This is what he will do in the future. Since it's been here, then, we must leave some thoughts for China. Leave a strong and colorful stroke. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 149. Li Shimin was shocked. Such a brilliant plan. This is really the exclusive plan. This plan may have to be implemented for several generations or dozens of generations. But in his hands, he is the helmsman of this plan. He controls the future of this absolutely exclusive project. This is even more looking forward to the period of prosperity in his dream of coming from all nations. Although he knows, he will not survive that time. But at this moment he can imagine that when thousands of years later, when the nations came to Korea, the admiring eyes of those foreigners would kneel in front of their tombs and tell their deeds. What expression! Unfortunately, Li Shimin laughed out of the period of prosperity he had imagined, and Jiang Feng did not bother him. He knew that old Li was enlightened. This is a kind of sublimation. It is also part of his plan. Great Tang needs such merchants. These simple merchants have no intrigue of later generations, but only a patriotic sentiment. This is commendable. He is just to let confused people at the right time. I just found a lighthouse in my heart. Hey, old Li, are you thinking about the future? Jiang Feng stared at Li Shimin and asked with a smile. Li Shimin's dream is broken. Instead of blaming Jiang Feng, he still has a trace of tears flashing in his eyes. Yes, I see it. In the future, no. Great Tang period of prosperity. 10 years later. That's those of us. What I want to see most. We go to every corner of the world. We only need to show the word Great Tang, and the whole world will bow to us. This, what a glory it is. We are no longer the four-legged sheep in the mouths of others, and no one can be bullied by anyone. They can only engrave 2 words in the bones. Great Tang. But it's a pity. There are so few people in Great Tang who have such an enlightenment. Li Shimin shook the head. Suddenly picked up the wine jar, and drenched her head suddenly, concealing the tears in the corner of her eyes. A lot. Jiang Feng patted Li Shimin on the shoulder and said, let me tell you a story. Once, the sky thunderstruck in a jungle. The sky full of fire, burned in the jungle for more than 100 days. The air was full of flames, dots and dots, like stars in the sky. Among them, a spark was initially as big as a fingernail, but he fluttered and fluttered, and in the end there was only one spark that was about to go out, only the size of a needle tip. He is about to when it was extinguished. He landed on a withered grassland. Then, he slowly lit the entire grassland with the remaining ashes. Temperature. Li Shimin listened very seriously. It seems that in front of him, he is just the spark. When he heard the spark and lit the whole grassland with the last heat, Li Shimin exclaimed. And then, Zhang Feng glanced at Li Shimin and patted him on the shoulder. Then the grassland burned for a full year, and the soil was burnt red and red. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. There was no way to grow a grass seed in this place, but there was a shower of rain. Later, everyone was shocked to discover that this grassland actually bloomed again, with more lush weeds than ever. Li Shimin was shocked. Zhang Feng looked at him, soaked the ink in the ink cartridge with a brush, and waved the brush on the ash-gray wall. A single spark can start a prairie fire. The spring breeze moisturizes things silently. Fire can start a prairie fire, and moisturizes things silently. Although it is a piece of verse. But Li Shimin was shocked. Looking at the words on the wall, I couldn't help being shocked. A single spark can start a prairie fire. The spring breeze moisturizes things silently. Fire can start a prairie fire, but also moisturize things silently. Heaven. Zhang Feng, this ... Old Li, I hope, this sentence, you must pass it on from generation to generation. Don't underestimate a single spark. His starting prairie fire is unstoppable. No one, no power can stop. But, he is a catalyst. Burns down the decayed tradition, breaks and stands, and moves forward. Li Shimin choked. One spark. His imperial court. At this time, what is needed most is this spark of fire. Everyone is sticking to the rules. How can Great Tang's cavalry take another step forward? Although there is a powerful strategy and unprecedented planning ability, no one has implemented it. This is the power of the prairie. The 10,000 Jiang building is just like this. It's dumped. Zhang Feng, your kindness to Old Li, I cannot repay. Old Li. Don't say devote one's life to. I will kill you. Zhang Feng is speechless. Hurrying to hold Li Shimin's bowing posture, he said silently. Zhang Feng's words perfectly resolved a crisis. Because, just now, on his house beam, Wai Shui's powerful crossbow has already targeted him. Let's go, Old Li. Let's stop being hypocritical. Each of us has our own role and mission to complete, and I just want to let this wheel spin. And you are the one who hurried the wheel. Old Li, do you want to work with me to create the Great Tang period of prosperity? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 150. Think. How can I not think about it? Li Shimin didn't even think about it. Up to this time, he had no doubts about the mystery of Zhang Feng's life experience. Go fucking. Zhang Feng is from Great Tang. Is he still disadvantaged to Great Tang? Let all suspicions go to hell. See, Li Shimin said so firmly. Zhang Feng nodded. Then said, this is why I highly recommend the sea to Cambodia. When they threw their brains into the sea, they happily put the goods and commodities the moment he was transported to Great Tang. Cambodia is actually from my Great Tang. I am a dog from my Great Tang. A poisonous plan. But Li Shimin's fist was clenched tightly, extremely excited, including Wai Shui on the beam, who was also surprised by Zhang Feng's tactics at this time. It can even be said that what Zhang Feng just said basically opened the door to another world for him. From the father, he heard Zhang Feng's name for a long time, but even if he was asking anything about Zhang Feng, Sir Father didn't mention a word. He was fortunate to accompany His Imperial Majesty today. Gong. Didn't expect to see the mysterious person he wanted to see most, Father, and his uncles who were highly respected and hidden deeply. Today, he secretly sneaked into Tavern's house beams without anyone knowing. He doesn't worry about His Majesty, but wants to see how Zhang Feng is. Now, he has seen it. Take a deep look at Zhang Feng. He seems to be very similar to his own age. but he has such a talent that shocks his father, praises him all day, and admires him alone all day. The appearance of his calligraphy made Waishu unforgettable for a lifetime. I glanced at the words on the wall again, silently remembering in the heart. Then sneaked out quietly. Jiang Feng, I am looking forward to what you call the Great Tang period of prosperity. As for this, Li Shimin and Jiang Feng are not aware of it at all. However, this does not affect the conversation between the two. After talking about everything from the price of aquatic products to how to sell them, etc., Li Shimin slapped his lips and said, "This Cambodia is really empty sitting in Boshan. Tell me, he still pays. What's there? What else?" Jiang Feng smiled. "They have more things." While speaking, Jiang Feng showed off a handful of jadeite and said, "Look at this thing. This is a good baby. In the future, it will all be yours, mine. Are you satisfied? Also, do you know the huge profits of the highest spice on the market?" Li Shimin was shocked, touched the sachet on the belt and asked, "Don't you say that Cambodia also has this stuff? This stuff needs 100 pajin money." He. Jiang Feng faintly smiled. "Old Li, if I tell you, that place not only has another spice in the world, but also the price is so low that you are crazy, what will you do?" "How low is it?" Li Shimin is crazy. "A car, about 1,000 pennies." "Fuck." Li Shimin exploded. "A car? How many stones is that?" "This is only 1,000 pennies." Li Shimin couldn't help but feel the urge to drooling. Looking at Li Shimin's exaggerated appearance, Jiang Feng patted him on the shoulder irritably. "Where is this? If you sign a long-term supply contract, the price of the item is lower, and you know that the item is in Cambodia and is only used for firewood. Can you believe it?" Li Shimin has the urge to order troops now. For such a good thing, Cambodia is so spoiled. Reckless waste of natural resources. It is really reckless waste of natural resources. How good would it be for me if I had this thing in Great Tang? Ah, Li Shimin is crazy. Jiang Feng looked at Li Shimin with crimson eyes. Haha, laughed a few times. "It seems a little drunk." From noon to now, even Bacchus is drunk on horseback. Not to mention him. Get up dizzy, sit on the ground leaning against the wall, bait the floor beside him, beckons with the hand. Li Shimin simply sat cross-legged on the floor. Jiang Feng mysteriously said, "This thing is just one of them, and there is one other thing. You should have heard of it, that is, lychee and banana. You are used to it, called ganjiao. And there are a lot of weird fruits. Because of the unfavorable preservation, they have always been sold only in the place closest to Great Tang, and I gave them an idea. Let these fruits and seafood can be delivered to Chainan fresh." "What method?" Li Shimin asked. "Among the Cambodian tributes, there are indeed fruits, but they are basically dried fruits. That thing is greedy. Not only him, Empress and the others, all like that thing. Moreover, the noble lady of Chainan, every time Cambodia comes to make a confession, she has nothing to do with the minister, and she often comes to him. What can he do?" Everyone is struck. If there is something fresh, it would be nice. But now, Jiang Feng actually gave away. This could not help but aroused Li Shimin's great interest. "What else? Isn't it a water wheel?" Jiang Feng rolled the eyes. "Are you stupid? That thing can be sold in the fight against drought. Otherwise, you are going to use the useless water wheel to chop wood and burn it.